Hello, good morning. Good morning, people of Bug Nation. It is I, Kale, back at it again with another Minecraft video. Throwback to the early 2000s Minecraft content. I guess that's not the early 2000s. So I was like 2008, late 2000s. Oh man, I'm old. I'm too damn old. It's over for me. But I hope everyone is doing well today. We're gonna do coaching today. Today's Friday. Holy moly, the week is almost over. It's time to do great things. Objectives for today. Well, I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads. I'm gonna run ads right now. That way there's no ads later. So I'll be right back. And then we'll keep chatting. We're now live. Minimize this. Let me make sure I'm logged in on both accounts. I am. Oops. There we go. Boom. Oh, I forgot to add streamer bot. Kwame Speed, Daniel, Sneaky. Good to see you guys. Hope you guys have been well today. I hope you've had a fantastic Friday so far. A bright and early start to your morning. Objective for today is business as usual. Nothing too crazy. Yesterday was a really busy day for me. Right after stream, I started working on content and I had to work on a bunch of different stuff. And I stayed up to like 1 a.m. So it's kind of long. I am going to be rewriting some of the rules and I won't have those done for a while. I expect to get them done over the weekend. I wasn't able to get them done before today's stream. And then I have a few other things I need to get done. So yes, lots of things to work on. Also, Kwame, congrats on being first. Hope we're good to see you. But yeah, so I'm working on a few things in the back end. I'm rewriting all of the rules. They will be in an Obsidian document. And then I'll also make a Discord embed with them so they look nice. This is in preparation of a few things as well, which is going to be stuff like the Worminator upgrade, but yeah. What rules are you rewriting? I'm adding additional clarification as to why I have certain rules. And then I am going to be, yeah, including that. Because, yeah, that's about it. The current rules are still in place. It's just something to keep in mind. The only thing that's really going to change is how the AFK rule works, but that's about it. Well, I'm too good to see you. Sorry, I just punched my microphone. My bad. Life Weaver VODs only? This might be the case. But I guess I'll run a raffle while we're doing this. No raffle, and then we'll just do 420. New raffle, guys. If you're gonna get coaching for today, please do exclamation mark enter to enter the raffle. You can also do exclamation mark claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future. If you're not sure which command to run, please do exclamation mark coaching and it will elaborate on what to do. Most people do claim because they're just hanging around stream. So yeah. Gio, good to see you. Oh man, good to see you. But yes, also the newest video is flopping. Kind of by design, but I might change the thumbnail and the title later. I'll show you guys. So this thumbnail and this title are not doing well. It has 100 views. I normally get about 200 views in this time, so this video is just not doing well. I think it's just because it's bronze. People don't really care about bronze. Like, people only care about bronze if it's like shock value. So yeah, I think that's the only reason it's not gonna do well. I think I'll change it to rephrase it to be more about like the fundamentals of Overwatch and less about being bronze. But I'm not gonna be able to do it till after stream. Don't worry, bro. I'll get my 1,000 ults on it. Nah, no worries. It's actually like, I know you mean this as a joke, but it would actually be to my downfall if you guys did stuff like that. It's actually not helpful. Because the raw amount of like viewers I get is kind of independent of my growth. I need to actually do things that'll help me grow, and that won't help me grow. It's a mystery. Good to see you. So yeah. Just working on stuff. Business as usual. This weekend, I'm going to be redoing the rules. I need to get a few things done. And then do more work on Worminator. We're making progress, which is nice. It's no longer frozen in time. So continuing doing work today, knocking stuff out. Today is the day. When do you want to do it, Bomb Tube? Probably at the end of the stream, if that's okay. So it'd be probably around 5 EST. Hi, brother. I've been stuck in plat gold hell for 9 years now. I'm a DPS main that plays Widow Surge cast mainly. Any tips? It's just gonna, I mean, there's not gonna be any tips that I can give you specifically. I think the only thing you can do is like, I hate giving like cookie cutter advice, but this is the advice that every student like really needs. It's like you need to binge educational content, number one. Like binge content like mine. I mean, of course I'm biased, but that's going to expand your understanding of the game. Because the problem with VOD reviewing is that if you don't know, you don't know, right? You won't know how to actually do things correctly. So watching educational content like mine, like Spylo, like Unturd, like his old coaching content, like Commander X, stuff like that, will give you a better understanding of how the game works broadly, of which you can then use to VOD review yourself. Also, the number one thing that I think a lot of people get wrong whenever they get stuck is they don't experiment. They always just do what they're comfortable with, and that's why they don't get better, right? If you don't experiment with how the game works and what your understanding of Overwatch is, you're never going to improve. Like your core idea, let me actually do this. Yeah, there we go. Your core idea and how you should be playing Overwatch is to always try new things. That way you expand your knowledge, you expand your knowledge, you expand your knowledge, you expand your knowledge, and then you keep going and you keep going and you keep going. And then all of a sudden you're in a completely different division, right? That should be your approach to how you improve at the game. But what ends up happening with a lot of platinum players and like metal rank players is they get complacent and they don't try new things because they don't want to be the reason they lose. And that is something you have to shake off whenever you're trying to improve. You have to be willing to be the reason, both the reason you lose and the reason you win. And if you're not willing to lose, you're never ready to win. Okay. So that's kind of what it comes down to. But I don't really have any specific advice for those ranks. I feel like rank specific advice is more of like an engagement bait thing than it is like an actual thing. There are patterns between ranks. I mean, it's more like tendencies you see, like bronze players, for example, don't understand basic ideas of Overwatch, like space control, high ground usage, fight state, stuff like that. But the higher rank you go, the muddier the waters get, so it's harder to tell what the actual problems are. True, once I started not caring and just trying weird stuff like spawn camping and weird map flips, true, I finally get to GM. I know, not really. I feel like that's not really what it is. It's more of like you just felt more liberated to try things, like not specifically those things. I mean, maybe that's what you mean. Like the moment you realize that Overwatch is a place to learn, not a place to win, then you're fine. Like the only time that winning matters is on stage, and 99% of the time we're not on stage. So that's kind of what it comes down to. Okay, but I get mad when I don't win. Checkmate. You gotta let go of that. If you weren't willing to lose, you were never ready to win. That's how it works. That is how it works. You have to keep that in mind. Submit with the permanent Discord role. Holy schmoly. Let me get you here. General chat. At Submystery. Bang. Did you change your PvP? You did. Let me do add role. Let me do true bug. Boom. True bug has been given.
What's up?
Congratulations on the true bug. You've gained aura. Immense aura has been given. Okay, there's a minute left on the raffle. Guys, keep that in mind. If you haven't entered the raffle, please enter the raffle. Exclamation mark, enter to enter the raffle. Exclamation mark, claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future. Dude, that notive sound confused me out of when you turn on run. Yeah. Zeta was very kind and got a bunch of Cassidy voice lines, and I used those for all this stuff. Twilight playing with a 70 billion stream streak. Holy moly. Jiro, can I get my Discord role too for tier 1 sub? Jiro, you have to connect your Twitch to your Discord. So you should be able to go into settings and add that. 70? Yeah, 70 billion stream streak. Yep. Manda with the 5 stream streak. Bombchu with the 35 stream streak. Holy schmoly.
What's up?
Holy schmoly. We got some people with big numbers around here. 70 streams must have been... Damn, when was that? When was 70 streams ago? Firefox. How long ago was that? I actually don't even remember. Let's do solely no. Okay, so there's a Twitch analytics platform that I use. Once told tale. Let's investigate. 70 streams. So that'd be before the Wormathon. That has to be before the Wormathon because I only do 4 streams a week now. So that'd be like, that's probably like mid-March if I had to guess. When you got affiliate, I think because that's when it starts tracking. Oh, I see. When did I get affiliate? Do you guys remember? It was like mid-February? No? I guess I can check. Did I make an announcement of it? Affiliate. No, I did not. What even is this? Mario? I don't even know what this is. I don't even know when I got affiliate. Look at this, like, you know what's crazy? Like, it's kind of crazy how OP unpatched method YouTube is in terms of growth. I start uploading to YouTube, and then now I go from 3 viewers to like 45 viewers in how many months is that? Like 3 months? 4 months? It's kind of crazy. I've been here every stream since then. It was 72 streams ago. Holy moly. 72 billion streams ago. Well, thank you for the support. Thank you for being here.
What's up?
Mario and Overwatch. They should add Mario. They low-key got Mario in form of on-run. On-run is as close to Mario as we're gonna get. Yeah, I missed a few, so my stream streak stalled. What? Does it kill your stream streak or no? Like, how does it work? You have to watch, a VOD? Or does it just, like, have some forgiveness? Like, as long as you make, like, every other stream, it keeps up. You can get it back when you watch a clip, I see. I let you watch a vid or a clip to save it? Okay, bad. Okay, let's get into coaching for today. We're gonna get this show on the road. Oh, I forgot to open up my Obsidian. Hold on, let me black screen. Boom. Firefox. Then let me open this over here, and then now we can do this. There we go. I need student notes. Bang, bop. And I need to insert the template. What? Oh, it's because I've renamed this. My bad. There you go. Student note template. Bad. Hello, Tail. Hello, good morning. I'm watching you in the office again. Well, it's a pleasure to have you in the office. I feel like a lot of the Bug Nation people view from the office. But yeah. Okay. Sim Mystery. New rules leaked. Did I leak them? I don't think I did. Even if I did, it didn't really matter because they're going to be public anyway. Oh, is it here? Oh, yeah. I'm still working on this. This was just copy and pasted the old version. It's not even the new thing yet, so it doesn't even matter. I have it on a different document. Okay. Today's VOD review will be... Oh, wait. I need to go to the thing. Tail coaching request. Boom. Kings Row, Cassidy. Okay. All right. Today's VOD review will be on Kings Row as Cassidy in Grandmaster. Wait, where in GM? What rank? Viewed from my home office? I see. Grandmaster 4? Alright, let me say it again. Today's VOD review will be on Cassidy on Kings Row in Grandmaster 4. Boom. Sorry for a yap, lol. Alright, first and foremost, I'm not a DPS player. I'm primarily a support player. Also, I mostly play 6v6 these days. Maybe someday I'll submit a support code. This season, though, I've been focusing a lot on DPS and 5v5. I was struggling a lot until I sat down, opened up one of my replays, and busted out my notes app and just started writing stuff down. Let me write that down. I had a serious problem of swinging way too wide on Cass, eating 10 cooldowns, and evaporating, which I think is a bad habit I picked up from Juno. Yeah, likely, because Juno's just faster, so you can get away with it. Also, I had a horrible roll forward issue, but I think I got that sorted out. I think I only did it once this game, and honestly, IMO, it wasn't even a mistake. We did win this game, and while this game wasn't a stomp, we did win pretty comfortably on first attack. I think I played it mostly acceptable in my mind, but maybe walking top is a better play on second instead of working alley. No, it's not. You likely have the best idea. If you're talking about, it depends on which part of second attack you're talking about. If you're talking about the back half of second attack, the high ground is bait. If you're talking about the first half of second attack, it is good. It is good. On second attack, I had an insane flank, and I should have definitely rotated into their spawn, but I thought I saw my Ryan going, so I decided to swing early on a bad angle, and I got caught out and died. Low-key, we could have lost because of that, but we didn't. Okay, sounds good. Anyways, my second point defense this game, and honestly on this map in general, was really bad, and I'd like to fix that. I was so lost on defense, I didn't know what to do. I was trying to get something done with my Mizuki, but I don't know, it just wasn't working. Also, Widow was holding the lobby hostage at some points. Very well-designed character. Okay. I know this is a super broad question, but I seriously don't know how to use Deadeye. How am I supposed to use it? There's some games where I'll play the entire match and ult a single time and then immediately evaporate off the face of the planet Earth because I'm trying to just use it since I've been holding it for like 5 minutes. I don't think that was a big problem this game, but it's something I've never been able to work out on my own. In one of your videos, I saw you use the ult to secure a kill on a 1 health guy, and I never thought of that. I've started doing that a little, but still lost on when to use my ult. Okay, what we're going to do for this is I'm going to pull up my gameplay videos, and we're going to go through some of my ults. Okay, I'll explain why, and that'll give you more insight into how to use Deadeye. Okay. On attack, my plan on this map is usually to work right side and try to take the building behind point. Should I prefer hotel side instead? I guess it probably depends. Yeah, it's contextual. Cassidy can do both. If you don't really know what to do, going the high ground is generally good. It's just that if they play a tank like D.Va, you die very often. So it would just be kind of contextual based on where people are playing. You typically want to prefer the weaker side as Cassidy. So whatever side is weaker, has less people, and is less accessible to the enemy team is likely going to be better for you. Also, it's going to depend on where your ally DPS is. If your ally DPS is going high ground, then you'll work the hotel angle. So we'll see. On defense, I was a bit hesitant about holding hotel since my Mizuki should I have done something else? No, stack with your Mizuki. Okay, stacking with the support is fine because it's synergistic. Your support can help you and you can help the support on the angle. It's fine. If the alternative is playing main space, it's not the end of the world, but I'm not a big fan because what'll end up happening is the Mizuki will give up the space and then now you're no longer able to play in a good position. So I like stacking with the Mizuki in hotel personally, but I don't think you're wrong to play main space if you do. So it would be fine. I don't have enough playtime on Cass in this elo to know, but playing main against Sigma has to be bad. Yeah, Sigma is one of your worst tank matchups in the entire game. It's D.Va, then it's Sigma. And the reason that Sigma is pretty bad for Cassidy is because Sigma's effective range is almost equal to yours as Cass. So he always pokes you out. And you just like don't do any damage. Because the problem with Sigma as well is that you're not doing damage to his health, you're doing damage to his shield. So as a result, whenever you take shield damage as Sigma, you don't require healing. So it's like, this is why Sigma is very resource intense or resource light, is because his shield takes damage, not him, right? But if you look at something like an Orisa, the actual Orisa will be the person taking damage. And this is also why Cass is pretty bad in the Sigma, because you just don't do anything that forces a response, right? Like you're never really doing this amount of damage to Sig, but you are always doing that amount of damage to Orisa. Okay. So that's a kind of a unique thing about shield tanks and what makes them relatively good. But yes, Sigma is really bad matchup for Cass. My gut also says that playing high ground also sucks, so I think I made the right call, but wondering what you think. Yeah, the high ground just kind of puts you a little bit too far out of the fight, and it makes it awkward to shoot people. We're going to do two things. I'm going to show you some stuff on King's Row, and then I'm also going to go through my own gameplay and explain some of the Deadeyes that I do to give you a better idea on when to Deadeye and kind of what constitutes a good Deadeye on its own. Okay. Let me move to attack to be easier. Let me get the code. But okay, let's check it out. Boom. Bang. Bop. Let's do Cass. Let me do here. Let's do play more. No, I need view career profile. History replays imports. What? There we go. Okay, sim mystery. Let me do. Your soldier's name is Hot Brunette. All right, bet. Okay, and then let's go through some of my gameplay. We're not gonna spend a ton of time on this. I want to spend maybe like 5 minutes on this. Just kind of go through the motions because I want to explain Deadeye. So Deadeye is in. I mean this in all seriousness. I genuinely think Deadeye is one of the best DPS ultimates in the game. I think it's incredibly underrated. And I think the only reason that people think it sucks is because they don't understand how to use Deadeye. And the reason I think Deadeye is one of the best DPS ults is because it's one of the most creative DPS ultimates in the game. There's a lot of different ways you can use it, and people just assume you have to Deadeye down main or Deadeye on a flank and kill 5, but that's kind of not what the actual situation is. There's a lot of things you can be doing.
In this video, I'll explain exactly how I play Coliseo,
Okay.
Esperanza, and Champion.
So I'm going to flip through until we get to a Deadeye, and I'll explain why it happens.
I killed the Ana.
Okay, I have Deadeye here.
I just missed the shots, unfortunately. So, here we
So,
walk.
okay, so I already know what this Deadeye is going to be. So this is a very common pattern you'll see on Cassidy, which is you're going to use Deadeye to zone out space. Okay, I mean, this is very, very common for Cassidy, which is whenever, especially when your tank is going to be walking forward or doing something, it's very common that you're going to use Deadeye from space to allow them to walk forward without taking damage, right? Because for a tank, one of the most critical resources you have is health, right? Because what forces you if you think about playing as tank, what forces you to use cooldowns on whenever you're on this role? It's when you take damage, right? It's threat. If you're not under any form of threat, then you won't have to use your cooldowns. So you will use things like Deadeye early here so that your Ram can walk forward without having to use his cooldowns like Shield or Nemesis form, which makes it way easier for him to play the game. So I'm pretty sure I Deadeye from here. Yes. So I Deadeye, and I think I talk about it.
Control main space here. I see my Ram is pushing very aggressively down main, so I use Deadeye to basically alleviate all of the pressure that would otherwise be on him in main, and then I walk myself. Notice when exactly. So one thing I want to point out with this is not only do I Deadeye, I walk with my own Deadeye. Okay, it's a little bit of a different situation because I'm speed boosted, but even if I wasn't speed boosted, I would still be walking here. This is something you need to have baked in your mind as well with Deadeye, is if you're using a zoning Deadeye like this, right? I'm trying to make space for my Ram. I will walk with my Deadeye. Use it to take space yourself. Losing my voice a little bit. I apologize. It's actually good to see you. Holy moly. But yeah, so here's an example of a zoning Deadeye. Okay, so they are good. It's not just a meme. It's genuinely good. One thing that people do not listen to the people in the Reddit comments that tell you that Deadeye is to reload. It is not to reload. It is not to reload. Okay, you use Deadeye to reload maybe once every 100 games, like if that. It's so rare. You hardly ever use it to reload. You use it to reload in situations where you would otherwise die in the reload animations, which is like you're against a 1 HP Winston and you need ammo, right? Then you would reload, you would use it to reload, but you do not use Deadeye to reload. Do not listen to people. They do not know what they're talking about. You use Deadeye for zoning and stuff like that most of the time. Zoning and executions are kind of the most common idea. Okay, so here's another situation where I use Deadeye and live as best as I can into the Diva. Go for a little bit of peel for my team, and we're able to get the DMAC. I see. So here, there's another idea you'll use with Deadeye sometimes. As I can, is whenever you see people isolated in space where they have no cover, you can go for a Deadeye in an attempt to get a kill. The reason that this kill doesn't go through is because I missed the silver bullet. If I hit the silver bullet and I pop Deadeye, which is what I did, I would have killed her with the bleed of silver bullet. This is a common idea where you'll use Deadeye just to guarantee a kill. So for example, what'll happen sometimes is Juno players love to walk in the air and then use their dash in the air like this laterally. I'm sure you're familiar with this. And then you'll just ulti the Juno to guarantee she dies. Like just guarantee it. It's fine. I think a lot of people always think you need to kill 4 people. No, you just need to kill 1 guy. It's really good. So you'll use it to guarantee kills like that too. It's kind of the situation. Okay, let's keep going. And then I have another Deadeye here. Okay, and then you're also going to use Deadeye to control important map space. So I think I talk about it here. To that side. So instead, I just wait for my team in main space and shoot this Diva as best as I can. And then I Deadeye here, so it's easier for my team to walk across the bridge. And because I also don't want to be able to get dove by the enemy Diva. Then I cancel early to make it into this room and make a rotation away from the enemy team. And then I hit a really nasty roll tech that actually saves me from this enemy Diva really and sets up a really nice boop for my Lucio. Okay, so this was a pretty complex moment, but I'll explain it. So to make it in, here's what happens. So I use Deadeye in main space because the idea here is that it's normally pretty difficult to push past this bridge whenever you're quote unquote defending, as the attackers like to stay at the back of the map here and shoot you. Also, we're in a little bit of a unique situation where the Diva is on the high ground. And the problem is if I continue walking, there's a really good chance that the Diva is just going to dash onto me and I die mid-rotation. So the idea here is that I use Deadeye to basically scare the Diva into not pushing me. and then I can use that time by canceling early, right? I'm just using it to zone them. I can use that time to cancel early and then rotate away. Okay, this is a more advanced idea. So I don't expect people to really use Deadeyes like this, but the key to this Deadeye here is canceling, right? Deadeye is one of the few ultimates in the entire game where you were blessed with the ability to cancel it. Okay, leverage that not as a weakness of the ability, but as a strength of the ability. So you can trigger one of the most scary sound cues in the entire game by pressing Q, and then you can use that sound cue to your advantage to do whatever play or idea you might have. So keep that in mind as an idea. W Roll Tech, thank you guys. Thank you guys. This one you guys must know, and it's for reasons exactly like this. If I'd went that way, it's likely I would have been in dive range by D.Va and I would have died. So this just guarantees my survival, basically. So yes. So we'll go through, I think, 2 or so more, and then we'll get on with the VOD. Playing at the back of the map. So here's a situation where I Deadeye to live. Okay. So here's what's happening. Do I explain it? I'm waiting 15 seconds for walls to come to an end, and I'm playing at the back of the map. Notice I make a really far rotation away from this hazard, and I saw him use his slash. So I used Deadeye in an attempt to just outright live. I knew I had my Kiriko with me and my Roadhog nearby, so the chance that we could turn the fight against the enemy Roadhog was actually kind of high. I meant to say hazard. But the idea with this is that I used Deadeye in an attempt to just... You hear me twice, I apologize. I have the same vocal inflections, that's funny. Okay, so I know he doesn't have slash. What gives Hazard the most lethality? It's when he has slash and wall, right? He doesn't have slash and he just uses wall behind me. So I know he can't actually get close to me without risk of dying. And here's the thing, even if the Hazard kills me, I'm guaranteeing with this, because the Hazard would have to walk toward me to kill me, I'm guaranteeing that the Roadhog or the Curie would be able to trade me out. And going 1-for-1 tank for DPS is extremely good in Overwatch. So even if I died here, it's still good. Even if I died. The Deadeye just guarantees that he has to either commit or back up. He can't like play in between. I probably, in hindsight, didn't need to Deadeye here. I feel like this is probably a little bit unnecessary, but it was fine otherwise. But yeah, that's probably one of the more questionable Deadeyes that we've gone through so far. Okay, and then another thing you'll use Deadeye for is to extend your effective range. So notice this. I'm going to be outrange just Sojourn. So I look to make the flank. And then here, I'm looking through the wall to see where my team is, and I see that they're walking up the staircase. So I use Deadeye. Actually, a little bit too early is a bit of a mistake for me. The Deadeye is actually a good idea, but it was way too early because my team wasn't able to do anything with the space I was making. They were too far away. No, so I think I'm actually wrong with this explanation. So the reason this Deadeye is actually good because what it does is it alleviates the pressure of my team, on my team, which lets them walk through the staircase for free. Like, notice what makes the Hazard and whoever else turn around. It's the Deadeye, I'm looking through which forces them to back up, right? So by using my ultimate here, I force the Hazard to no longer stuff the choke, which lets my team walk forward. So I actually had an improper explanation there, right? So notice there's like a bunch of different ideas to use for Deadeye. Just understand it makes you a threat, and you can use that pressure in order to make plays or open up space or something like that. That's kind of the core idea, right? We'll go over one more. Just pushing. So I'm taking the staircase back to our space, not to their space. And this is, yeah, it's just the same idea as the Sojourn on Colosseo. Because the cart is pushing. You look to hit Silver Bullet space, first, right? And then you go for the Deadeye kill. Question, Deadeye and Flux, good habit or bad habit? It's going to depend. If you can pop Deadeye before the Flux lifts them up, it's worth it. If you pop it while they're in the air, it's not worth it. So it's just going to depend on timing. Okay, I hope this gives you a little bit more insight in how to use Deadeye and the creativity of it and why I think Deadeye is one of the best ultis in the game, or of DPS ultis. I genuinely think Deadeye is really good. I think that's what makes me better than a lot of other cast players, is I think I have a better understanding how Deadeye works broadly, so I just get more value for my ultimate than the average player. But yes. Okay, and then talking about King's Row first attack, whether you go hotel or you go high ground is going to be very contingent on what the enemy team is doing and where they're playing, right? If there's an enemy Sigma up top, then don't go up top, right? Then it should be obvious to you that working hotel is likely stronger. But if there's a Sigma, if they're playing main space, right? If they got like a guy in hotel, they got their tank in main space, then making this rotation up top here is very strong.
How's it going?
And then just remember that you need to make sure you have, as you peek, the key to this is as you peek this high ground angle, make sure you have roll available because you might need a roll damage. There's sometimes where you like try to make the rotation and then you'll get headshot and you have to roll backwards. Okay. Just keep that in mind. You need to have roll available. So if you are able to make it here, you can roll across and then this is what I call the infinite value angle. You kind of just win. Once you're here, you kind of just win the fight. You're too high threat. They can't deal with you, especially if they're not playing something like a Diva or a Winston or something, and you just win.
Ready for battle.
Tell me I need to repace the GPU. I have fans en route right now. One of my fans is busted. Okay, you're already losing. It's just bad pathing. Okay, so one thing you have, I think you die here. No, you should have died in my opinion. Let me see this guy.
Attackers incoming.
No, okay. So a better Widow had slightly better timing and blows your lid off. Okay, so here's the problem. What you need to understand is that whenever you're playing Cassidy, you want to be always choosing pathing that it works better for your effective range or your idea. A very common idea in Overwatch is you want to commit to whatever your idea is, no matter what you do. So because time is important, so you want to do things as fast as possible, right? So whenever you're pathing out of King's Row, first attack, you have two options. Option number one is walk to the left side of the bus, hug this wall, then walk with your tank as they look to make space. Why is this an idea? The reason you want to do this is because if you walk main space and use this bus and then try to work this area, you're going to be operating out of your effective range for anybody playing in these spaces, right? From here to here. They will poke you out. They will do more damage to you than you will do to them. So resultantly, that is a situation where you're going to be put into negative value. And you want to avoid as much time as being negative value as humanly possible. So if you're going to path right side, that's fine. But your idea should not be to walk here and then look to fight people. Your idea should be to hug this wall and cross immediately. That way you're in theater as quickly as possible, right? Like you'd roll this gap. I think you don't even roll the gap, by the way. No, because you use roll to get out of spawn. Like don't roll here because you need roll to cross the gap to get in the hotel or to get into theater to minimize the chance of you random dying, right? Because there is a world where you random die here. There is a world. So you need to roll across the gap. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So let me illustrate this pathing to you. So you have this option, boom, to do this, and then you have, let me get blue. You have this pathing like this, roll to go high ground. Okay, these are kind of the two ideas that you have on first attack. This first attack is pretty much solved. There's like one of these core patterns is how many good, the best. How many colors does Epic Pen have? You can put as many as you want. You should prefer one of these paths as it maximizes the chance of your idea working properly with while also, I guess is how I should write this, while also minimizing the risk you take in coming to the angle you want. Ensure that you don't roll out of spawn, as being faster here doesn't matter until your tank is in choke. And you need roll to roll into theater and prevent random deaths. Okay. So I know it seems minor, but you will just die here and lose games as a result of this, so you might as well fix it. And it's also a really easy fix. W min maxing, yeah, it's just a really easy thing to fix, so it's worth talking about. Wait, what would you rather do if the other team is holding on the choke rather than behind the hotel statue? Holding on the choke, as in they're holding here? If they're holding here, this is good for you, and here's why. Because what you'll do is you'll just come up top like Symmetry has done, and then you'll either stand in this window and shoot everybody from an off angle, or you'll stand up top here and shoot everybody from the off angle, which are both good. Just keep in mind, like, I feel like a lot of players who get stuck in this choke here just forget that dropping out this window is good. Like, because here's the thing. Even if you die, you're going to pull people out of the choke. And what is that going to do? It's going to give your team the opportunity to walk forward. So, for example, if you drop out this window and then a Rhine chases you randomly, right? Like a Rhine just like pins on you. Well, where's the Rhine no longer if he's pinning on you? He's no longer in main. So the absence of Reinhardt means that your team will have more time and more increased likelihood of working main space, which is good for your team. You need to be brave there. Yeah, you have to be brave and just drop. Holy moly. Widow down. Let me see that again. Okay, what's his crosshair placement though? You gotta fix this. You're turning the corner and we're aiming at the floor. Come on. Yeah, look at this. You have to make a big adjustment here. Like, just aim like wherever you think head level is. Not a big fan of that. Good kill though otherwise. Yeah, too low. Too low. Aim higher. Okay, we're in GM. We gotta fix this. Okay, this is non-negotiable. Boom. Let me just I'll just put a dot there. Okay. I'm gonna be a little bit mean here, Symmetry, by bullying you about crosshair placement, but I need you to understand how significant this issue is. I'm actually gonna make a new thing, crosshair placement. Okay. I'm gonna show you the extent of how bad this is going to be likely. Big adjustment, non-issue. It'll be very easy to fix. Or it should be relatively easy to fix. Okay, you're advantaged, so you don't actually need to do anything. Just shoot these guys, it's fine. Okay. Rolling here for reload when you're too far away to not get punished is fine. No big deal. Okay, now you need to get... No, this is a mistake. You work main space? No, this is weak. Okay, so you're already making an error here. So you need to understand that on DPS, I know you're typically well, you're a support player, but it's still even a similar idea on support, which is not doubling up. Okay, let me rephrase this. You have to understand the idea of not doubling up on DPS, which you should be able to use this law of not doubling up, or I wouldn't call it a law. I'll call it a tool. That's my new way of describing these things. You're going to use the tool of not doubling up to infer that being in main space is likely weak. So with this in mind, okay, and we know that this is because Sojourn is in main, and Sojourn is our ally DPS. So you need to understand that because this is likely weak, it is likely that another angle is stronger. So now you need to think to yourself, where on the map is a stronger angle going to be? Okay, and it turns out that the best angle you have available to you is to go to the high ground, come up top, and then control this high ground space. Because from here on the high ground space, you can do this flank, which is extremely strong on Cassidy, as long as you aren't getting marked by someone like, say, this Widowmaker. So you would just have to watch for the matchup and ensure that you're not getting basically spawn camped by this guy. But this would be probably your best rotation to be making right now, because in worst case scenario, you don't need this space. You can just drop in the main. Okay, like that's worst case scenario, you just drop. And best case scenario, you control a very important high ground, which will stop your team from getting flanked. But keep in mind, Widowmaker and Bastion aren't really enemies that want to be flanking you. But if they did flank you, right? Let's say the Widowmaker did use this space here, you'd be able to stop this flank from happening as you're already on the high ground. So not only is it an offensive idea to go into their backline, but it's also a defensive idea to prevent them from flanking you. Okay? So you're missing a macro idea here. And even if you go there now, you're going too late. You need to go immediately. You need to get off the cart because you need to be... Cassidy is slow. Rotations take forever. You need to start walking as soon as humanly possible once you realize the fight is won. So then you would end up on this angle. If you don't see anybody here, you would continue walking and incur risk. You would just walk here, get brave, get brave. Cassidy is not for weak-minded players. You have to be brave to win on this hero, especially if you're one-tricking. Okay, walk here, stand here, crouch, wait for them to walk past you, flash fan. They're gonna make Reddit posts about you. Okay, like that's what we need from you in terms of rotations and how to kind of approach this first fight on this. Okay, let me write a note on this. Okay, you need to use the tool of doubling up to determine that playing main space is likely weak. So you need to look for some alternative. Likely weak, and I'll specify, because your Sojourn is in main space. So you need to look for some alternative. The best rotation here is to go high ground, because even if it doesn't end up being good, you can just drop into main. It gives you more options. The ability to flank. And it doubles as a defensive idea, preventing enemies from using high ground to flank your team. Okay. And why is it more a joke? Wait, what DPS should one play who is generally scared? You can't be scared in Climb and Overwatch. They're mutually exclusive. You can't. especially on DPS in particular. You can be scared on heroes like Mercy and Weaver, like that are a lot more reactive in value instead of proactive in value, but those are like heroes that are unique in that way. But even that, if you watch even the best Weaver players, they're not even scared. Like they do some crazy stuff all the time. Mercy, the way you get Mercy's a little bit different because whenever you pop stuff like Valkyrie and whenever you fly into fights, you actually can pull aggro. Like the best Mercy players do really cool like movement tech that pull aggro and essentially become pseudo tanks, which is really interesting to me. I think what would be really interesting, I don't play Mercy, but I think what would be a really interesting idea is like if you got like some kind of overhealth in GA or something would be kind of cool. Because then it would encourage you to be more proactive with your GA itself, but I guess it'd just give it her permanent health increase because you're always using GA, so who knows. Shout out to the Flame Toad Reddit post. Did he make a new one? I know he made it. Yeah, we can't be made here. Okay, and this is just bad map geometry for you. You need it. Okay. I'll show you how it pans out, but I think you're learning through experience here. Okay, why does this feel bad to Mystery? Why does it feel bad? Okay, you walk here, you see Zen, you get scared and you leave. Well, it's because you're out of your effective range. Yeah, you're out range, exactly. So now you know, this is good limit testing from you. Right, I love this. So good job. But you need to now learn that this angle sucks. Okay, this angle sucks for Cassidy. Coming to this side of the map is just not preferred because you end up on this dead end angle. Whenever you get here, Cassidy just kind of can't do anything in this space for two reasons. Number one, it's out of his effective range from here to the supports. This is like 35 meters or something. It's really far. And also you can't walk forward because there's no cover anywhere in this space. So you should generally just prefer avoiding this space entirely. The only time you really come here is if there's a really like nasty Hanzo here or something that is stopping your team from walking forward. Sometimes you'll fight him, but then you won't continue rotating. You'll actually just come back into main space. And it's because this angle is just too bad for Cass. Because if you're here, how do you walk? How do you walk forward? How do you walk forward? It's too difficult. There's no cover. Right? You could roll to this, but then what do? You're stuck. Right? It's really weak. Even this high ground isn't even that good. You do get a little bit closer, right? You're good, like, I don't know, 5 meters closer. But how do you continue rotating? In Overwatch, you don't want to choose these dead end angles. You want to choose angles that give you the ability to continue rotating if you have an advantage, right? So if I have an advantage, we have to win the fight for me to walk forward. Otherwise, I'm just going to die walking into main space. Which is why on Cassidy, you're either playing main like this and just shooting your gun, or you're making this rotation into the alley side of the map, because from here you have deeper rotations, right? You can go wide, you can continue rotating this way, you can go into their spawn, right? Notice this whole time I had rotations that are good for me. Zen does more damage to me than I do to him. Yeah, precisely. But yeah, so we shouldn't be on this side of the map. I think you learn this just through limit testing, and I think you put this in your notes as well. But this is just bad map geometry for Cass. You really want to be preferring either this main space or somehow working these flanks or like this alley angle. Okay. We must not choose this right side angle as it doesn't give Cassidy additional rotations and leads him to a... This is going to be a new concept I want to be talking about more, which is a dead end. I think I was thinking about it the other day, and I think it's actually a really good idea to illustrate the concept here. You no longer have any additional safe rotations to deepen on your hero, or at least play your effective range. So you don't prefer this map space. Okay. And I want to point out to Mystery that if you had done the rotation that I talked about where you went high ground, I think this all would have panned out better for you. So you wouldn't have ended up on the floor here. You'd be about here now. And I think the likelihood of you being able to make this is actually quite high. Let's actually look at it. So when were we on the cart?
Objective lost.
Yeah, so you'd be walking, you'd be probably top about now. And then you'd probably be walking this way about now. And then you would wait. You would just shoot. These guys backed up around the corner. Now you would walk because your Sojourn is basically screening for you, right? These guys are screening for you, so now you have you can act like there's an imaginary wall here, and then you'd be able to walk forward, and you would have slipped into their backline. Yeah, it would have panned out better. There. I think Cassidy's a good hero to train positioning because his limitations force. Yeah, Cassidy is one of the best heroes to learn, as from a one-trick perspective, because he forces you to learn the fundamentals of Overwatch. Like actually properly. Okay, wait, what? Okay, so you don't die here and you come back to this angle. And then I think you just get stuck here. Yeah, shoot Sigma. Nice. Then you come back here, yeah. You shouldn't be taking this fight. Your idea in this kind of situation is don't fight to cast. Just trade out backlines. Rotate back this way and open up the flank so you can trade out the Ana. Right? I don't really... These fights are typically pretty bad for you because you're at a low ground disadvantage. Can you get the flashbang? Yes. But you're at a low ground disadvantage, so going for the fight is just kind of awkward. You want to prefer not taking it disadvantaged fights, right? So you should prefer not taking this fight, and you should just go trade backlines instead. Yeah, it feels really awkward. Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. So instead of doing this, we should be... Let me do this. It's not what I want. This fight is disadvantaged to the enemies on the high ground. It is to your benefit to instead rotate to a position where an advantaged fight is likely. Okay. So, and that I spelled likely wrong. I'll fix that in a second. That'd be to go here, to go here, to go here, to shoot these guys. Okay. Likely. Trading backlines is probably the better idea. Boom. Perfect. Okay, let's keep going. I wouldn't even shoot these guys. Like, you need to rotate. Now you're the guy on cart. But it's like, why are we the guy on cart? It's because we spent so much time hesitating in our rotation that everyone else got off the cart. This is a mistake. Yeah. Okay. Go top. Nice. Really good pathing from you. Love this. This is why I always say go top on second point attack, because it gives you the most options, right? From high ground, you can just drop in the main if you want, right? So go high. Go high is stronger. Love this. Love this. Love this. You needed to see the sig got shattered, but sure. And then you need to leave. Leave. Stop shooting this guy. He's gonna die. Either he's gonna die anyway, or you need to go trade out his backline. Because think about it. If you're on blue team, and your Sigma is nanoed, what are you going to do? What is going to happen? You're going to walk forward. Okay. So your job, whenever you're on this angle, is not to shoot this Sigma. Your job is to stop the enemy team from doing anything. Zone the follow-up. Yeah, you need to be able to zone the follow-up here. You could argue that your Sojourn is zoning the follow-up, so you don't have to, which would be an okay argument as long as you knew that was happening. Okay, if you knew that was happening, I'll give it to you. If you didn't know what was happening, then you needed to go do something else, because shooting the Sigma is just going to be pretty weak. He's going to just, like, if he plays his cards right, he just doesn't die. I didn't know that. Yeah, zoning the follow-up is a really important idea as DPS. Yeah, like, look, he has left shift. I mean, he can't use it anyway because it's the Rhine matchup. He's kind of just screwed, actually, no matter what. So I don't think for the record, I don't think shooting him is a bad play. It's not a bad play. In my opinion, it's just not the optimal play. I think actually zoning backline would have been stronger here, because I think there's actually a good chance he still dies no matter what. Let's see. I think your Rhine and your Mizuki are like fully tree-based the whole time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he dies no matter what here, even if you weren't in this fight. Okay. So yeah, you need to understand the idea of zoning the backline, particularly whenever you have, particularly when there's some power spike happening and it's inconvenient for you, or you're going to be very ineffective at shooting tank or someone. Like, whenever the tank walks forward, just zone the follow-up as it... Whenever I accidentally wipe the color, it's like one of my biggest pet peeves. It actually makes me irrationally angry. Tank. Boom. Okay. Zoning the follow-up is the idea. Okay. Whenever a tank is... Whenever someone is power spiking on an angle... angle or main space and it's inconvenient or not very effective for you to shoot them, consider zoning the follow-up from backline instead. Okay, let me put this. Think about it from the enemy team's POV. If your tank is nanoed in main, what are you doing? Pushing forward. Okay, so stop them from pushing forward and helping the tank. You will do more damage to the tank by preventing healing than by just shooting him. Also, this is a unique situation where in nano boost, because he gets damage resistance, it's actually worse to shoot him, because if the Ana heals him for 70, your gun only does 35 to him, right? So Ana's just going to do way more healing to him than you're going to do damage. So shooting like the healers or the supports that would be peeking the angle to help the Sig would actually be more effective. Would Noon be good here? No, because you can just shoot him. He's in nano, so the risk of you dying is a little bit too high. You could do it given that the Mizuki ulti has come out, but I just don't think you really need to because you can just shoot your gun. It wouldn't be horrible, but also notice that the Mizuki ulti end and then now the Sigma uses left shift, so the likelihood of it doing nothing is higher. Okay. Zen down. Okay, Bashin down. Ride the car. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Turn the corner. That's good, but it's good coincidentally. Fight this cast. We're aiming lugs. Okay, that was friendly Mizuo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know it's friendly Mizuo. Like if we used Deadeye, the friendly Mizuo would have kept her, symmetry alive. Is what I was saying. Wait, W rat. Actually, insane diabolical rat. Holy moly. Okay, you just made footsteps, by the way. I'll show you. He doesn't hear it. He's not close enough to hear it. You got lucky. You did? No, you got lucky. Because look at this. Whenever you do this, it turns your camera. That makes footsteps. That makes footsteps. You will die doing this. I promise you guys. You need to stop moving your camera. Stop moving your camera. Like whenever you start ratting, you have two options. You can either look at where enemies can come from or where your team is going to come from. Just know that this action makes noise. Why? I don't know. I don't know why. It makes me rash. Everything about how footsteps work in Overwatch actually pisses me off. It makes me so mad. Not only does this make footsteps, but also there's heroes like fucking Sigma that don't have footsteps. So it doesn't make any sense. Like why do I get punished for turning around, but we let a 700 HP tank walk around with no fucking footsteps? Make it make sense, Overwatch. Actually. Make it make sense. Actually, so stupid. It's actually the worst mechanic ever. How do footsteps actually work? How does crouching work? So crouching just makes your footsteps quieter. It doesn't actually make them silent. It's not like walking in Valorant. So you make less noise, but it's not, you still make noise. And then there's certain heroes that have louder footsteps than other heroes. Cassidy is one of the heroes in the game that have the loudest footsteps. It's like Reaper, Cassidy, Widowmaker, like some tanks have the loudest footsteps. And then you have heroes like Genji and Tracer who are very quiet relative. And then you have heroes with none like Echo, Sigma, Domina, stuff like that. Because according to the lore, they float. But yeah. Okay, I actually love this thing from you, but look at this. We're about to turn the corner and we're aiming chest. Okay. Like this is something we gotta fix. Gotta fix this. Boom. Okay. I need you to have a mental map in your head on where people are at. Where people will be, okay? Like, so whenever you're swinging angles, you need to be aiming everywhere where threat could be. So, like, whenever you swing this angle, what I want to see from you is you swing the angle and you're already aiming at head level on this doorway. Then you're aiming head level in main space. Then you're aiming head level as you swing the corner like this. This is what you need as a hitscan player. Okay, you have to do this. This is not optional. Okay, aim head level, aim head level, aim head level. Always aim head level. What's even the criteria that they use to decide which are loud and which are silent? Just lore. It's lethality. Like Cassidy has loud footsteps, which makes sense because he's so lethal because of his gun. Okay. So like here, whenever you swing this corner, you watch this doorway. Then if you're gonna swing, aim here, swing the corner. Okay, important. If you have Calc Sigma's weight at around 300 kg, his footsteps would be like bombs going. He's literally a giant. Keep rotating, keep rotating, keep rotating. No. Okay, where is my ally DPS? Where's my ally DPS? Okay, actually, what are they even doing? Okay, they're taking 10 years to rotate. Okay, I don't really know what this guy's doing. Okay, you kind of walked into a miracle timeline where this is the best play. I don't think you did this intentionally, though. You're in a miracle timeline where this is the best play because for some reason your Sojourn decided to walk up the staircase in the mega room rather than just sliding up top. What happened? He must have missed the slide. No, he slides to the angle, grabs the mega because he gets poked out too early, and then walks up. Okay, sure. It actually turned out that what you did here was near optimal. You actually needed to continue rotating deeper though, so that you ended up being in natural cover here faster because you would have prevented this from happening. Yeah, and you lose the duel. Yeah, okay. So you need to understand that when you're given the opportunity to rotate deeper, rotating deeper is typically better, right? So here, for example, whenever you see this Reinhardt shield come out, use this opportunity not to shoot your gun, but to rotate. Rotate first and then shoot your gun. Because at some point, this Reinhardt is likely going to leave. So if you're stuck, if you're here, it gives you the option to rotate into their backline or to just shoot people. Let me actually do it in a different color. Either rotate into their backline or to just shoot your gun down main space, which are both good. And more importantly, it frees up your Reinhardt to go do something else. If you continue to use the shield, it pressures the Reinhardt into pocketing you the whole time, which is not what we want. Whenever you're playing Overwatch, you want to free up your players to do whatever they want rather than play for you. Okay, so here we needed to use this opportunity to continue rotating. Whenever you are shielded like this, use this opportunity to continue rotating and open up potential space for your team. And more importantly, allow your Reinhardt to think more selfishly. Okay. If you're ever in a situation where you are reliant on your team for something, e.g. shield, you're misplaying. Okay. Okay, like we should be on this left angle. Also, I want to point out, also, if you were on the angle, you would zone the enemy team from using this space. Okay, this should kind of be your idea anyway from a macro lens because you have to think about it from the defender's POV. How do you crack this? How do you crack this attack or this defense? The way you do it is you send people down main. You have like people like your Sigma go down main, and then you have a DPS work this side angle. Why is this good? Because this side, if you have a DPS work this side angle, it opens up. It does two things. Number one, it flanks the enemy team, right? It does this flank down main space, and number two, it gives your team more angle control, and it stops your team from getting flanked. Right, if this Cassidy didn't make this rotation, this means that Symmetry would be able to continue to go back into their backline and kill two. Okay, so as a defender, it's a defensive idea to control the lane and also an offensive idea to open up a flank. So as the attacker, you need to identify this space as being important to the defender and fight for the lane. Okay, because you have to understand, even if you don't win the fight, as long as you live, you stop them from flanking, which is good for you. Okay. So you should understand that from a macro lens anyway, that fighting for this lane is good. Because here, it's very clear to me that you're not thinking so much in terms of map control. You're thinking about just shooting people, which can be okay. It's all right. I don't think it's preferred here. Good awareness to turn on this cast. Also, this would be a situation where using Deadeye is appropriate, by the way. Because how you would do this is, do I have Deadeye? Hopefully I do. I do. Here's how you do this. You need to utilize a concept called Bad 3C, which informs how you use Deadeye hygiene. Okay, exclamation mark Bad 3C in chat so you can have more information about what that means. But you would use Deadeye hygiene to inform how you use Deadeye, not when you use Deadeye. Okay, the first B stands for blind. Can someone run the command? Actually, I'll just do it. Extreme smart bad 3C. Okay. So the first B stands for blind. You want to make sure you have visual confirmation of the enemy team before you pop your ultimate. Okay. So we see Bastion, we see the Sigma, we see everybody, right? So we know that people are here. A, angle. We want to prefer being on an angle from the rest of our team. We're with our Reinhardt and the rest of our team is in main space. So we're closest to angle as we can get. Sure. Not a big deal. Then we want to have distance. Are we relatively far to the enemy team? Kind of. Okay. It's okay. It's not like we're point blank in main space. So it's not that bad. Then you want to have cover. This is the most important part of this. So whenever you pop Deadeye here, a lot of people think you pop Deadeye in main space and you just walk with your Rhine. That is a recipe for disaster. That's not how you pop Deadeye. How you want to pop Deadeye is you want to pop it wide, unswing to the corner like this, and you're going to find 200 cooldowns walk straight past you, and then you're going to swing wide. Why is this better? Why is this better? Because Deadeye is not an ultimate that kills people anyway, most of the time. The only time you're going to be using Deadeye and holding it in main space is when people are playing extremely wide and they don't have damage mitigation tools to live. So, for example, you would never kill a Sigma here. Why? Because he has a shield and he has his left shift to get him out of the angle. Who might you kill? I don't know, an Orisa with no javelin and no cooldowns, okay? You might kill a Hazard with no cooldowns, right? You might kill tanks like that, but never really a tank like Sigma unless he's out of his CDs. Okay? And then, so you would use Deadeye, unswing the angle, and then you would go back. This is called tail tucking. Okay, or just tucking in general. And then two other ideas for bad 3C is cooldowns. Make sure you're tracking cooldowns that can cancel your ultimate like jab spin and rock. And then make sure you're canceling any bad ultimates. When is it a good time to reswing? Don't overthink it, just go. You want because you need to, what matters more is you need to understand why you unswing, not why you reswing. Why you unswing is to dodge cooldowns to prevent yourself from taking damage and still leverage the fact that you're zoning people and then go from there. So like, I don't know, like 4 seconds if you want, like if you want an eyeball number, but it kind of just doesn't matter. But yes, Bomb Chew, congratulations. You have earned a 1v1 tail in any game. Holy moly. We will be playing Soul Calibur 6 at the end of stream today against Bomb Chew Bunny for VIP. Keep in mind, I've never played this game in my life, so we will see how it goes. Okay. If I lose, it's going to be so embarrassing. I should be fine. Okay, the only thing about this is you honestly could have had a little bit more swag here. But, I mean, it's not really worth talking about because you should have been in flash range. Like, you needed to just be playing the space to be in flash range. It would have been the idea. Okay, anyway. I already bought the game, so we're good. Yeah, this Deadeye is not very good. So you typically don't want to use Deadeye once you're already fluxed because you kind of just die here anyway most of the time. Even this Deadeye didn't even zone anything that mattered anyway because he can't even push forward with this flux, even if you didn't Deadeye, because his team is too far back. So you wouldn't have been able to walk anyway. It's not the end of the world. I don't really care that much. Like it's fine. My idea was to stop Sigma and his team from following up. Yeah, but you die here most of the time. If you take 70 damage, you're just dead. You're just dead. So if people are just slightly brave, you die here every single time you pop this Deadeye. You don't... Popping Deadeye in Sigma ulti is pretty rare, as it being any good. Okay. So also, the thing that kind of sucks about this, by the way, is you also died early. So you're not here to poke the walk up. Like... Typically, with your Cassidy's not good on King's Road 3rd. So what you end up doing is that you end up making this rotation and you come to the high ground and you die here on purpose. Or you fight for this for your life. And the reason this is the case is Cassidy sucks in this fight, especially against Sigma. Like, you're just going to get poked out of your effective range and you're not going to be able to do anything. Like, there's really not very many good plays here. Like, the best things you can do is, like, walk into the Mega Room and try to shoot backline or just try to find the Gambit rotation to make it top here. Those are the only two things that kind of make any sense, especially against Sigma where you're outranged. The only thing you can really do is shoot your gun. And if you're in a situation where you're shooting your gun as Cass, it's generally weak. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, Okay, Bastion shows up. Good kiting. You just can't get caught and die. I think the idea is fine. It's just a bit unfortunate they popped nano, and honestly, there's nothing to do there anyway. Kind of rough. Good pathing from you. Really like this pathing from you. This is the best pathing for Cassidy, by the way, guys, on third, because it minimizes the risk, and it's kind of like the same idea on first, right? On first attack, you don't, like on this attack, you don't really want to be crossing this open space as Cassidy. So what you do is you path to this right side here, as it puts you in main space, but there's no way to avoid this, and then you can roll to the gap, so you minimize the chance of you dying in main, which is very strong. So nice pathing from you. I was trying to avoid dying to Widow. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay, this is weak though. So you're trying to avoid dying to the Widow, who you know is in main space, and we're pathing to the left side where it's open with no cover. You needed to walk to this. If you were going to do this, you needed to play on the left side to begin with. So you made one of two errors. It's going to be up to you on how you want to solve it. If your idea is to play on the left, it's actually, no, you only made one error, because playing on the left side is just objectively worse for Cass. Why is that better pathing? Is then not a longer sideline from the right? Okay, I'll show you why. If they play here, look at this. Like, the chance of you dying there is so low. It's so low. But where are you more like, can someone join? Is anyone joinable? Just a minute. I can show you. It's gonna be easier to show you guys. I can? Okay. Poppy, what's your battle tag? I don't think I have you on this account. Invite. I don't. Give me a battle tag. But okay, what I wanted to say is that if you're going to come to the right side with this pathing, you need to come to the right here. I have you on both. I need your battle tag. I don't have you. You're none of these players. Oh, how did you, what? Are you, oh, you must be invisible then. Just pick anybody, it doesn't really matter. You don't need to be on attack. We don't need to change sides. Wait, what? Are we attack? That's insane. I think I do eventually go to the right, but not right away. It needs to be right away. Yeah, you can't walk in main at all. You're just gonna expose yourself to risk and die. Cassie's not mobile enough to live. Okay, so notice as Poppy just, you come walk forward toward me and then walk into the mega room. Like, look at this. If I'm playing main space, I don't really see Poppy's on my screen for how long is that? Just for this cross. Just for this cross. Okay. But now you go main and then walk across mega. Right. So, like, I'll show you. Like, do this. Like, act like you're coming out of third spawn and you're doing this rotation. And then shooting your gun. Like, look. Poppy's just on my screen for longer. Okay. In more open space. Okay. You incur some risk because it's a longer sight line, but you're on their screen for a shorter amount of time. Okay. So you would just roll this way. Well, wait for your team. And then you would wait for a roll to come off cooldown. And then you would go wide, jump, roll across. Okay. Thank you for the help, Poppy. That's all I wanted to show. But yeah. So this needs to be your idea. Like, I don't want to see this at all because you're just increasing the likelihood of you dying, and it just kind of poor hygiene. Like, you need to be walking here instantly, as long as you're pathing on this side of the map. Like, you need to go down the pathing according to what you staged for, or else your staging was not right. Okay, we can't be spending any time in main space here as we path to make the right side rotation. Commit to the rotation that you staged for, else you will incur extra risk and potentially die. Okay, Cassidy is a slow, low mobility, low range hero. You can't really get away with this kind of idea, especially with his larger hitbox. Okay, if you were Kiriko, you could get away with stuff like this because you're just so skinny, you're evasive anyway. But you're not. Cassie can't. You will die. So hot brunette is noob, perhaps. Continue rotating. Nice. You got a lot of really good ideas. Nice headshot. Like, you see this? This is why crosshair placement is so important. Why did you get a headshot here? It's because as you turn the corner, I don't know if you did this intentionally, but you happen to be aiming basically head level, and then you get the headshot. Okay? So this is great. You need this all the time with Cass. You should be getting these headshots multiple times a game. I'm not opposed to this role in the matchup. Okay, this was a different matchup. I would be opposed to this, but because it's a Widowmaker, it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think Ego and the Widow's okay. I would have preferred you pop toward the Mega there instead of getting healing from the Juno, but sure. Also, this Mizuki ult is not any good. If you wanted to pop a better Mizuki ult, you would pop it on the corner so that your team could walk. I don't really know why he does it here. What? Oh, he's about to die. Okay, but he's about to die because his pathing is bad. Like, he's about to die because you walk. Like, look at this from the Bastion POV. The Mizuki is just walking in the main for no reason, with no cover. And because he does that, he forces his ult. So this is just like poor play from the Mizuki. We needed this Mizuki ult on the corner because what would have been really nice is that if the Mizuki ulted on the corner, whoops, let me zoom away. If he ulted on the corner like this, then we could use that to pat top, which would be really good. But whatever. He could still place it further. Yeah, I don't really know why he did that. Good rotation. Good cover usage. Widow's above you. Okay, I guess you just think the Widow is not seeable from here. I would have tried to look up just to see if I could see her. Because there's a chance that this is minor, but I would just look up one time. Because there might be a chance that you see her. There is some angles here that are favorable for you. Favorable for you. I didn't know the Widow was here. Oh, you heard walls. But like here, you can see through this grate. Which you could maybe kill her, depending on where she's standing. So I would just check that. You'd be surprised. Like, if you even see a sliver of her head hitbox, yeah, I think maybe... Yeah, I think there might have been a world where you hit a shot or something. I don't know. Would you not shoot there when Zen ult is used, or you want to pull attention? Shooting here is... So, you can have two perspectives on this. So, perspective number one is you can think of this from the denial perspective, denial lens, which is you just want to deny the space from the enemy team, so you don't actually need to do anything, and you can just shoot your gun in main space, which would be fine, right? Alternatively, you can think about it from this space is empty, so fill it idea. So the space is empty, filling it incurs a little bit of risk, right? You're now overextended relative to your team, and you're able to shoot these guys, but you now stop them from walking back toward your space, or you force them to clear you. And in both of those situations, it is good. As if they don't back up, right? If they don't back up, who gets to kill them? Big Mama Lover, your Reinhardt player. And if they do clear you, right? I mean, if they don't back up, they die to your Rein. If they come clear you, you pull them out of main space, which means that your Rein can walk forward. So it's kind of good either way. I think no matter what, you're making a good play here. This kind of gets into opinionated Overwatch. I think, and this is why positioning matters a lot in this game, because if you're on the optimal position, there's generally multiple correct answers. So it's just kind of depending on what your opinion on the win condition is. If you had Deadeye, I think this play is objectively better, but given that we don't have Deadeye yet, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, so you kill the Sigma anyway, but this is less so about the ultimate, right? I don't think he'd be shooting you anyway because you have a Rein shield, and he has to walk forward to touch cards. So you don't kill him because of the ulti, you kill him because of card pressure. Yeah. Honestly, great third point. Other than you dying early, which stopped you from getting an aggressive start on third, it was pretty good. Yeah, he has to touch your losers. Yeah, exactly. So the Deadeye's okay. Deadeyeing in Sigma Flux is not the end of the world. It just keep on mind, like on average, it's not that strong. Okay, everyone in their dog is playing in this space. Good crosshair placement here. Okay, you actually don't have as bad of a crosshair placement issue as I was thinking. So it's actually pretty good for me. I like this. Small note about the Sigma matchup. I'm actually starting to become less of a fan of fanning Sigma shield, because the problem is good Sigmas flicker their shield, right? And notice he flickered his shield. You're now fanning the air. So I actually think just shooting Sigma shield is better because you're not locked in an animation. Like now, what just happened? I'm like soft locked. There we go. Now, because you're in an animation, this gives these guys a small window to do something, right? Where you can't punish them. Like now you're finally shooting the Sigma again. So I would just keep that in mind as like a little bit of a micro thing in the Sig matchup. Particularly against better Sigma players. Worse Sigma players will leave their shield up. But I think in general, just probably shooting it is likely better anyway. Into the Sigma matchup, keep in mind that better players will flicker their shield. So it is likely actually better to just shoot your gun as to not lock yourself into the fan the hammer animation and force a reload. Because you're really stuck in two animations. You're stuck in the fan the hammer animation, which is about a second long, and then the reload animation, which is about a second and a half. So this causes you to have 2 seconds of downtime when you otherwise could be looking for opportunity. Okay. Small thing, but occasionally important in this matchup because Sig is popular. Sig is a very popular tank right now, so this is going to come up a lot as you play Cass. Yeah, I didn't want to play Hotel because my music came June over here, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I think playing Hotel here is okay. Because it's like, okay, if you weren't in, like, just for the uninitiated, if Symmetry wasn't in Hotel, where would Symmetry be? What would the alternative be? The alternative would be to play in main space. But here's the problem. You're going to be playing main space against Sigma, who outranges you, Zen, who outranges, like, literally every single hero on the enemy team outranges you. So playing in main space will just mean your negative value. And this is why I don't, like, there's a lot, if you watch a lot of hitscan players, they play main space, and I think it's weak. It doesn't really make any sense. Like, old Cassidy, Overwatch 1 Cassidy could do this because you had 40-meter range, like, insane range. You were one of the longer range hitscans in the game. But now, in the modern state of Overwatch, with 25-meter range, high mobility, and poke tanks, you're not going to do anything. Like, I think starting on Hotel is just stronger on Cass. And then you can bounce to main angle. Okay. Side note on this mystery is you need to watch our movement here. So I know it's minor, but it's very important because this map is super popular. Whenever you're playing this space, try not to move forward and backwards, right? Like, look at how much forward and backwards movement you had there. That was kind of unnecessary. Just maintain lateral movement with your back toward the wall. Like, typically how you approach this is, let me switch to attack. Let me just go back. Cass. I started moving back because Sig was shooting me. Yeah, I just want to, like, I know you're not doing it too much here. I'm not going to make it a note in the actual notes, but it's just something to keep in mind, right? I'll just re-explain it, which is typically your idea is put your back on this wall. The reason you want to have your back on this wall is it minimizes your distance to the door, and then you can back up this way, right? That's kind of the idea, which is what you do, but we're also doing some of this action, which is what we want to avoid, right? It just adds extra time between us and the mini, and the likelihood of us dying is higher. Because we want to make sure that we're able to roll backwards and get behind cover as quickly as possible. And there will be situations where if you walk forward, notice that the roll backwards doesn't put me into cover. That's the problem, okay? So that's why I always nitpick on people in this angle, because you will die here because of this. Okay, sure. Sig is dead, match intentions, this is fine. Shoot Bastion. What were your notes on this? On attack, my plan on this map is usually work right side and try to take the building behind point. Should I prefer hotel side? Nah, your attack was fine. On defense, I was a bit hesitant about holding hotel since my music was. I wasn't sure where else to hold TBH. I don't have enough playtime on casting this here though. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, so you had the right idea here. Yeah. This is really good from you. We hate Sigma. Yeah, so like here's what I want to point out. Like you take how much damage? Look, you take 5 damage and you grab the mini. This is my problem. Like this is why it matters a lot in this point in particular, because this mini is your lifeline in this position. So because you take 5 damage to the thing and grab it, which means that you won't have it if you do get pushed, is my critique, right? Like we need to make sure we're a little bit more conscious of our movement in this position because we can't be grabbing this early, right? Grab. Oh, I need to make it red. Grab early. Okay. This is a note though. You need to be aware of this. You can't be unnecessarily grabbing this because it's like you have to think of the mini as like an additional health pool, right? You grab this mini early due to bad movement. You need to take 75 plus damage before grabbing this mini ideally. This mini ideally to extend the amount of time you can be spending on this angle. Okay. All right. My second point, defense is really bad. I was so lost. Okay, okay. How you kill those guys is actually a mere mystery to me. I guess a sim mystery, I suppose. Okay. Releasing him. A little bit scared here, but kind of makes sense. Run away. You're down your bash. You're okay. So your idea here should be to kite, not to continue to hold the angle, because they're about to push. Your Reinhardt's no longer holding this space, so it's a lot more likely that you get pushed in the hotel angle, and more importantly, you're down your Soj. Okay, so you're down a player. Holding aggressively is not really the idea here. Typically, what ends up happening in situations like this is that when you're down a player like this Sojourn, your team will back up into this kind of space, and then it gets a little bit awkward because your team gets flanked and through the hotel angle and so on and so forth. So what you should be doing is back. I think it's okay. Like this is probably your second best play to go for a backline, but I think it's generally worse because if you got pushed by tank here, you just die. So what you should be doing is backing up, playing this space here, and then either doing one of two things. If your team walks you down main with ultimates, walk with them. If they don't, set up the flank while you wait for your Sojourn to come back. Because what will end up happening is the point gets to like 2/3-ish, and then your Sojourn will be in main space, and then you'll be flanked, and then you also are about to come up with Deadeye. So what will end up happening is you'll make this rotation, walk up the staircase, stand up here, farm Deadeye, pop Deadeye in main space. This will give your team the ability to walk forward, and then your Sojourn will also be with them. So you prevent doubling up. I want to point out that, let me take a screenshot of this, that what's going to happen once your Sojourn comes back to the fight. Okay, what's going to happen? How is the Sojourn going to path to get back most likely? Well, the answer is that she's going to walk down main space and then stand here. So what will end up happening is because she died, she's going to come back. You're going to have one more fight for the point, and now you and the Sojourn are going to be doubling up. And what is the idea? Typically, that doubling up is worse. Okay, it's generally worse. So you're going to be doubled up naturally because of this. So you need to back up now and make this rotation while you wait for Sojourn. Do you take the long flank, not the short flank like the one in main? Like this? Like through main space? You don't want to rotate through main space because you're likely to die to the enemy team. You need to rotate back into your space and walk through the building. Yeah, that was a better play for sure. I think my idea was just to try and make something happen because Sojourn was dead. I think that's the wrong idea, Symmetry, because they're not on cart yet. So this idea would be good if they were pressuring point this whole time. But because they still have to walk forward and take space against you and your Reinhardt, you have time. So time is on your side here, and that's what you're misidentifying, right? Your Sojourn died early and there's no cart progress. Like the biggest thing you need to be able to recognize here is that your team is very likely, even with Sojourn dead, very likely going to be able to touch the cart one more time. Okay. I think you're likely good enough at the game to be able to identify this. So with this in mind, you should be playing for the next fight is the idea. Okay. Okay. Because the Sojourn died early and the enemy team is not on point, you can largely infer that your team will likely be able to touch the point one more time here. So it would actually be better to back up into your space and set up a long flank angle for Deadeye, which would allow you to not double up with Sojourn. Okay. Okay. And then let me add. Okay. Because working hotel angle means that if you die, your team won't get an extra fight here. Okay, you can't, like, you're just incurring too risk for too low of a benefit. Yes, through main space. Yeah, you wouldn't rotate through main space because the likelihood of you dying is just too high, and I'll show you why. Right, Cassidy is not really a hero that can make rotations like this because you don't have, your roll doesn't go far enough. Okay, so if I work this space, it's very likely that I die mid-rotation. You could do it with good timing, but it's very risky. It's way more beneficial for you to just walk back into main space and walk backwards. Because you can't really do anything anyway. The rotation you make isn't time sensitive here. Well, the leaving right now is time sensitive because the rotation is too long. But the most important factor is that your Sojourn is still walking back from spawn as she's respawning. That's the more important thing. Yeah, because your Ryan is just going to pin out this angle and then you die to Widow, right? I think peeking Widow here on average is good, but contextually this is bad. You shouldn't be fighting. Amza, hello, welcome. Yeah, so now Big Mama Lover has perished. How did Big Mama Lover actually die? What even happened? He pins out too late. I think his pin. Oh, he gets rocked in his pin. That's actually so sad. All right. Life goes on. Ted, do you recommend doing your aim training before jumping into comp or a separate time? Aim training or warm up? You should think about them differently. Okay. Aim training is not warm up. Keep that in mind, guys. A lot of people do Kovacs. They do their aim training and they think it's warm up. Do not think of it that way, because if you think about it that way, you will get lazy. Aim training should be a very intentional process. You should be intentional when you're aim training. Aim training, do it after. Do it at the end of the day. Think of it as a time to relax. It's also very, if you're genuinely aim training, okay, we'll talk about this briefly. I don't want to go down a huge rabbit hole, but if you're genuinely aim training, your aim training should not be la-di-da autopilot. It should be very intentional, okay? So I'll show you like NX7BZ. For example, this is the code that Montana made. Whenever you're doing stuff like this, whether you're doing this or Kovacs or aim labs, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. But I need you to have the idea that this is intense. If you come into this and you just, oh, shoot Hanzo, you're gonna not do anything. Okay, don't do that. That's not the answer. The answer is that you need to come into this and be very intentional about what you're doing. Stand here, look at the Alari, think critically about when you should actually be clicking, and then click only when you're convinced it's a headshot. I want you to be very deliberate. So deliberate that it's actually exhausting. That is what you need to do. That is what is going to make you a better player. If you're just standing here and you're doing this, you're never going to get better. Because this is frictionless for your brain. What causes you to be better at anything? How do you grow any muscle? It's by using it to the point of like you straining your muscles, right? We need to be doing that. Same idea. Be very intentional, extremely intentional. It should feel tiring. It should feel exhausting. It should feel annoying. It should feel stressful. It should not feel zen. Okay. I mean, you will get to the point where it is zen and you're just like shooting people and you're fine. But at the beginning, especially when you've never done something like this before, it will be stress ridden. Oh, I was just randomly shooting. That makes me feel better about my scores. Yeah, stop randomly shooting. You need to be very intentional. Like, take your time. I'd rather you go too slow than too fast. If you're missing a lot of shots in aim training, do you just turn the difficulty down? You need to think critically about why you're missing. Okay, I don't want to talk about it. Let's talk about it after. Okay, but generally, you need to think about why you're missing. What the hell? Oh, that's your Sojourn. Okay, once your Sojourn shows up here, you need to leave. What even happened? So you pat right side. Yeah, your Sojourn is trolling. Your Sojourn should see that you are on the angle, and she should not prefer to be on the angle with you. This is not your fault. This is your Sojourn's fault. What is your fault is how you react to this, okay? So if you continue to stand here and fight the Widow, this is incorrect. You need to leave to start contributing to the neutral against the enemy team because your Sojourn is now angling. Okay, because here's the problem. If you don't start rotating to the main neutral, these guys will be able to walk forward for free, and now your Rhine is going to have to 3v1, which 1v3, which is very weak. So you need to identify that your Sojourn is also on this angle and then leave. Okay, it's, you know, this is how the cookie crumbles. This guy is throwing. Yeah, you die anyway, right? And here's the problem, right? Symmetry, why are you dead? Why are you dead? Because it's convenient, right? This is why doubling up is bad. This guy isn't even aiming for you. He's aiming for the Sojourn. But guess what? Cassidy just happens to show up. Like, and you just happen to die. This is why doubling up is bad, because stuff like this happens, right? This Widow is incredibly winning right now. This Widow isn't Thanos. Your team is just misplaying. Just let the Sojourn take the 1v1, and then you go do something else. Because stuff like this happens. You both get zoned. You both take damage. You both are pressured out, and now neither of you can do anything. This is why it's bad, okay? So once this guy shows up, let me do blue. Once this guy shows up, we need to be making this rotation either to here, or you can take an even safer rotation, but do not push this space. Okay? Where is this? Okay. I know this Sojourn is trolling by coming to your angle. And you have the right to be pissed. But I need you to understand you can't control her, but you can control your reaction. Okay? You need to leave the angle once she shows up, as otherwise you will let this Widow Maker go 2 for 1. Go 2 for 1. Which is a bad economic trade for your team. Work main space so that your Rhine is supported and your team is more likely to hold space. Okay, this is just a doubling up idea. Okay, I know this guy shouldn't be doing this, but that doesn't mean if it's convenient. Your general approach to this should be, if it's convenient for you to change your angle, you should. So here it is convenient. Like, this rotation is not that bad, right? If, for example, this was Circuit Royale, do I have this booted up? Let me just boot up Circuit Royale. Okay, Circuit Royale is a situation where this isn't the case, where you would have to suffer the cost of doubling up, because you're just bad anyway. Let me also be in spec. Okay. Let me show you a situation where doubling up would be appropriate. Okay, so on third point, attack. Okay, imagine I'm Cassidy on attack here. If I come to this side of the map and my Sojourn also comes to this side of the map, I have to stay on this side of the map. Why? Because the rotation out of this position is too long. Okay? Like, rotating out of here is too long on Cass. And also, main space is so bad on Cassidy, you can't do anything there anyway. So if the Sojourn comes here, you have to also just come here. Okay? This is a situation where doubling up would be appropriate. It's not ideal, but it would be appropriate because you can't do anything else. Nothing else is good. And the reason that main space is good, just to be explicit about, or is bad, is just to be explicit about this, is because in main space, you're very likely to get outranged. And more importantly, there's no cover in any of these rotations, okay? There's no cover in any of this. So if you walk down here, you're just going to die to random spam from the high ground and from main space. But then you might say, but Teo, there's no cover on the outside. How am I supposed to? It's too long range. How am I supposed to do anything? Well, here's the difference. The difference is that this is not main space. This is an off angle. So there's bound to be less people up here, which is good for you. Also, if you have Deadeye, this space is uniquely good for you because you control more space. And also, you kind of have to also, the other idea is that even if you don't kill people here, you zone them from using the window is kind of the idea. Okay. You might not make the entire rotation to walk into their space, but at the very minimum, you can stand here and just poke the guy standing at the window, which will stop him from shooting your team down main space, which is good. Okay. So best case scenario, you fill the space because it's empty. Worst case scenario, you poke the guy in the window, and both of these are better than just standing in main and getting poked out and being negative value. Okay. Which is very incredibly common in that space. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, so yeah, so we shouldn't be dying this Widow here. I just tried playing on these maps on my second account where I OTP Cass, and boys, it's a struggle. Yeah, OTP and Cass is a different beast. You have to learn a lot more about the matchups in high variance plays. Okay, that guy's just dead. Whatever. You can't really do anything, unfortunately. You need to wait for your guy to come back. Okay, not peeking at all is the correct play. You needed the team check here to know where your sojourn was, though. You might as well. There's nothing to do. Where's my turning around to see this guy? This is you need to fix this. Okay. Overwatch is a game about information. You have to do team checks, especially when people are walking back from spawn, to know when you can start going. Okay, don't just rely on sound cues. Turn around to see how close this guy is. For all you know, he could be going AFK. Okay. Protecting a guy. Okay, this is weak. Okay, so this is a good idea from you, but you don't, to me, this looks like you don't understand the macro of Overwatch on this point. You have to understand the importance of lane control, because what's going to happen is you're going to walk down main space. In the Mizuki, I understand there's a Mizuki ult happening, but the only tangible benefit that Cassidy gets in Mizuki ult is you don't take damage from people outside of it, which is good, but it doesn't give you additional rotations, right? You're basically forcing yourself into a dead end here, right? Because how do you rotate out of this? The only way you can rotate out is if your Ryan like pins in the backline and opens up space all the way down here. What you should be doing is, instead of walking main space where your sojourn is going, but you should be opening up the alley angle so you potentially have this flank if the enemy team backs up, and also you just have a flank anyway in the mid fight. I thought it was okay since Mizuki ultied. No. The only time it's going to be, like, the only ultis where you walk forward here is Juno ult. If they use Beam or if they use Kitsune, those are the only two. Mizuki ult, it's not really enough. Because the thing with Beam and Kitsune is that whenever a Mizuki ult happens, do you kite typically? Like, imagine being this guy here. When a Mizuki, okay, he gets pinned, so it's slightly different. But like, imagine you're the Sigma and the Mizuki ult happens. You can typically hold space against Mizuki ult. It's not that hard to hold space, but it's really difficult to hold space into Juno ult and Kitsune, because those are more proactive. Mizuki ult is a lot more of a reactive ult, like a space denial ult, than it is anything. So like, where this ulti would be scary and where you could walk forward is if the Mizuki ultied here, then you could walk forward. Yeah, because like because of where it ends, there's no rotations available. Like, Overwatch is always about not getting into a dead end. Always think about what are some potential rotations that we can have available to us that can allow us to deepen, right? The problem with this Mizuki ult is you just can't go anywhere from here. Okay. That's the only thing. Or if you do have to go somewhere, it's contingent on players like your Reinhardt. And you don't want to do things that are contingent on your team if you can avoid it, and you can avoid it here, right? There's some situations where you have to play off your team, like certain map geometry, but not in this situation. You should prefer going to alley space here, as it opens up additional options for you in terms of rotations, and is not contingent on your team doing anything / providing support. Also, your this Mizuki ult isn't deep enough to give you additional rotations. I also want to point out that the alley rotation is better as well, because if the enemy team used this space, currently no one on the enemy team besides this Widowmaker is using this space. But let's say the enemy team had a Cassidy, you would need to come to this space to fight him. Okay, think about it from your attack. What happened on your attack? You came this way, right? You came this way, and then who did you die to? Who did you die to? You died to the enemy Cassidy making that same rotation. Yeah, exactly, right? It's because that Cassidy had good macro. He understood the idea of lane control. So you needed to be the enemy Cassidy. Does that make sense? Like, it should be a little bit more clear to you now. Like, you literally had feedback on this. Okay. Also keep in mind that if there was an enemy in alley space, it would have been important for you to clear him by walking to that angle. It is your job to match that guy if there is anyone there. Okay. That is your job. You have to fight the guys on the off angles. Like, the way you should be thinking about DPS is, like, you know, all this angle control, space control principles, and you basically being like a ranged brig. Like, you want to stop, what is that flux? Stop them from getting on top of your team. Okay, I love that you go on the Widow. Fortunately, we don't get that chop, but sure. Okay. A little bit unfortunate we get spammed out here. I actually don't mind this idea at all. Your team have ultis? You do. It's not a rat thing. Okay. This is good, given that your Sojourn is in main space. So we're flanked. W ulti. W ulti. Okay. The only thing about this, I actually love this ulti because your team can follow up with this. How can we identify your team can follow up with this? Okay, your Ryan is playing main space. You're also technically peeling for your Ryan. It's actually likely that he gets pushed right now. So you could actually be peeling for him as an idea, which is fine. This is going to buy your Juno time to heal him, which will let your team be able to walk forward. So it's actually fine. I actually like this ulti a lot. The only thing about this is that you get a little bit too scared. Yeah, you did because Ryan's great. I think it's fine. I actually don't mind the ulti at all. To be honest, I don't even think you should peek at all. I think you get a little bit too antsy is what I meant to say, not too scared. What I think you should do is just stand there and be menacing. It's going to be stronger. None. King's Row. Knight. Heroes. General. Ultimate ability. Spawn with ultimate. Yep. Okay, let me move back. Oh my goodness gracious. Show lobby settings maps. None. Someone needs to fill this saddle. Overcast. Restart. Okay.
Now entering.
Someone needs to fill this up.
So the only thing about this is you need to pop your ulti and stay tucked, because this is not an idea of you need to kill people. This is an idea of zoning. And whenever you have a zoning Deadeye idea, it's not important to swing. Okay. So you should pop it and literally just stand here the entire time. Because what you want to have happen is to show your red aura to scare the enemy team. And then the threat of it alone is going to force cooldowns and everything like that. Like, look at this Deadeye from the enemy team's PV. Okay. You see your red aura? You just need that to scare people. You don't need to show your hitbox. And that's what I'm talking about when tucking. You show your hitbox, and this is what makes it cancelable. Okay. So you needed to stay tucked here. It also would have prevented you from taking a bajillion damage. So it was a good idea. Just stay tucked, though. That's it. That's all you needed. Okay. So I'll just take a screenshot of this real quick. Okay. Let me do this whole screenshot like this. Okay. This is actually a great Deadeye idea. But keep in mind, if your idea is to zone people, just stay tucked the whole time and don't even peek. Don't even peek. Peek. You maximize the reward zoning while minimizing the cost, chance of death. Okay. Okay, makes sense? Gotcha. Boom. Yeah, whatever. And you get flanked. Life goes on. Okay, go top. Scuderia Cry, thank you for the follow. Also, Koi Jester, thank you for the follow. I wouldn't be making this flank just because of where the cart location is. But if you are going to flank here, you need to drop. Because it's too far out of your effective range. You need to drop and play like this alley space. Like drop here, do this kind of idea. Would probably be your best play. But you need to identify that this space is just no longer what's being fought for. Like this space is only good if the enemy team is backing up. I knew in the moment it was bad, but I was scared to drop. Yeah. You need to just identify that you have to drop here because the alternative is you walk back and that's too slow. So you need to identify that you made a bad play, just drop and shoot your gun. I'm not going to make a note of this because I think it's apparent to you that you've made a mistake here. But you have to understand that when you're in bad positions, sometimes you have to make bad plays to do anything. Otherwise, you just don't do anything. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I will make a note of that. I think that's kind of important. Here. That's not what I wanted. Okay, I'll just do an arrow to indicate dropping. Okay. If you ever find yourself in a bad position, understand that sometimes it's better to just make a bad play because you otherwise don't do anything at all. would rather see some level of commitment to this. Otherwise, you will just lose, as this is too weak. We must be thinking higher variance in situations like this. Situations like this. Okay. 1T, right? Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. I don't mind the idea. I think flanking on Cassidy is good and incredibly underrated, particularly in double hit scan. But also, yeah, it's just bad map space for the flank. Okay. Okay. Shatter. Walk forward, shatter. That's fine. Okay, going to a spawn. This is brave. Okay. I actually like the swag. I like that you... Okay. This is actually pretty good from you. It's a bit unfortunate. You needed a reload here. But it's a bit unfortunate that you didn't get a reload because now you don't have ammo to kill this more. Otherwise, you kill this guy. I think if you killed this guy, I think you just win this fight, by the way. Oh, she dies anyway. This play is awesome. I actually love this play for me. Nice. Okay. The only thing I need you to think about is being doubled up. You are doubled up with this Soj. I'm pretty sure Soj is playing main. No, she's not back yet. Where does she end up playing? Yeah, you never team check for your DPS. I'm pretty sure you never team check. You need to know where Hot Brunette is at all times, okay? Like, we must know. This is the most important thing. Other than your tank, you have to know where ally DPS is. We must be team checking. You always need to be thinking to yourself, where is my ally DPS? Because this informs where you play, okay? So, especially when you have downtime, check to see where ally DPS is and rotate to empty space accordingly. Okay? Like, I feel like we never team check for this Soj. Just turn around, check out. Check where they at. Okay, let's keep going. Here, Soj are playing wide, but now you and Soj are both on the same angle. It's fine in this situation because you have to walk main anyway, so it's not a big deal. Shoot our gun. Okay, I actually like this a lot. I'm a big fan of this. W route play. W not moving anything at all to not make any footsteps. A little bit unfortunate your guy died earlier. Yeah, the only thing about this that sucks is whenever you peek, you don't get anything here. Like, yeah, you just kind of get unlucky. There's no one there. Otherwise, if you killed someone there, this is super winnable. And your tank died anyway. You couldn't have done anything. That's your support setting him down. Okay, good pathing. Come to the right side of the map. We almost died a little. What even happened? This is the best pathing. Yikes, Sigma does a lot of damage. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? Sometimes I know this is a little bit of a different situation, but like you can see widows here sometimes, so just keep that in mind. Okay, I like the Deadeye. Don't jump to the corner though. It's not better. Okay, this is a very common thing you see a lot where they're like, "You'll jump, don't do that." Okay, the problem with it is you're so slow in Deadeye. This jump is really expensive, so it makes you wider and you can't really walk back to cover without dying. Your idea when Deadeye's like this is to play cover the whole time. Like, I think your Deadeyes are pretty good, to be honest. I really don't think you have that much of an issue with your ultimates. It's more of the hygiene itself than anything at all. And I think it's because you have dead hygiene that you feel like or bad hygiene that you feel like you have bad ults. So here, for example, instead of jumping wide with Deadeye, right, just tuck, like just do this. And then if you think you can get the kill, be greedy or on cover, okay? You can go wide when you're faster. So that's about it. Just play, just prefer being tucked when you're using Deadeyes. It's the only thing. Prefer being close to cover with Deadeye to hide as much of your hitbox as possible to prevent deaths. Okay, boom. And then let me show you what you're doing. Yeah, you can see how much, you notice how much wider you are. Like, look at this tip from Bastion's POV. Your whole hitbox is showing, right? My hitbox should be occluded, right? That's the key difference here. Notice to this Bastion, your whole hitbox is showing. What is ultimate hygiene? It's bad 3C. I talked about it a lot later on second attack. At the end of second attack, I talk about it in depth. But yes, it's idea called bad 3C. Why am I looking at bad shit? How clean your form is? Yeah, exactly. Did your team hold here? No, you die. Okay, whatever. I'll be honest, you kind of need to do more with your Deadeye, and honestly, it's just a really bad matchup. Cassidy's really bad on third defense. It's really difficult to play the game properly. Okay, you guys cap instantly here, I guess. Okay, this was a better rollout from you. Okay, love this a lot more. Hug the van or hug the bus. I guess hugging the bus might be better. Hug the bus and roll across. That's fine. Like, just have the idea to roll across is okay. Go up top. Yeah, like this is the crosshair placement I'm complaining about. Like in situations like this, you need to be aiming head level. Like there's no reason to be aiming feet here. Like you need to headshot this guy right now. He needs to get punished for being wide for no reason. Like, and because you're aiming low, you have to make an adjustment, which makes this harder to punish. Yeah, and you missed the shot. Okay. Love this rotation. Okay. Okay, the thing you have to keep in mind is as you're rotating, I need you to team check. You need to team check right now because you don't hear anybody in this space. So you can use information through negatives to know it's empty. Then you need to see, because you need to see what's happening. If your Ryan is getting pinned right now, like let's say it's a Ryan mirror and he's getting pinned, you need to turn around and help him. Okay? But the problem is because you're not team checking here, you don't have information. You don't know what's happening. What's happening right now? Is your Ryan is he pushing forward or is he backing up? Now you check, but you're already on the angle, so you're committed too much. That's the problem. Like, you need to team check basically the entire rotation. Like, am I in King's Row? Yes, I am. Let me go back to first attack. As Lucio is him. I like the Lucio playing aggressively. The Lucio is kind of awesome, I won't lie. So here's what you do. You show up to the angle. And as you take the space, boom, team check, team check. Okay, come this way, team check, team check, team check, team check, team check, team check. Notice how much I team check there. I'm looking to wall basically the entire time I'm rotating. Why? Because it maximizes the amount of information I have so that whenever I do show up to the angle, I know what to do. Okay, here's the problem. You show up to the angle now and you don't know what to do. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, what do we do here? Well, you would have actually inferred that, oh, my Ryan is pushing. It's actually likely that the enemy team is in their spawn now, so I can actually just go in their spawn. Okay? But you just straight up lack the information you need because you didn't team check soon enough. I thought I saw Ryan going in, so I pushed. Yeah, I think this rotation is good. I actually don't mind it, but you actually should have gone even deeper, right? So we actually should have gone even deeper here. Because you'd be able to flank their backline, and I think you would just instant win checkmate kind of idea, by the way. I'm going to delete all this crosshair placement stuff, by the way. I think your crosshair placement is good enough. It is something to keep in mind, but I don't think it's like I need to beat a dead horse here. I think I was being a bit preemptive about the crosshair stuff. I apologize. So here, ensure that you are always team checking as you make rotations to ensure you have the most information possible so that when you do arrive to the angle, you know what to do, okay? You don't team check enough here, so you don't know that going into their spawn is better. Into their spawn is better because your Ryan has been pushing aggressively this whole time. Yeah, all right, let's keep going. What? This guy died instantly. What else did he take damage to? Oh my god. You headshot him and then I think he also got hit by the Ana or something. Maybe you just solo killed him. I don't even know. She vanished? She did. That was a disappearing act. W angle taking given your Sojourn is in the hotel. That'd be awareness from your team. Okay. Okay, you only do, like, I feel like you're not going out of your way to know where the Soj is. Only when it's convenient, okay? I need you to fix that. Okay, number one, you have to, this is a primary issue. Number one, not enough team checking. Team checking, bro. Particularly for the ally Sojourn / DPS in general. Okay. What you do as DPS is largely informed by how / where your ally DPS is playing. Okay. Please go out of your way to know their position. Okay. So that you can make the best decision. Okay. This is going to be a similar idea. Always team check when rotating. You are a smart person, but you can be even smarter with more information. Okay. Ensure that you are maximizing rotations by looking through the walls to see your teammates' silhouettes, so you can be better informed, so you can better know if continuing / canceling is better, as well as how fast / deep to rotate. Okay. Like, yeah. So this needs to be fixed. This is a pretty big issue. I feel like you'd never really team check. You team check when it's convenient, and you very obviously use sound cues, which is fine, but I need you to get visual confirmation of things. It will make things a lot easier when you're playing the game. You chose a few dead ends here, but this looks more like a Cassidy experience gap than anything. So I'll make this a point, but I won't, go too deep on it. We chose a few dead ends, but I think this isn't a misunderstanding of Cassidy, but more that we don't have enough playtime. How many games did you have? Yeah, this is not enough. You have 60 games. That's not enough. The reason I 60, even though it says 30 guys, the reason I say 60 is because if we just assume they have a 50% win rate, it's like 60. Okay. There was that problem. And then you didn't set up for a flank. There's sometimes we preferred main space too much. We need to understand, we need to better think about the idea of lane control and how it lets us play independently relative to our team. Okay. To our team. I think we are obsessing a little too much about teammate follow-up in main with ults when alternative lanes are convenient. Okay, like this is going to be a matter of convenience. This is notably the Mizuki ulti that happened in this main space. I need you to just understand that lane control here is basically the same thing as walking with the Mizuki ult, but stronger. Like this is the same thing as walking with Mizuki ult, but it sets you up for a deeper rotation here, which is good. Okay. So I just need to keep, because it's also a prevention idea. Like lane control is a really, really, really important concept. Double up. Let me see, what else do we have? Oh, you need to have better Deadeye hygiene. So please improve Deadeye hygiene. Execute the principles of bad 3C. Go back into the VOD to reference the Deadeyes I talked about as an example, as well as my explanation of the acronym. Okay. We are doing good Deadeyes, but our value is limited because we do things that are easy to fix, like tucking deeper into cover to ensure that we don't take spam damage / die. Okay. So I need, that's a major issue as well, because it's really easy to fix. You can definitely fix that. Evie, good to see you. Oh, holy moly, did we get raided? I didn't even realize. Evie, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Bug Nation. Evie, by the way, I referenced you in my latest video. I plugged you. I said, guys, watch Evie. Because I was talking about coordinated play, and you guys, I was talking about, what was I talking about? I was talking about call outs and resources, and I used Parish Trap as an example. But thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Enjoy your nap. kind of irrelevant. I'll just show you guys what I was talking about with EV real quick. It's here, right? Because if you guys don't know, I mean, you guys should know EV because I reference them all the time, but EV's a really awesome tank player that's champ on all roles. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the plug. Yes, of course. Look, honestly, also notice this. EV, I don't even... I also glaze you. But also, this fire strike was actually nasty. Hold on, I didn't watch this video. Bang! What? Oh, holy moly. Holy. That fire strike was actually nasty. Oh my god. Actual ew. Sent to the shadow realm. You get 3 reactions to that, I guess. But anyway, yeah. Thank you for the raid. I hope you guys enjoy the content. But yeah, we're about to finish up a VOD here. Roll straight into the shadow whiff. You know, we don't talk about that part. We don't talk about that part. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Hope you have a great nap, and hope you have great games later today. But okay. So we need to drop in so yeah, this is a lane control idea. Maximize pathing, right? Keep in mind, Cassidy is slow. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a secondary issue. We need to keep in mind that Cassidy is slow. Okay. As a result, you need to be maximizing your pathing as to ensure you don't keel over and outright die. If you are staging for a particular path, you need to commit to it. Okay. Otherwise, you need to figure out why your staging was bad. Okay. What else? Fight was disadvantage. Yeah, whatever. I don't really care that much. When power spiking on main space. Oh yeah, zoning backline needed to be an idea. I'm not really sure. It only came up one time, this code, but I will make it a note. Keep in mind that if it is expensive for you, or it's not very effective for you to shoot someone that is power spiking, like Nano Blade or Winston Dive, prefer zoning the backline follow-up, as you will do more damage by zoning healers than you, or supports, sorry, my bad. Supports, not healers. By zoning supports than shooting the guy. Okay, just keep that in mind as an idea. Keep that in mind. And then let's look around. Let's do some analysis. What else? We had a little bit of sloppy movement into this hotel space, but otherwise playing there was fine. We missed this rotation when your teammate died early. I guess I'll keep that in mind as well. Particularly on hybrid. It is important to know that if a teammate dies early, don't trade your life away, as you typically get one more fight for when they come back. Use this knowledge to know that you can set up a wide rotation and open up a win condition for your team. Okay? For your team. Keep in mind that the person walking back from spawn is likely going to prefer the shortest possible path. So use this assumption to set up a flank of sorts. Okay? Is there information about strong positions I should be playing and denying his cast? No, not really. I don't have a map guide. I don't have map guides. But other than binging my content, there's not really a way. There is a resource. If you go to my YouTube videos, I'll link it in a second. There's a resource on my YouTube videos where it shows all my coaching content, and I have like 80 videos on Cass. He's by far my most knowledgeable hero. And then make sure you leave angles when they double up with you. Okay. You have a lot more minor homework, unfortunately. It's a mystery. Make sure to leave angles where you are doubled up as long as it is convenient and there are viable options / alternatives. Okay. Strengths. Love the flanking. Great ideas. Whoever taught you this is goated. Okay. Deadeyes are largely fantastic. I actually loved your Deadeyes. I think they were pretty good. Largely fantastic. Keep in mind that Sig ult, using it in Sig ult can get you killed. Bro, never write strengths in my VODs. I feel like I haven't coached you in a while, Poppy, so I don't even know. Whoever taught you this is goated. What, I can't do a little bit of self glaze? Come on, guys. Aim was good. Aim was good. Also, I was really impressed. Aim was good. Impressed by your usage of sound cues. You were very aware of sound, which I really enjoy. There's a bunch of times where you reacted instantly to people behind you, which is fantastic. Fantastic. Okay? But that's gonna be it for me. Close conditions. Number 1, we must... Team check every rotation. Every rotation. Rotation. Most notably flanks, where there are walls between you and allies. Okay? I'll give you 3 strikes, because this is a bit difficult. Jump scare me? Sorry, I was thinking. I had to do a little bit of deliberation. Sim mystery, brother. Sim mystery. Bang. Map is going to be King's Row. More like King's Below, am I right, guys? I'm sorry. Grandmaster format hashtag 5v5. I need to do this data entry. Sim mystery. Cassidy. King's Row. Grandmaster. Holy schmoly. Bet? That's what I'm saying, bet. This is a long... Look at this. 1,600 words? What other coach? Holy moly. I type too much. I type way too much. I need to get my WPM to 200 so that I can type at the speed of sound and knock this out way faster. My measly 90 WPM is not enough. We got to quadruple it. All right. Also, it's going to take a while to load. Okay. Symmetry, do you have any questions? Any questions that I can answer? Nah? I bet. Okay. See you in champ. I don't know if this is going to be enough for champ. See you in GM 2. And then we'll probably need to do coaching again. Because it's going to get a little bit nuanced. Like, the higher you go, the more nuance there is about, like, map-specific stuff and stuff like that. Like, I think it is a little bit of a misconception that you need to be a perfect player to be in champion. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, I just coached Zefs the other day, and he's a champion on-run. He's, like, the best on-run. And he still made a bunch of mistakes, right? I think there's a little bit of a misconception there. But I do think there is some truth to the fact that you do need to play exceptionally well to be in these mega high ranks. Real. Also good to see you, Jing. Hope you're well. But it's like, yeah, I don't think champ players are perfect by any means. I mean, me included. I suck. I'm really bad. But I don't know. I was going to insert some glaze there, but I'm not creative enough to figure it out. Okay, if you guys want these notes, they are publicly available on my Obsidian knowledge base. Okay, you guys want to see something cool as well? You guys want to see how things are coming together? Here's the notes. Bang. Let me put them in the Discord real quick, and then I'll run a new raffle. Bang. Perfect. Let me do, where did my Twitch chat go? Twitch chat. Exclamation mark resolve. Exclamation mark new raffle. 420. Okay, if you're here and you would like to get coaching from me, please do exclamation mark enter to enter the raffle. You can also do exclamation mark claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future, okay? If you're not sure which command to run, please do exclamation mark coaching. It will elaborate and it will give you a graphic to better understand how the coaching system works. Make sure that before you do exclamation mark enter, you have a coaching request submitted in the Discord. You can get to the Discord by doing exclamation mark Discord to find the link, or you can go to discord.gg/bugnation. From here, you need to make sure you follow the tail review rules and then put it into the tail coaching request channel. Okay? So keep that in mind. While this is happening, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. The notes link you sent in Twitch chat doesn't work because King's Row has an apostrophe. Brother. King's Row. Okay, WComms. WComms. That's actually so annoying that that breaks. But yes, I will run 3 minutes of ads and I'll resend the notes. So be right back, guys. Boom. Select changed. Publish. Done. Then I will go back. Reset. Oh, it got smited. Grab this. I need Symmetry, Cassidy, Kingsrow. Can we talk about the aim training thing now? Yes, we can talk about it briefly. Briefly. Okay, my apologies. Let me smite this. Boom, bang, bop. Okay, so the only thing about aim training. I kind of talked about everything I want to talk about. The thing that I think a really great misconception that people have about aim training is that it's something you can just show up for. It's not, right? You can't go to baseball practice and show up and do well. You can't go to soccer practice or basketball or I don't know, football, whatever you guys want to call it. You can't go to any of these practices and just show up and expect to get benefits. You have to show up and show intention, right? Like if you went to the gym every day and you just pumped, like if I don't know, like it depends on how strong you are, but if you pump like 2-pound weights, are you really going to get any stronger? No, right? Because how do you get stronger when you go to the gym? It's by tearing muscle fibers. And how do you tear muscle fibers? You challenge yourself, right? So whenever you have to have this approach, whenever you're doing something new or difficult or something that is a skill, you should be thinking to yourself, how can I do this intentionally and make it difficult for myself to really challenge my nervous system, essentially? So here, whenever you're shooting this Ana in the head, I don't want you to do this and just pray you kill her. Okay? This is not how we need to be doing it. Or even just shooting her in the legs. I don't want any of this. I want you to be very intentional, very slow, very deliberate, be very calculated. Okay? And then shoot when you're largely convinced that you're going to get a headshot. Okay? Is this going to be frustrating? Yes. And that is the point. The point is for it to be frustrating. It should feel difficult. Okay. Low-key, for someone that hardly plays DPS, it wasn't that bad. No, your code was good. Your code was good. What is a decent score in your opinion? 50-50. Then if you can get 50-50, go harder. Okay. The hardest score the hardest code is NX7BZ. That's the one Montana made. That's the hardest one that's available. If you can do 50-50 NX7BZ, you got good enough aim to get champ. Okay. It's good enough. You don't need to get better. You can. You're at the... What I call this, I need to work on it more. But I'm not... This is not a project I want to partake right now. But if you can get 50-50 with a high kills per minute, you are likely good enough aim for champ, and you're at the mechanical point of excellency, which means you are good enough. Okay. I also have this idea of the mechanical point of competency, which is a level of mechanics where you are not held back to your mechanics until about master's level. I tried it and I think I managed about 20-35. I see. Yeah, it's going to be partly difficult. I think for most people, NX7BZ is going to be too hard. NX7BZ being the custom games code, you can see at the top right, by the way, guys, for clarification. The things I talk about when it comes to this is NX7BZ, thanks 8, which is another code, right? Like if you open up import game settings, THNX8, NX7BZ, and the most popular one, which is Vaxta. Okay. For most players, you just need to be able to get 50 crit accuracy, 50 accuracy on Vaxta. I've only used Vaxta. Yeah, it's the most popular. Yeah, I don't even think you need to use Thanks 8 and NX7BZ, but it's a good substitute for aim training if you don't want to use Kovacs. You don't want to use Kovacs, you don't want to use Aim Labs or whatever, or Aim Beast or whatever your favorite software is. Like, I think personally, as a coach, that people kind of underestimate the power of aim training because the culture around aim training and people's approach to it generally are often lazy. Not to call them lazy, but more in the sense of they don't go for structured regiments. They go for the kind of like you boot up Aim Labs and you play whatever shows up, like Spider Shot or whatever, which I think is inappropriate. If you do like actual regimens and you do them consistently, you will find success. I guarantee it. I think aim training is overrated unless you're low elo. I genuinely don't. I think, but why? What is your experience with aim training, Symmetry? And I have a hunch that you've never aim trained consistently before. That's like typically the opinion, and that's fine. Like you can have that opinion. But I just don't agree that aim training is not useful. I 100 billion% think mechanics are useful. I know Zest followed a full program for a few months and he went back to it whenever he got serious about climbing. Yeah, it's really, it's helpful. It's very helpful. I've only done it in Valorant, not much for Overwatch, so yeah, you're right. Yeah. And that's the only thing I would like encourage like aim training doubters to, like, it's okay to be a doubter. I don't mind when people doubt aim training, but what I would encourage them to do is be open-minded to it as long as it's a regimen, like a daily regimen. Like, I think it's easy to have the opinion that it doesn't work because it kind of feels like it shouldn't work, right? It feels like it shouldn't work because it feels like it should be. By the way, it's 30 seconds left in the raffle to do exclamation mark enter exclamation mark claim. Okay, keep that in mind. It feels like it shouldn't work because Overwatch doesn't translate, right? But it's kind of like practicing free throws. You should view it like that, where it's good. I mean, is it probably the most effective use of your time if you want to get better at basketball? No, but is it useful? Yes. Right. Like, does it give you marginal improvement? Yes, but you have to understand marginal improvement whenever you're aiming 24/7 is still fantastic.
Hello.
Valorant and CS are more crosshair placement games. Yes, if anything, I think Overwatch is the most aim-intensive game in the entire market because of instant acceleration and long time to kill. The reason that Valorant has a larger aim training culture is because it's, number one, an inherently more competitive game, and also because the time to kill is so short that you're disproportionately rewarded for better aim. It's kind of like if you just use a Vandal, every single bullet in the head one-shots from any range. So having slightly better aim than the next guy means that guy dies and you don't. But in Overwatch, there's a lot more forgiveness. So if you do miss, it's not as big of an issue. But I don't think that means that aim training is not viable. I think at one point in my coaching career down the line, I will have more aim resources, but we're not there. I have so much more stuff I have to do. Aim is like a next year, mid next year kind of thing. Have you played Marvel? I played it casually, but not for very long. I played Emma Stone. Emma Frost, fuck. My bad. But I played Emma Frost, not really Bucky. I think a lot of people always recommend me Bucky, but I just don't. I like Cassidy for reasons that aren't because he just has a big gun. It kind of baffles me when people say Overwatch doesn't need aim. I do think Overwatch is not a game where aim is king. That is what I would say. Overwatch is 1,000,000% a game where macro is king. 100,000,000%. Is aim useful? Yeah, of course. But most of the time, whenever you're playing Overwatch, you're making macro-related decisions that change the outcome of the game. And it's just because of how the economics of angling works, the ideas of lane control, what constitutes a winning team fight, stuff like that. You can cheat the system partially with good aim, but it's not going to mean anything else. Do you think that the game is harder or easier? And what is the difference between, I feel like, game and combos, unless I'm wrong? What are you talking about, Marvel Rivals? I don't know. I don't know enough about Marvel Rivals to make a comment on it. Rivals is all the bad parts of Overwatch and none of the good ones. Tail, watch my clip. Okay. What, this one? This is old as hell. Okay. Meon Sigma. Holy moly. Wow. Nice job, Zeta. Let's go, dude. Holy moly. Ancient clip there. Aim training is similar to the gym in my experience. Guys, I'm gonna yap for like 5 minutes and we'll get to coaching. My bad. Aim training is similar to the gym in my experience. Like, you won't go from lifting 100 pounds to 500 pounds overnight. Yes, exactly. It's about, because aim training is like this. How you need to view stuff like aim training is that it's not about raising your skill ceiling. It's about raising your skill floor. Like, what you want to do is, people think that like you'll just naturally raise your level of like aim over time like this. But what ends up happening is, like, for any given day, you have a spread of aim. Okay. There's like some spread where you have good aim at parts, bad aim at parts. And what aim training does is it makes your lows higher. So what ends up happening is you have more consistent aim. So instead of your aim being like high variance like this on one day, and then it being, you know, high variance on this one day, maybe it's a bad day, so it's lower, right? What ends up happening is you tighten your aim and you also you raise your floor, if that makes sense. So that's the idea. I miss this UI, the old slanted Overwatch UI. It's good. It's one thing to have good raw aim, and it's another to have good Overwatch aim. I think it mostly translates. But I don't know. Okay, until I have aim resources, I'm not going to be talking too much about aim, probably, as a coach.
Hello.
Glimpse, by the way? Okay, I'll check in a second. I think my problem is that I am still used to Widow since I OTP her for a long time, and I just either flick or wait for them to walk into my crosshair with Cass. I mean, yeah, but that's a little bit of a different idea, which is like tracking the target and anticipating where they're going to move, which opens up the kind of meso component of Overwatch, which is like, what is the enemy going to do? You know, have you guys seen the clips from me where like people continue to play wide and I complain all the time because they're so evasive when they do that? It's kind of that idea. Movement in Overwatch can be partly mind games, like meso oriented, which makes it interesting. But yeah. Like you have to make the right play and hit all the shots to succeed. I think in Overwatch, people kind of sleep on the... I feel like it's not really slept on anymore. I feel like the common opinion is that the macro in Overwatch is way more important. I think where a lot of the scene is wrong, especially from the educational component, is in claiming that positioning is an idea. Positioning is not an idea. Positioning is the result of many systems. I do not agree with, like, one of the worst pieces of feedback you can get, and there's nothing against coaching, I'm critiquing their approach. I think if you get critique from a coach and they say you need to work on your positioning, what does that even entail? What I try to do as a coach is give you all of the systems you need to make better decisions. Positioning decisions. Because positioning is informed by many things. It's informed by the map. It's informed by the matchup. It's informed by your hero. It's informed by your effective range and your cooldowns. Power spiking, what your teammates are doing, so on and so forth. So yeah. Naive, vague question. What do you think is a bad rank? What is a good rank? I don't think it matters. Even if I had an opinion there, why does it matter? A bad rank is where you were before, and a good rank is where you want to be, I guess. It's like the way to think about it. Like, you guys need to stop thinking about yourself relative to other players. Who cares? Like, it's just a game. You need to think about, it's all about your journey. Can you learn a game? Can you actually apply yourself and improve? Can you become someone better than who you once were? Can you have the humility to understand that you make mistakes and improve upon them? These are the things that matter, not whether or not you're in the top 10% versus the top 1%. People are so obsessed with tying their self-worth to their rank, like pixels on a screen, that they lose sight of what actually matters. You need to be using Overwatch as basically a mini experiment, like a mini demonstration of life itself. You need to be, and this is what I try to do as a coach, like, I need you guys to get a healthier, use Overwatch to build a healthier relationship with failure. Use Overwatch as a way to experiment with what it means to genuinely apply yourself and put yourself in positions to succeed. Use Overwatch as a way to take accountability. Like, this is what you should be using the game for. At the end of the day, this is a game that's meant to be for fun. Okay? Like, it's a video game. If you guys want to go pro, that's a different situation. But let's be real, guys. 99.99% of us are not going to go pro. 99.9% are not going to go pro. Okay? And that's okay. Okay? But does that mean you can't apply yourself? No, absolutely not. Okay? Use it as an opportunity to learn. And stop comparing yourself to people. It's so pointless. Comparing yourself to where you rank on the rank ladder doesn't matter. There are different issues. There's things that I've complained about before, such as the ranked top 500 ladder, but it's for different reasons. I complain about the top 500 ladder because what it means to be top 500 has largely been eroded by the various top competitive game modes.
Hello. Bonjour.
So that's a different conversation though. This is part of why I had to mute all chats, because I'm like level 500 in Genji and in Diamond and you get insulted for it. Yeah, it's because people, like, you'll never be critiqued by people above you. Just keep that in mind. The people who are shitting on you are always people lateral or below you. Like, they're just bums. Like, it doesn't, like, these people are never good people. Okay? Like, it's not worth it. Silver 5 was the best Overwatch I ever had. Probably because you understood less about the game, so you put less pressure on yourself. Is what I would assume. I really struggle with keeping a good mentality when I'm on a losing streak. Is because if that's the case, I know it feels bad. It shouldn't feel like giving up the game though. I know it sucks to lose, but you should be thinking of losing as feedback. Like, it's not losing, it's learning. I know it's corny, but I mean, that's just what it is. It's not losing, it's learning. As long as you're doing something that makes you think more interestingly about the game, then it's fine. Like, if you genuinely love Overwatch, losing wouldn't mean that much to you because you learned something. You figured something else out. You added to your skill set. You got something permanent out of something temporary. Permanent being knowledge, temporary being SR. Like, who cares whether we go up one division? But what if I'm critiquing myself and I'm the bum? Well, that's a self-love relationship. That's like a self-love and self-hate relationship. You have to be able to draw the line between genuinely good self-critique and when you're beating yourself up. And that's not something I can help you derive. Okay? That's something you need to bust out a journal for and figure out on your own. Unfortunately. I'm not trained in that skill. I wish I could be of more help. Tail, what's your take on the difference between Masters and GM? And I found a different pacing, almost like more patient. No, like I think there's not really that much difference between each elo. That what makes a Grandmaster versus a Master is they make more plays and they make less mistakes. That's what it is. That's the difference between every single rank. A Bronze player makes way more mistakes and way less plays than a Masters player. Same for Masters and GM, same for GM and Champion. Like, I think when people say, oh, when GM, you have to do this differently. No, like that's not how the game works. Your approach to Overwatch is the exact same in any rank. The only time your approach to Overwatch genuinely changes is when you're entering coordinated play like Face It or OWCS. So I can't really answer that question because it's not an answerable question, right? What you're also, you have to understand that your perception is not often reality. So what you're perceiving as being more patient is just a pattern that your brain is trying to observe rather than what might actually be reality. Which is why I try to have you guys do stuff like the spreadsheet, because the spreadsheet helps you be more objective to reality, which is like what is actually happening versus what are you perceiving. Because what ends up happening a lot of the time is people will, let's say, play Cassidy, and then they'll feel like King's Row is a good map for Cassidy. Then I'll check their win rate and they have a 20% win rate, right? Stuff like that. Like that's a minute example, but this is the point of stuff like systems because it helps keep you accountable. What I do to try to avoid upset on loss streaks is to rank my win or loss from if I practice what I was trying to practice or not. Yeah, you need to shift your perception of Overwatch. Overwatch, winning and losing is not the goal. The goal is to understand the game. That is the goal. And once you have that paradigm, losing doesn't matter as much because your rank doesn't matter. Like your rank will be is a measurement of how well you understand the game. And in pursuit of understanding Overwatch, winning or losing is independent. Okay? What matters is what you do in each game. The outcome does not matter. Like, we need to not be results oriented because we need to think about mastering the game. That's how you rank up. Oh, someone asked me a question. Is there a difference between champ and top 500? Champion is harder. Do you think it's worth one-tricking a hero even in a situation where it may not be working out? Used to bounce between Ashe and Echo, but just doing Ashe now to get better at the game. Yeah, I think one-tricking is the best way to learn. Because whenever you one-trick, you have to learn what makes something a weakness. Why is Ashe bad against D.Va? Okay. Why is Echo bad against Cassidy? Why is Cassidy bad against Sigma? You have to learn why. And whenever you learn Overwatch from that perspective, you start to get a better understanding of how matchups work in Overwatch broadly. You also start to better appreciate maps. Because I think what a lot of people do, especially when they flex heroes a lot, they just play the best hero in the main space of the map. So like people will swap to long range heroes on long range maps and they won't understand why maps are designed the way they are and how you play around them. Okay. I think one-tricking is also good as long as you have a constructive and educational mindset, a growth mindset. If you don't have a growth mindset, what's going to happen is you're going to one-trick and you're just going to autopilot and just show up and kind of do nothing the whole time. As long as you're genuinely approaching it from an educational lens about how can I learn more, how can I do more, how can I think better, how can I play better, you will improve. And you will improve faster than your peers. Does it feel bad to be a one-trick sometimes? Yes, of course. There are very high highs and there are very low lows. But it is very rewarding in the sense that you will learn Overwatch from a more holistic lens, which seems kind of like the opposite. It seems like, oh, doesn't it make more sense, Tail, to swap between heroes because then you'll learn more heroes? Yes and no. Because if you only play heroes when they're strong, you won't be able to accurately identify when they're weak and why. And that's the core problem. You have to understand what makes something weak and strong. Me when I pick Duno and the enemy picks Tracer, you pick Genji, and the map is Saramasa. Yeah, you start getting to the point, especially when you're a champ player, where it's like you already know that the fight, there's no way to win, right? Like when if I'm playing Cass on Eichenwalde and they're playing Diva Genji, Flyer, I know it's cooked, right? Like you start reaching the asymptote of what is possible, and at that point, swapping probably makes sense. Because you're kind of just walking into a loss and there's no way to win anyway. But until you're in champ, like top 10 elo, it doesn't really matter that much. When setting in a VOD, what do you prefer to see? A win? I don't care. I legitimately don't care what you guys send. It doesn't matter. Because the problem is you guys are not going to be able to evaluate what constitutes a good and a bad game. You're just not going to be able to. So I just kind of want you to send the game. Just send the game. It doesn't really matter. I prefer, your idea should be to prefer to send me a game that uses the whole map. That's the only thing. So if you're playing control, prefer sending me a control game that has all 3 points. If you're playing flashpoint, prefer sending me a flashpoint that has all 5 points. That's the only thing. I kind of don't care if it's close or not. Okay, but okay. With that being said, we've been yapping. Let's get to coach. Holy heck, haven't heard the word asymptote in forever. I feel like I've used it a handful of times. I like using, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm being a little bit extra with the words I use, but I don't know, it's just what comes to mind. Oh, you want 3 points? Oops, mine's only 2. It's no big deal. It doesn't matter, just prefer that. Because I get to talk about the whole map. Okay. Let's check out the code. Let's check out the code. We need... Sorry, we were yapping for a while. I apologize. Kuro, what was your in-game name? Your Discord name again? Psychic or Rush? Glimpse, yeah, here it is. Okay. You sent me, Glimpse, you sent me, Cassidy codes on 2 of his worst maps. By the way. These maps are really bad. Tail, how do I regain my confidence despite losing trend modifier? Okay, you have 2 options. Number 1, accept that. Okay. Number 1, take a break. I mean, that's the obvious answer. Take a break and get a mental reset. And I don't mean take a break for 2 days. Like, you need to take a break for as long as it takes to forget about Overwatch. Like, now if I return, I was tilted for a while after I played the game. Now if I returned, I'd be fine because I've like done a complete mental reset. Okay, I've like genuinely forgot that I was tilted. You need to be gone for Overwatch for that long. Okay, however long that takes you. For some people, that's a few days. For some people, that's a few weeks. Okay. And then also you need to understand that losses is temporary and bound to happen. Like, it could just genuinely be a variance thing. And just as long as you work through the emotion within yourself, it's likely fine. Like, genuinely, I'm not even trolling. Journaling is OP. It's actually OP. It's like for any level of like stress or trauma or anything like that, writing stuff down and actually externalizing the feeling will get you to have a better relationship with losses in the future, as well as work through your current feelings. So just vent. Just be like, oh my God, my fucking tank fucking pissed me off. I feel like I got all the pressure on the world to execute because I feel like I have to live up to XYZ. Whatever. Just write it all down and then burn it. Put it in your fucking stove and burn it or something. I don't know. But do stuff like that. Like, actually go out of your way to help yourself. Okay. I took a week break and I'm sure you noticed all my recent VODs are a bit on Ekin. Yeah, you also have to understand, Zeta, that if you never play on your main, you will just have this permanent pressure that you can't play there. Just rip the bandit off. Just rip the bandit off. If it means losing, then lose. Okay. All right, let's get into this VOD review or else we're going to be here forever because I'm just yapping. Okay. Today's VOD review will be on Eichenwalde as Cassidy. Let me say that again. Today's VOD review will be on Eichenwalde as Cassidy in Silver 5. Hello, on this code, I'm very clueless on how to play this map. I struggle with this map on this map, like every time I play it. I have no clue what to do. I never know how to play against the hog. Don't know what routes to take and what angles to hold for this map. Do I switch to Reaper toward wait, what? I do switch to Reaper towards the last 2 minutes of this code. Okay, guys, let's normalize having punctuations, okay? You guys make it way too difficult for me to read. I'm making this a rule right now. If you guys don't have punctuations in your notes, I am closing the VOD / rerolling. Okay. You are grandfathered in, but I am making this a rule because it's too difficult for me to read. Okay. I can't read this. Okay. I don't know what position to take on this map. I have the brain of a walnut. Okay. Don't say that. You definitely have a bigger brain than that. You just don't know what to do. Guys, you need to stop make yourself smaller than you actually are. Okay. You have potential. You just don't know things. Literacy required. Okay. If you don't know how to do punctuations, put it in ChatGPT. Unironically, if you don't know how to use punctuations, that's okay. Put it into ChatGPT, bro. It's too hard for me to read. Does the punctuation have to be correct or just trying to be correct? I just need to be able to read it. I can't. This is one run-on sentence. There's not a period inside here. Is what I'm saying. Okay. My English is bad. That's no big deal. I don't care if you guys have bad English. I just need to be able to read it. So deadass, put it in ChatGPT. It'll make it easier for me to read. CP, can I get this to you? Okay. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just it's hard for me to understand what you're saying because of this. And that's the problem. I want to be able to comprehend you. I want to. So to make it, let's make it easier for both of us. Throw it in the ChatGPT and then boom. Okay, ChatGPT. Yeah. Write in your mother tongue and let it translate to chat deep. Yeah, that's fine too. And then I'll just ask you what the translation means if there's a problem. So no big deal. Okay. I will say I was struggling with my target priority. I was shooting the tank a lot of time like a dumb sea lion. But all right, I'm down for that. By the way, this code was when I was silver 5. I'm silver 1 now. Sorry, bad. What pathing should I be taking for Cassidy since it's one of his worst maps? Okay. What angle should I be taking? How do I handle the matchup? Should I have swaps? Do I take Castle? Okay. So, I mean, okay. You're kind of asking me just how to play. Holy, wait, are you really on a win streak? This is diabolical. Delta 28? Wait, what? Wait, what? Delta 28? By the way, this code is now silver 5. I'm silver 1 now. Wait, what were you at the beginning? Glimpse? Oh, yeah, you're silver 5. Damn. We're up hella. Okay. All right, brilliant. Okay, I need better notes from you. Okay, whenever you're writing your notes, please reference the examples in the spreadsheet. You can do exclamation mark spreadsheet for the spreadsheet template. If you guys don't know, exclamation mark spreadsheet. What is Delta 28? It means you're up 20. You have 28 more wins than you have losses. Okay. That's what that means. Okay, let's check it out. Silver. It's no longer GM. The only thing I'll say is you're sending me a silver 5 code when you're silver 1 now. That's a pretty big gap. So this is going to be kind of outdated. Oh, is that good? Yes, that is insane. That's really good. That's really good. You should be proud of yourself. Okay. Oh, whoops. I am on too long of a delay here. I switched clients, it seems. Let me not do 5 seconds. Let me do 7. 7, please. Thank you. And then let me go to the other instance. Let me close this. Let me do custom games. Create. Settings. Maps. None. Eichenwalde. Okay. Okay. Cassidy. So let me switch to attack. I guess I'll talk about it as the VOD goes on. Let me close this. I got too many tabs open, man. Get you back. Okay. So there's a bunch of mistakes happening. I'm gonna keep it simple, and we're gonna talk about the big problems when they come up, or else we're gonna be talking here for 2 hours. Okay. So, sure. Okay, we're dead. Okay. So the only thing here is you need to be moving when people are looking at you. After submitting my replay in Discord, do I need to do something else? Sorry, I'm new here. No, you submit it, and then you have to enter Raffles on stream. That's it. Okay, so you need to have the idea in your mind that standing still is good. I really don't like that people say you should be standing still on angles more because it's kind of missing the nuance. You should stand still on angles when you're on a flank, okay? When you're on a flank, standing still on angles makes sense. In situations like this, where this guy's looking directly at you, you need to be moving laterally. You have to. Because Overwatch is not only a game about shooting, Overwatch is also a game about dodging, okay? So not only do you need to be able to shoot the enemy Cassidy, you also need to be able to dodge his bullets. So whenever you are not moving, that means you are shooting better, but it means you are dodging less or less effectively. So we should not be standing still here. Okay. What's our username? Glimpse. Cassidy. Eichenwalde. Silver. Brother. Silver. I'm gonna do insert templates. Student notes. Boom. Okay. Must keep in mind that if you are in main adjacent space, main adjacent space, you need to be moving laterally while shooting. As this makes you dodge. Keep in mind that Overwatch is a game not only about shooting the enemies, but also dodging the enemies, okay? When you stand still, you increase the likelihood, likelihood of hitting them, but decrease your likelihood of dodging, okay? So you typically don't want to be doing that. Brown Ghost, thank you for the Prime subscription. Welcome to Bug Nation. Thank you. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, my Val instinct happened for some reason. Yeah. You also shouldn't be here, but I'm not going to talk about it because it's a little bit more of an advanced concept. But we'll keep going. TL random question. I come from a COD background and play Soldier 76 mainly. Is jumping bad as a movement habit? Generally, yes. Because the problem with jumping. Okay, we're going to talk about this briefly. I don't want to talk about it too much. The problem with jumping is it locks you in a direction. So whether or not you're jumping is a mistake. Like, it's a bit difficult to say because it's contextual. Like, it's not like COD where you have mostly, like, if you're 80, like, it's not like Call of Duty where you can jump and, like, still be accurate. Okay. You are accurate, but in Call of Duty, I don't even know why you jump when you're in COD. I think it's because you're faster when you're in the air, no? I actually don't even know why jumping is better. I can't tell if ADing and crouching is better. ADing and crouching is definitely better because you have instant acceleration when you're moving like this. But notice that if I move and jump like this, I don't have instant acceleration anymore. That's the problem. So you're less evasive when you're jumping. Okay. It's not really, people say it's like about tracking and being more predictable, but that's not really what it is. It's more that you just can't change your direction is the core problem. Slide jumps mainly, but yeah, jump shots work a bunch. Yeah, okay. Is this last code today? I have no idea. I genuinely don't know because I don't know how long this can take. Okay, so here you need to recognize that your team is not holding this space. Why? Because your Ryan has died. Okay, I think we talked about this last time I coached you, but you need to have the idea of FTW in mind. Okay, every single time you walk back from spawn, you need to be checking the kill feed. Boom, see the Reinhardt has died. Ally Reinhardt is dead. You need to be hitting tab, okay, which opens the scoreboard. Okay, if you're on console, you need to open the scoreboard. And that would also give you another indicator of team, like who's alive and dead. You would see here your Reinhardt is also dead here, and you'd also be able to see that you're close to overclock. Then you would be looking through the wall, okay? What do we see as we're walking back from spawn through the wall? We see that our Reinhardt is dead, and our whole team is backing up. Everybody on our team is backing up right now. So what does this mean? You should be playing passively. Your team is backing up and giving up space because you're down a player and your team is backing up. So this is poor awareness from you, okay? We need to be able to identify through FTW that these guys are backing up and Reinhardt is dead, okay? Boom. Take a screenshot. Utilize the tool FTW to know that the enemy team, your ally tank is dead, and your team is backing up, which should translate to us playing passively. Okay. And what does that mean? Where does that mean you should be playing here? Is it true that sometimes it's uniquely viable? Yes. Particularly like when you're playing Tracer, jumping is a pretty important skill, but like not until you're like, it's a little bit of a min-max. It doesn't matter for most heroes. Okay. So we should be playing this angle because here's the thing you have to think about. Whenever you're playing Overwatch, you need to be thinking about, in the position I'm at right now, do I have a rotation out that's viable? Do I have a rotation? Whenever you walk forward here, what is your rotation out of this position? I understand you want to shoot these guys, but if they walk forward, how are you going to rotate from here? Okay. So it's difficult because you have to rotate through open space this way. You have to back up this way, which puts you on a bad side of the map, right? This is generally not a good position because there's no cover to rotate to that's any good at all. This car is not very good, right? So you need to use this idea to infer that standing in this position is bad, okay? You need to, your general rule of thumb is to be 1 roll distance from cover at all times, right? And preferably cover that goes further into the map. What does that mean? You don't want to take positions that have cover that take you away from the map. Okay, this takes you toward the enemy spawn that's away from the map. You want to rotate into the map as much as possible. So you need to be able to intuit that this position is bad because it's more than 1 roll distance. Okay, I need you to build that intuition within you. You're not going to be able to accurately identify what makes a good and a great position different from each other, but you'll be able to understand what constitutes a mistake in playing too wide. Make sure that you are always preferring to play 1 roll distance away from cover. You should be able to intuit that playing the position you are in is bad, not only because your Rhine is dead, but also if you get pushed, you don't have a safe rotation out. Basically, this is have an escape plan, yes. So what if they get past the bridge? Do I let them just walk / stay behind cover? Yes, because let's say they get past the bridge. What are you meant to do? You can't walk toward them because you don't have a tank to help you win this fight. Okay, so even if they walk in, it's losing. So a very common pattern in Overwatch is you only want to take advantaged fights. Okay, fights where you are more likely to win than you are to lose. And if you walk forward here, you're very likely to lose rather than win because you don't have a tank, right? So what you do is you just wait, stand here and wait until your team comes back, and then you can do something more proactive. Then you can walk into main space and do something. You have to wait for your Rhine to get back though, or else you're just going to lose. You can still poke, you can do something risk adverse like this, but I don't want to see you walk out. Okay. So just keep that in mind, right? Be risk adverse as you wait for your tank to come back. Tank to come back, as the worst thing you can do right now is die and force your team to wait for you. Yeah, that makes sense. Be more patient. No. Okay, keep in mind, guys, like it's not these rules that you guys like, it's not be more patient. I'm not trying to be mean to you, by the way. I'm just trying to explain the concept. It's not be more patient. It's you need to be more aware. You need to be more aware, right? It's not be more patient, because be more patient will lead you down a slippery slope of like waiting too long and stuff like that. I need you to be aware of the fact that your team is dead and use that information to derive that walking forward is worse. Okay? Like you need to understand this awareness principle, not the I need to be patient because my team is walking back principle. Okay, you need to be in your games. You need to give yourself the most information possible to make the best decision. Okay. Like you guys always undersell yourself, and it's because you don't have enough information or you don't know what information to gather. And that's what I'm trying to help you understand. Like you should be able to infer that this position is bad because your tank is dead and this is too close, because how do you rotate out of this position? How do you rotate out? You can't, right? There's no cover here. You're not 1 roll distance away from cover, so you're too extended. So I don't want to see positions like this from you. Okay? Greater than 1 roll. Okay. Of course, there's nuance to this, right? If you're a Grandmaster player and you're hearing me say this critique, you're going to be like, well, actually, Tail, in some situations, you actually want to be playing aggressive. Of course, yeah, but we're in silver. Okay, we're in silver, guys. Let's keep this in mind. Okay. I don't want to see this kind of position from you, as it does not have a safe rotation out. Zeons, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Bar Nation. Okay, you're like almost definitely dead here. I think your Ryan went AFK and then walked back from spawn.
It's go time.
No, he didn't even pin. Okay, alright. That's cool, I guess. Alright. Okay. What is happening? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Glimpse, do you have a code like that's not in Silver 5? Because if you're in Silver 1, like I think in Silver 1 players are not playing like this. So I think it would be more beneficial for you if you gave me a more up-to-date code. Yeah, I do. Okay, can you give me a different code? What the hell? We Deadeye in spawn. This is comedic. Cass in the middle of the fighting for his life and Ryan just walking slowly back casually. Yeah. I don't really know what that guy was doing. Okay, he just spins in and dies. But there wins. That's fine. It's genuinely gonna be more educational than this. Because the problem is like there's a lot of stuff I'm not gonna be talking about because there's like these really long fights where you made one fundamental mistake and there's nothing to do about it. Okay. Alright, I mean, I haven't gotten a code from you. If you don't give me a code in the next like minute or so, I'm just gonna finish this one. Because I don't want to wait around. Okay, so the problem with this fight is you're not on the high ground. Like, playing in castle is good, but you have the wrong idea on how to rotate out of this position. Okay, is this the same problem? I need you to build this skill set. I need you to understand that rotating into this space is generally bad on Cassidy. And I need you to understand, you need to build the intuition that taking this space is bad or not preferred because there's no cover that you can rotate to in one roll. Okay, I need you to build this intuition. But I want to point out, if you did rotate this way, there's cover the whole time because you're in a building. Okay, so you have to have this level of understanding. There are, of course, exceptions in Overwatch, but we need to have this preference built in our mind. I need you to prefer not rotating this way. Prefer not rotating this way into main space because there is no cover. Play in castle and rotate back that way because there is cover. Okay. Oops, too late. Yeah, we're just gonna do this, guys. We're just gonna do that. Can you describe the differences between active and passive? I mean, okay. So what constitutes active and passive? Being active on an angle is being in a position where you're holding space. Okay. So this would be active, like I'm holding space against the enemy team, like this. Okay. A passive angle would be something like this, all the way back here. This is a passive angle. Why? Because I can't, like, this is not a position that I can walk forward from. This is a position where I stand here, rotate back into main space, and go this way. Like, passive angles are where you don't have risk. That's like the core idea. You don't incur risk. So, but active angles incur risk because they're naturally more aggressive. Like here, I risk getting pushed and I have to make this rotation away. That doesn't mean it's a bad angle. It just means that there are trade-offs, right? Passive angles have very little risk, little reward. Active angles have higher risk, higher reward, okay? So just, that's kind of the idea. There's a lot more nuance to it than that, but for the sake of simplicity, that's the only thing that really matters. Okay, shoot Roadhog. Okay, so the only thing about this is you should almost definitely die to this guy on average. So here's the thing. You need to stop walking toward people. In these, you have this bad habit where you walk toward people and you do it quite frequently. And you need to fix it. It's a must fix. So here, this cannot be an idea. This is not how Overwatch works. Unless you're moving into flash range to kill somebody, it maybe makes sense. But this is a tank, especially against tank players. You need to maintain distance. Okay. Maintain distance. And what I want to see from you is I want to see lateral movement only. Lateral movement. You need to be dodging. Dodging. Because this will let you dodge things like hook and projectiles that come your way and so on and so forth. You cannot walk toward these guys. Okay. Okay. Do not walk toward people unless your idea is to flash them. In duels, it is generally better to move laterally. Okay. We shouldn't be fighting this Roadhog, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, like here, look. I understand what you're trying to do here against the Junkrat. In this situation, it's okay to walk forward as long as your idea is to flash. For the record, you shouldn't be fighting this guy. But if you are going to fight this guy, walking forward is only appropriate when your idea is to flash him. Okay? Okay. Here. I need you to also have the idea that playing wide can be good. Okay? It can be good. But I need you to understand that when you're playing wide, especially against heroes like Roadhog, you incur more risk against hook. Okay? What does Roadhog want to see? When he's going for a hook, he wants to see people that have no cover on his screen. So when you play wide like this, you expose yourself to more risk to things like Roadhog hook, to things like Cassidy headshots, to things like, I don't know, if they played Sojourn, if the Junkrat was alive, if they're Junkrat spam, so on and so forth. It can be good because you'll be more evasive. It's harder to predict how you are going to be moving, but you're exposing yourself to more risk. So I don't want to see you peek wide against Roadhog. Okay. Stand here. Why did he send a lever VOD? I don't have it as a rule yet. When is it a good idea to do it? I'm going to be honest. I don't want you to do it. Okay? I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to play this wide. I want your idea to be closer to cover. Okay? Closer to cover. Because here's the thing. You're going to get hooked. You are not going to be able to properly identify when playing wide is bad or good. We're not there yet. We need to work on our other fundamentals before we figure out this problem. Okay? So I need you to have the better idea of here's what I need you to understand. Whenever you're playing against things like Roadhog that have very dangerous cooldowns, so things like Hook, things like Mizuki Chain, things like, I don't know, like Widowmaker, like heroes like this, I don't want you to be playing wide. I want you to be playing the cover because you're going to be dying, okay, otherwise. So I need you to be more familiar with this idea, okay? Particularly if your tank is not here. Your tank is nowhere to be seen. Okay. So you are the only guy the enemy can be shooting right now. Okay. You are playing wide, which incurs more risk because you are further away from cover, which increases your likelihood of dying. Whenever you are looking at enemies that are dangerous to you, prefer being safe. Okay? Within their range, preferring safe. The biggest problem is you're in hook range right now. In hook range, I need you to play safe. You're probably gonna get hooked here and die if I do this. Yeah, your tank is AFK. Or your tank left the game. How long is your tank gone for? Yeah, okay, guys. Try not to send me codes where you have someone leave the game. Okay. So why is this? I need you to have the same intuition. Okay. Is the Roadhog low? Yes. Do you want to kill him? Yes. But here's the problem. You walk forward. Do you have a rotation out of this position? Do you have a rotation out of this position? Yes or no? This is what I need you to think about every time you play the game. Do you have a rotation? The answer is no. Okay. There's no way to get out of here. So I don't want to see you in these positions ever. Okay. I don't want this. We can't rotate out of here. How do you rotate out here safely? You can't. There's no cover. Okay? No cover. And also the enemies are in your space. Also enemies. So this is not a good position. No insta-death? Yeah. Okay? Boom. No cover. Enemies in space. This is not a good position. Okay? Don't want you to play in areas like this. Okay, this is basically going to be the basis of the rest of the VOD review. We're just going to keep going on this one principle. And then if there's other things that come up, I'll talk about it, but sure. Shoot Junkrat. Okay, you're also not aware of your tank at all. You have no idea where your tank is playing. You're kind of just playing your own game. Okay, look at this. Where is your tank this whole time? This is the other principle I need you to be aware of. Overwatch is a game that's heavily predicated on your tank. You can only play aggressive when your tank is here. When you are the furthest guy forward. You are basically playing as if you have 100 million HP. Like how far away the rest of your teammates are. Okay. You need to be playing based on how your tank is playing the game. You don't have to play on top of him, but you have to play based on how he is playing. You need to wait until your team's tank is in a fight or in the fight and walking forward before playing aggressively. Okay. You are consistently just walking at the enemy team without a tank, and as a result, exposing yourself to immense risk. Okay. Play passively as you wait for your team to come back. Okay, this is kind of the passive active thing that someone asked me about it earlier, which is like, how do you know what's passive and active? Okay, well, it's all a matter of risk. So the reason that this position is currently bad, where he's in right now, which is here, I'll walk over there. The reason that this position is bad is because your tank is not here. So if they walk forward, they can just kill you. How do you rotate out of this position? You can't. It's just the problem. You can very clearly see a pattern in his gameplay. How do you rotate out? You can't. You're not one roll distance away from cover, so you're just going to die. Well, so what we need to be doing is playing a passive angle. Play here. Play a passive angle like this. Because here, I'm in cover, and then if I need to rotate away, I can rotate backwards, and I'm at this corner. Okay? Like, it's safer. Like, here I have cover that I can use. Okay, relative to the corner. So I need you to prefer passive angles while your tank is dead. But you kind of have the idea that you need to always shoot people. I need you to understand that Overwatch is not a game where you always need to be fighting. You fight when it's best for your team, and that's when your team is 5, typically. Okay, of course, there's nuance to this, but we need to be waiting for our team and play passive positions like this that give us potential rotations out. Okay. Is it a good habit to play the high ground as Cass and Eichenwalde second point? Yes. Okay. The answer is yes. I'm not going to go too deep on it, but yes. It's going to depend on the matchup, though. Okay. Your social is like smurfing. Low-key, a good play from that guy. Shoot Hong. I mean, whatever. This is good from you. Like, this is the best you've played so far. Notice this. You're kiting, you're leaving, you're playing cover. Like, this is great. I don't want to see, like, you shouldn't be wide swinging here because your tank's not here. But nice. Now you're here. Perfect. Now your tank is back. Your tank is fighting. Fight with your tank. Boom. Wide angle. Love that from you. You just died Junkrat, sure. That's whatever. Okay. Okay, Roadhog down. Okay, Junkrat down. Okay, cool. There's so many mistakes happening on both teams that you guys are kind of just killing people and it's working, which is nice. But also, this is like why a lot of people in this is why a lot of people in meta ranks like Eichenwalde a lot, because they like third point and first point, because it's hard to play third point wrong, because you kind of just stand in min. Should I have gone for the Junkrat? I'm gonna be honest, it kind of doesn't matter. Even if I answered that question, it's not going to do anything because we're making so many other positional mistakes that whether or not you went for the Junkrat doesn't change the outcome. And I'm not like, I can answer it. Okay, we'll answer it real quick, but it just doesn't, yeah, it's not going to make any difference. Let's go back. So you're talking about this Junkrat here, I think. You're talking about killing this guy? This was fine. If this is fine, given that everyone on the enemy team is dead, right? He's the last guy alive. So yes, it is fine. If that's what you're talking about. But I don't want to, like, the reason I'm not talking about a lot of this stuff is it's going to make it way too complicated for you to learn. Okay. I'm trying to stick to the macro concepts so that you can play Overwatch properly. Then once we play Overwatch properly, we'll talk about how to do all the cool, more nuanced stuff. Okay. So here, whenever you respawn, you need to have the idea that there is one good rotation on attack. This is a little bit of a freebie. Okay. Every single time you play Eichenwalde, your rotation should not be to walk into main space. Your rotation should be to come out the top door. Let me show you. Come out the top door, walk coast, and walk this way. And I'll show you why. Okay. So the reason that this is good is because you do a few things. Number one, you clear this side if there's anybody flanking or ratting or doing anything mischievous. So there's a Junkrat here, you'd clear this guy. If there are people in this room, you would hear them. And then you're going to walk this way. Don't roll. Don't roll. Just walk. You're going to clear this room. Make sure you check the corners of this room. And then you're going to continue rotating. You're not going to stand up here. Drop. And then you're going to fight in this room. Okay. This is the only play that's any good as Cassidy most of the time. And the reason that this is the case is because if you walk into main space here, you have to understand the idea of effective range. We talked about this last time we had a code or two. Okay. Cassidy's effective range is 25 to 35 meters, okay? So what we can see here is that the people who would typically be fighting us in main space are at the end of our fall off. So they are going to do more damage to us than we will do to them. So resultantly, playing in main space is actually quite bad for Cassidy. Also notice that if I walk forward here, I don't have cover as I look to take space, which is really bad. This side is better because you have cover the whole time, right? You have cover, I have cover, I have cover. I'm always a roll distance away from cover. Then I can use this angle to win the fight and then walk back to main space and cross main space with my team. Okay? So this is the kind of idea I need you to have, and it's the best play on Eichenwalde. Eichenwalde first attack is pretty solved on Cassidy. Okay? So you want to make sure you're doing this patting. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Wait, let me do it in green, actually. Okay, and let me do this in red. No. Okay, let me take a screenshot. This is the optimal solved pathing on Eichenwalde first attack for Cassidy. It lets you clear rat angles / flank angles / gives you the most cover as you rotate, and lets you play in your effective range. Okay, you also would have coincidentally cleared this Junkrat, who is flanking right now. Oh. Okay, we're dead to Junkrat. Okay. Avocado is actually up to some mischief. Okay, Mercy down. Moira down. Junkrat down. That. Okay. So do you just get stuck here for the next 5 minutes? Probably. Okay. So I don't want to see you do plays like this. So this is actually not even that bad of a play. But here's the problem. Your tank is nowhere to be seen. Where's your tank? Your tank is in main space. So here's the problem. You're going to be fighting people in castle. And if the enemy team was better, they just kill you. And nobody does anything with the space you're creating. I don't actually think it's that bad. You know what? I won't make a note of it. You know what? We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. It's actually fine. Because your team gets to actually... It's uniquely good here because of how the choke works on Eichenwalde. So I won't make a note of it. It's actually fine. Is it a good habit as Genji to climb over the houses and go straight for the point here? I've actually zero idea. Probably it's fine. But I guess. Like, okay. So why are we dead to Roadhog? Okay. So here's the same problem. You're kind of just disrespecting the Roadhog, right? Like, Roadhog is a hero that you don't play main space into when you know he's looking at you. Like, you don't, like, your idea, I know this door is shut, but okay, well, let's imagine a slightly different situation. Okay, I'm here right now. If there's a Roadhog looking at me, I shouldn't be playing wide like this where I'm open to getting hooked. I should be playing close to cover like this because I don't want to get hooked. I don't want to get hooked. Okay, so you're not playing the matchup correctly at all, which gets you hooked here and you die. And I think it's because you're genuinely just not thinking about the Roadhog here. Like, you're just not thinking about hook. I need you to be more aware of hook as like a threat to you. We're just kind of not thinking about it. Like, anytime Roadhog is on your screen, you should be thinking about hook. And if he's looking at you, you should be looking to dodge it or play safe. Okay. Always think about hook when Roadhog is near to you / on your screen. Then play to dodge it. Dodge it / play passively as he is looking at you. So you prevent yourself from getting hooked. Okay, it's kind of like Widowmaker. Don't peek long LOS for you know what? I won't make this analogy. It's gonna make it more complicated. Let's just do this. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, rip Sojourn. Yeah, I struggle by Hog. He always messes me up. Yeah, I think you're just kind of not thinking of, like, he's messing you up because you're doing a lot of things wrong about like the fundamentals of the game. And whenever I recap, I'll explain them all again. Okay. Your whole team is kind of staggering and playing their own game. It's a bit tragic. So this is kind of where Silver becomes about punishing enemy team's mistakes. Like, you kind of just need a guy to die. Okay. You need someone on the enemy team to like overextend or something. Okay, this is not a good Deadeye, but okay. Okay, this is a blind Deadeye. So one thing you have to understand about Deadeye is an ultimate you want to be using when enemies are on your screen, okay? So here, you don't really see people. Like, you see Roadhog, but you see him moving into cover. You need to make sure you have visual confirmation of everybody in main space before you pop your ultimate. Because this is not a good ultimate otherwise. Or as a result, I should say. Always get visual confirmation of the enemy team before using your ultimate. Okay. Should you play towards the left or the right when pushing this choke? This map is extremely bad for Cassidy. Typically you prefer one of two options on this map. Your two options are kind of like I mean, there's a few ideas. There's 3 ideas technically. You can there's a staircase in this room here that you can use to walk through this building and try this play, which can be good. There's also, you can walk into the mini room and then walk and then do the same play. or you can like walk right side and walk up the stairs. Like it's gonna depend. Like it's just gonna depend on the situation. Are there people on the high ground? No. Okay, you can probably make this decision. Are there people on this side of the map at all? No. Okay, you can probably make this rotation. Are there people, how aggressively are they holding for choke? If they're not holding aggressively at all, maybe you can just walk in a castle. Like it's just gonna depend. There's not like a preference on this map in particular. It's just kind of contingent on how the enemy team is playing. Eichenwalde is so bad. Yeah, this map is really bad. Like your whole team is staggering here. Okay, you swap the Reaper. Okay. Okay, so you swap the Reaper because Cassidy can't really do anything on Eichenwalde second, which makes sense. Cassidy's really bad on Eichenwalde second. Yeah, so this thing where you get hooked, you need to have the idea that when this Roadhog is on your screen that you could potentially get hooked. Like you're not really thinking enough about how the enemy team is going to be using their cooldowns, right? Roadhog appears on your screen. Now you should be scared. He's looking directly at you. You should be scared. Like it should be in your idea to Wraith here, to dodge it. I think I did that to make some space for us. It's okay, but I wouldn't like the Deadeye. You want to prefer them being on your screen, regardless. Is Rush pushing the castle a must on attack? Because I swear it's always GG when my team just walks the main path. Yes, you want high ground control. Like, okay, I'm not explaining it this code because it kind of just like the player is making way bigger mistakes. But it's like the general idea on Eichenwalde is that there's not really a metagame for castle space. It's good. Really, the castle space that matters the most is not really on top of... Well, it depends on what the card is. If the card is here, castle control is very important because castle is a flank and also the high ground that looks upon the card. So typically, whoever has castle control when the card's in this base is winning. But once the card is here, castle control matters a lot less. Whether or not you're on top of castle or not, what matters more is who has control of this room. If you have control of this room as the attacker, you have a flank. If you have control of this room as a defender, you have a flank because you can go up top. And now you have a high ground flank like this. Okay. So like high ground, castle control is a lot more contingent on where the cart is. So it just depends. Some games on second attack on Eichenwalde feels like the Battle of Normandy trying to cross castle. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, you're failing this. You're not really understanding the Roadhog matchup. You're kind of just you're treating every hero like they're the same. You're not treating every hero as if they're unique and that they have different abilities. Like you're kind of walking toward people just because you're Reaper. You're not thinking enough about how Reaper works into each of these matchups, right? You're doing the same thing as Cassidy as well. I need you to think more about what each individual strength of these heroes are. It's hard to do, right? It requires a lot of game knowledge, but you have to be aware of the matchups. Like you're just kind of not aware of them and you're just like walking toward people too much. Okay. You cannot be just playing Reaper. You have to be playing Reaper into a given hero. Okay, like I need you to be more aware of how Roadhog / Alari, or not Alari, Moira / Ashe work and use that knowledge to understand how to play. Okay, the enemy Roadhog is the most obvious application of this. Okay, if he is looking at you, he might hook. So play passively. Don't walk toward him when you know he has hook or can infer it so that you are less likely to get hooked. Use fade more preventatively, not reactive. No, like yes, the answer to that is yes, you would need to do that. But that's the cure, not the prevention. Like using fade to dodge hook is the result. Like here's the problem. Guys, this is how you guys need to think about this whenever I coach you guys. Bro, what is going on? Okay. Here's the problem. Okay. Here's the So the problem is that we're not understanding the matchups, okay? We're not understanding matchups at all on Reaper. So as a result, we get hooked, okay? And then there's so what you guys are saying, or what has been said, is that you should use Wraith to dodge the hook. But that's not the root. Getting hooked is not the root issue. The root issue is that we're not respecting matchups properly. Like, you shouldn't be getting hooked to begin with. Like, you shouldn't even be in a situation where getting hooked is an idea, is what I'm saying. Like, we need to address this. This is what's more important to address than right there, which is why I'm not explaining the nuance, which is why on these like bronze and silver codes, I don't really spend a lot of time explaining nuance, because there's some misunderstanding of the game that's happening. Yeah, I started to respect his hook now in my games. I see. Well, you need to respect every matchup. Like, every hero has unique things that you have to be considering. Like, Ashe has Coach Gun. Mercy has Res. You have to be considering their kit. I understand it's hard to do, but that's what makes Overwatch a complex game, is you have to understand your hero, their limitations, and how they fit in the context of the game state. Does a certain hero have hook? Does a certain hero have fade? In the most recent bronze video I made, I explained the nuance of it a lot more. Yeah, okay. So this is also a concept where you were taking... What were my notes for you last code? Glimpse. You must roll away from near lethal / surprising damage. You flank a lot, but I want you to get a better idea when it's good. I need you to team check. Okay. Yeah, you're not team checking, by the way. So you're not even following this. Like, I don't think anytime you've done anything, you've team checked. So I don't even think you're following the notes. Hold on. There's no team check here. Okay. I should have looked at this earlier. This is my bad. I should have looked at this earlier. Okay. Where's my Orisa? Okay. Let me do the attack. Okay, done the junk rat. Where's my team? Now they happen to be on my screen. That's not a team check. That doesn't count. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Here in particular is where I wanted to see. Did you team check at all here? Your guy is in. You take an aggressive angle. Where's my tank? No team check here. Where's my tank? Okay. No idea where our tank is. Now they happen to be on the screen. That's a coincidence. Okay. Where's my team here? We have no idea. Okay, where's my team here? Okay, this doesn't count because you wanted to back up. Go back to the angle. Zero idea where our team is. Now we team check, but it's because there's a tire, not because we want to. Yeah, team checking was costing me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna close the VOD. Yeah, you're not even, you need to fix this. This is blind dead eye, whatever. Yeah, you did. Okay, cool. Don't know where our team is. Okay. The only time you know where your team is when they're on your screen, which is not, it's not how this game works. You have to team check. You have to know where your team is. Okay, go top. Where's my team? Okay, you see them coincidentally there. Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, like you only team check when it's convenient for you. Yeah, I'm gonna close the VOD. Okay, so I'm closing the VOD here because you still have the same homework as last time. You still need to fix this. I'm just gonna reference this VOD, this doc. So, Eichenwalde, primary issue, still have a team check issue. Overwatch is a game where you play off your team, not play with your team. So you need to know your team's position to be able to play the game with more information. Okay, like you're not doing it at all. Like there's some players where I'll give them a pass because they do it very frequently, but this has been an issue since this last code, and it just like, this is still a problem. This is still a problem. So we need to fix this. And then also primary issues, we are not thinking about if we have rotations out / playing near to cover. Okay. Rule of thumb is that if we are not one roll distance away from cover, we are misplaying. Okay. Of course, there will be situations where this can't be applied. E.g., you have to follow up with your tank, but please use your best judgment and prefer playing cover. Okay. Do not use this as an excuse to always play without it. Okay. Like this is a stipulation I'm adding just for clarification, that there will be times that you can't play cover because it's genuinely not possible, right? An example being like if your tank walks through main space, you have to follow them somehow, right? So there will be situations, but that does not mean that playing main space is the problem. I need you to have this idea in mind because I need you to better understand which positions to take based on that. Like I never want to see you in these kind of positions where you're all the way in their space, because you should be able to infer that taking the space is bad because there's no safe rotation out. Okay. I need you to be able to build that level of understanding. Secondary issues, not understanding matchups and that you can't play your hero one way. You have to change how you play Overwatch. Play Overwatch based on the enemy team's hero. Okay. So it's going to depend on what they're doing. You can't just like show up and expect things to happen the same way every single time. Okay. Also make sure you're doing FTW when you are back from spawn. Make sure you are using FTW when walking back from spawn to make the best decision as to where to path and how to do so. Okay. Okay. Do not play aggressively when your tank is dead and your team is backing up. Okay. Make sure you're moving laterally in gunfights. Make sure to maintain distance and walk left and right in gunfights. You are kind of autopiloting walking toward people, which exposes you to more risk and makes you more likely to die. Okay. Yeah, there's like, this is a symptom of not team checking. You literally don't know where your tank is, so you play aggressively. Like, you need to know where your tank is, so you stop stuff like this. Okay. I'll make this a minor thing as well. Like, you are consistently the furthest guy forward, which isn't always a bad thing, but you put yourself into positions of risk frequently when you don't know where your tank is. So which makes me think you're not understanding awareness principles of Overwatch. Okay, and then I'll put this note here. Strengths. What did I like? I'm be honest, I don't even know. It's really hard for me to come up with strength. Like, I think I might remove strengths. I'm gonna be honest, because here's the problem. Like, I kind of have to make up stuff, and I genuinely just like don't remember. So either I need to be thinking about strengths more as I watch the VOD, or I need to remove it. Okay, so like, this isn't anything against you. I kind of just wasn't looking for it in the VOD at all. It's not your fault that there's no strengths. Okay. I don't have any close conditions, but yeah, this is gonna be it. Thank you for the code. Vertical losing. I'm ending the code early just because we didn't fix the problem we had last time, which is team checking, which you need to fix. And then you also have a larger macro issue, which I can already identify without having to watch the full code. Hashtag silver. Hashtag 5v5. Yeah. I think aim was fine. It was all right. What the end of the world? What do you think about gaming for hope? I'm not going to talk about gaming for hope. What do I have to do to get a VOD review? You have to go to Twitch chat and you have to enter the coaching raffles. And you have to have a VOD submitted. Please do Extra Smart Coaching for information on how to do that in the Twitch chat. Sorry for code not the best. Don't apologize. Guys, don't apologize. If you guys win a raffle and you get a code, it's fine. If I end the VOD early, it's nothing against you guys. It's just I have to protect my time and your time. Could I have spent an extra 30 minutes on this code to give you a little bit more nuanced information? Yes, I could have. Would it be genuinely beneficial for you? No. Okay, and that's the thing. I already got 90% of the value possible out of the VOD review. Going an extra 30 minutes is not going to do anything. So it's kind of not worth going through the rest of it. It's nothing against you at all. Could you have had a better code? Of course. Of course. But it's not, you shouldn't be thinking that way. Like if you think, oh, I need to get an optimal code for tail every single time for maximum value extraction, you're never going to get coached because there is no such thing as a perfect code. Okay. You have to have imperfect progress. It's okay. Like no big deal. So yeah, don't worry about it. But I need you to fix this team checking issue because you're doing things independent of your team, okay? Overwatch is a game where you should have that perspective relatively, right? But you do need to understand that Overwatch is a game where you play independently, but you play off your team, not with them, okay? Just understand that, okay? There are the notes as well. Let me put this in the Discord. And then I'm going to do !resolve. Let me do... This is old code, so I play different now. Okay, yeah. Also, prefer to send me up-to-date codes, okay? Up-to-date. Especially with big rank changes, prefer sending me up-to-date codes. Keep that in mind. Exclamation mark new raffle for 300. Okay, new raffle is live, guys. If you'd like to get coaching from me, please do exclamation mark enter or exclamation mark claim. If you're not sure which command to run, please do exclamation mark enter if you want to get coaching from me today and you have a code submitted in the Discord. If you do not have a code today, please do exclamation mark claim to claim a ticket to be more likely to win in the future. If you're still confused, feel free to ask again, and also do exclamation mark coaching to get a better elaboration. Okay, while this is happening, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. That way we don't have as many ads during coaching itself. So we're going to do a little bit of being right back. Okay. When have you won tail in any game from Raptor? Okay, Raptor, what game are you wanting to 1v1 me in? And would you be willing to do it Monday? 1v1 me in a coin flip? In a coin flip? You're betting tails? You're really betting everything on the coin flip. Are you actually for real? Guys, he's betting 80K channel points for VIP on a coin flip. Holy moly. Yes? Okay. Okay. I mean, all right. All right. Okay. I mean, keep in mind, there's no refunds. If you lose, then you lose. Okay? So just keep that in mind. All right? No pressure. No pressure. Okay, here's the stakes. Raptor just used 80,000 channel points to 1v1 tail in any game. Do you want best of 1 or do you want best of 3? What do you want? Best of 1? What do you want the rules to be? Best of 1, best of 3, best of 5, what? Best of 3? Okay. So there's a little bit less pressure. Okay. Coin flip. This one doesn't count. Let me get like an actual coin flip website. Okay, here. Color the coin. We'll do it green. No, we'll do orange. We'll do. I can't do any other color. We'll do green because the worm is green. Okay. So Raptor picks tails. Okay. Sounds good. Are you ready? Raptor, let me know when you're ready. Let me know. Dude, this is intense. Yes. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Heads. This is not in Raptor's favor. Unfortunately, Tails did not get flipped here. 0-1. He needs a reverse sweep to take it back. Slingshot. This might be the slingshot. Okay, I'm going to flip it one more time. One more time. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Tails. Now the playing field is even. Now it's even. 80k channel points. And it's all come down to this. The final coin flip. If it's tails, Busy Raptor is VIP. If it's heads, I take the 80,000 channel points and he's got to earn them back. He's got to earn them back to get another 1v1. Okay? For all the marbles. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Busy Raptor. You are Bug Nation's newest VIP. You've done it. He's done it. Congratulations, Raptor. You are now VIP. He's made it. In the ultimate game of chance, Raptor never loses. Tail diffed. Also, for beating me in a 1v1, Raptor also gets the Discord role, Worm Slayer. Raptor, let me give you the role. Worm Slayer Discord role. Congratulations. You've been you've become a Worm Slayer. He best be glad he chose best of 3. Dude, imagine if he didn't choose best of 3. He would have just lost instantly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Love watching your content from YouTube. Do you play Cass already since Overwatch 1? We do say Cass in this community, by the way. And yes, I played him since Overwatch 1, yeah. Tail, let me 1v1 you in Dark Souls PvP. Okay, YHX, you have to get 80,000 channel points and then redeem it. You gotta redeem it. You can choose any game at that point, and I will buy it as well. Why do we use Cass? Because it's time to move on. It's time to move on. It's that simple. I'm not going to explain it more. 1v1 me in Clash Royale. Okay, 80k channel points. Wait, I don't even... Can I even play that? Because I don't even... Even if I downloaded that, I don't have any cards, so I don't know how it would work. Okay. Can I put 100k points on a hand of blackjack? Nah, I don't... I've only let you guys bet on channel points like twice. That's about it. Okay, Oscar, congratulations. You've been selected for coaching. Let's do great things. Let me do this. Refresh. Boom. Okay. Did I run ads? I don't even think I ran ads. I guess we're just a no ad stream. Okay. 1v1 in Balacho Endless. I'm actually goated at Balacho though. You know what I was thinking about doing, by the way? I think I'm going to do it where if you 1v1 me in any game, no one else can 1v1 me in that game forever. Ever again. So, like, no one can do Coin Flip. No one can do Rocket League. No one can do Soul Calibur or whatever I'm doing with Bomb Chew. 1v1 in Val? Yeah, you guys can do whatever you want. Like, whatever you pick. I mean, you should pick something that makes you win. That's, like, the whole idea. Because I want you guys to be VIP, but I want it to be kind of fun. So I want you guys to just pick whatever you want. But yeah. Raptor choosing a coin flip is actually diabolical. How do I 1v1 you though? You have to get 80,000 channel points and redeem it. That's the only way. Okay. I need Oscar. Oscar, what is your username? Oh, Oscar, sure, I found it. Okay. Okay, good notes. Okay, let me do this. Let me do platinum. I actually need to be right back. I am gonna run 3 minutes of ads real quick. I do need to be right back. Let me do Firefox. Let me do YouTube. Let me pull something up for the subs. Oh, BRB. H2O Vzla. H2O, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Bug Nation. Let's watch the apply clips. Okay, we're just gonna... This is our new favorite channel. Apply is officially my boss. Apply spectates 1900 damage wrecking ball. Applies opinions on flats selling out. Applies 1v1's a trash talker. Never mind. I don't want any of these. Now I'm going to build noon perk above your base. I need to play on Minecraft now I think about it. I just haven't really had time recently. Interactive YouTube drum machine. Tom Holland. How to escape bronze. I'm surprised this video isn't doing better. I guess that it's not like that interesting. The Overwatch fundamentals every bronze player needs to hear. I don't know. Maybe it's not enticing enough. 71% win rate, rank 1 on. I'm spending so much time just looking for a video that I'm not actually like I'm doing what I need to do. We're just gonna look up Overwatch funny clips. We'll just watch this, bro.
You hear about the J3 being scam drama? I did not hear about that. How do you get scammed?
Okay, here's some simulation. I'm gonna be right back.
Some creators said they do a small rivals tourney and asked Jay to participate, but he couldn't. So he donated a prize pool. Then the money disappeared because the person's boyfriend got scammed IRL. Wait, what person was this, Eric? You know what's funny? Someone also reached out to me about doing a rivals tournament. Oh, Icy Princess. Never mind. I don't know who the fuck that is. Man, I'm not sending money to nobody named Icy Princess. We're sending money to Icy Princess? Wait, she called him racist? Wait, so, okay. So here's the timeline of events from what I'm understanding. J3 gets reached out to by a small creator. They say they want to run a tournament. J3 donates money for a prize pool. And then the creator says, lol, just kidding, my money now and you're racist plus bald. He was doing a good thing supporting a small community event. I understand where you're coming from, but let's put our realism glasses on here and realize how often these are scams. Dude, and I'm sure I was doing a good thing when I gave the fucking Ethiopian prince that lost all of his Bitcoin $1,000 and he was gonna pay me back next month triple. And the thing is even though J3 had good intentions, come on, bro, we're on the internet, dude. Wait, her boyfriend got pulled up on, then asked if he would lend the rando his phone, and apparently he sent himself all the money from the donations on Cash App to himself. Wait. Anybody else want to watch this video really quickly?
So apparently when you donate to someone through PayPal and you're doing a tournament and then someone wins a others. Okay. I'm sorry, but
wait, so they got into a call?
I have not heard.
I understand some of y'all aren't going to agree what happened. I don't know why she's Southern chat. It's just kind of the voice that I got from reading the sentence. Find my room. Even if I strive to get donations and add my own donations, my own time and my own energy into this tournament for something that just suddenly happened out of a 1 in a million people, I am mad. Am I mad? Yeah. Is there anything I can do about it? No. But as some of y'all said, they are good at getting back fraud claims. Wait, so how did someone robbed her electronically? How can you rob an online bank? Someone put up on her boyfriend IRL. Okay. Yeah, if I could put all of my money on the line that shit didn't happen, I would. So you're telling me her excuse is that someone walked up to them, said, give me your phone, and sent them the money? I want you to know, chat, that this would be a terrible way to rob someone due to the fact that these apps,
I've returned.
Zelle, PayPal, have ways to track
how many
the person that
the
money is being sent to. I will sit here and keep crying and then hear,
doesn't really say.
Oh, so-and-so is mad. I can't do anything about who's mad, but please feel free to make your own tournament and leave mine. But when that money comes back, do not come running back to me asking to come back to the tournament.
What's going on here?
Good morning, you guys. I was trying to make a message about this earlier. There was suspicious activity.
Hey guys, what do I have to do in the Discord to send him a replay for him to review? You gotta put it in the Discord, then you gotta get into the raffles in between codes. That's about it. Just make sure before you submit a code that you read the review rules. That's it. So I got some Oreos. I thought Kwame was OG VIP. A long time ago when I made the role redemptions, I made it a lot cheaper. So, because I think it was like 40k to 1v1 me in any game, and then I realized it was too low. Because I don't want to do it every stream. It's like the idea. Question: how did you learn coaching / play Cassidy? I learned coaching by copying my role models, which are Spylo and Woohoojin. Okay? Those are my coaching role models. I basically stole a lot of their formula and spun it my way. Okay? That's the good old yoink and twist that you do in anything in life. Okay? I'm very transparent about that, about both of these guys being great inspirations to me. And then for learning Cassidy, I figured it all out myself. I figured it all out. How do you even see channel points? It's right under chat. Okay. Let me remove the BRB. Okay. Today's VOD review will be as Cassidy on New Junk City and Platinum 2. Hold on. Let me drink some water. I need to say that again. Thin vanilla Oreos. I'm eating thin lemon Oreos right now. They're really good. Okay. Today's VOD review will be as Cassidy on New Junk City and Platinum 2. Context. Third time playing the map, not really familiar with angles. I believe I should take more time discovering the map instead of just doing similar stuff repeatedly. Yeah. Especially if you've only played the map 3 times, just like walk around and go die. Okay? Like, that's the best way to learn. There's also some utility I don't understand how it works fully, which might have impact on individual decisions, okay? I'm still heavily limit testing my fighting micros, open for heavy criticism. Macros and micros, okay? I got stuck around the main choke early on first point. Not getting any progress. Should take my time finding new angles and manage the pathing better. There's most likely other ways to progress forwards on both the right and left side, okay? Being too aggressive, overestimating my ability to get out safely. I have a habit of going forwards when team fighting. Should be more disciplined and keep medium range if possible. Okay. Micro. Round 1, after finding good off angle on point, I fall back to main and get pushed out. Should have stayed on the left and be annoying, giving me the option of staying or rotating differently. This is macro, not micro. At 321, I go for a kill on cast. However, I should discipline my dash usage. I could have dashed toward the forwards after killing him, making me safer underneath. This is micro, yeah. Need to be more intentional on dash. Pull the trigger too early, okay. Don't really know how to navigate on third point when enemies retake the site. This is macro. Okay, micro is like how you use your abilities and how you shoot your gun. That's micro. Macro is like where you're standing. So just keep that in mind. Computer, how to get out of platinum? No practice, no effort, no accountability. That's the true question that we should be asking our computer here. Okay, let's keep going.
Ready for battle.
Okay. New Junk City. Relatively okay cast map. There's some points that are kind of awkward, but it's not that bad. Cassidy in general on symmetrical map types is quite good. You should be liking Cass here. Okay, am I on the right side?
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Yes, I am. Okay, cool. Okay, so on this map, you have a few ideas typically, which is, I'm not going to go over it too extensively, but you need to be watching for your ally DPS and do something else relative to the ally DPS. If your ally DPS is going main, don't also go main. If your ally DPS is going right side, don't also go right side. If they're also going left, don't also go left. Okay, prefer not doing that. There will be situations where you have to, because there's no options, but prefer not doing that. So just make sure you're watching for this on-run and then do something else. If your on-run goes main, go right. If your on-run goes main, go left. If your on-run goes left, go main. Okay. If your on-run goes right, go main. Okay. Keep this in mind. These are going to be your kind of ideas. Cassidy has options here. Okay, on-run is main.
Let's kick this off.
Okay. I don't like this pathing. Well, if you continue going left, it's actually fine. Into Doomfist, actually playing main is better. Okay, unique matchup situation. Because here, if you did come left, you expose yourself to getting dove by Doomfist. Because you're newer, Oscar, how many hours do you have? Actually, I would prefer you come here and die to the Doomfist. I'd actually prefer that. It's going to be to your benefit. Because you need to learn when it's winning and losing against Doomfist. And the only way to do that is to come here and die. Okay? So just make this rotation, get marked by this guy, die, figure out what to do and to do. About 300 by AFK in lobby and it counts on Steam. I have like under 200 games. Okay, I see. Yeah. I need you to make this rotation and die to this Doomfist so you can better understand how to play the Doomfist matchup. It seems kind of like, Tail, why would you tell people to do that? But it's like, there's sometimes you're going to win this, and I need you to understand when you would win it, and the only time you need to have a feeling for when you have the advantage. Because you actually have an advantage here. This Doomfist is at half HP, so if he did push you, he would actually die, but you're not going to be able to recognize that in the moment. You have to have a feeling for that. And I need you to get more reps doing this. Especially if this is a new map for you, you need to be limit testing. You need to be figuring out how to actually make the most out of the map. Okay? What's your username? Oscar. It's literally... Okay, Oscar Archer. Oscar Archer. Cassidy. New Junk City Platinum. Okay, boom. Insert template. Student notes template. You've only played this map 3 times. I need you to come to this angle and limit test with this and collect feedback. Did it work? Did it not? Why/why not? Where was your team when this happened? Or a team when this happened? Did you have all the information you needed? All the information you needed? Is there a way you could have had more information? Okay. I need you to limit test. Okay, you're new. Lose games. Go lose games. I got left, by the way. That's fine. I need you to go earlier. Okay, we might have a rolling issue. Okay, we definitely have a rolling issue. Okay. Sorry, I'm eating Oreos. Roll is not really a cooldown you want to be using aggressively. Roll is a cooldown that it's defensive in nature because Cassidy is immobile. Okay. Your idea on this Doomfist should be to walk toward him. I know you made a note of this, but your idea should be to walk toward and then use flash. And then if you get engaged on, you roll backwards. Okay. That's generally the gameplay loop on this hero. And this is less so specific to Cassidy, but more so specific to mobility cooldowns broadly in Overwatch. Whenever you roll forward, you incur risk. Whenever you roll forward, you incur risk. For not much benefit a lot of the time. Prefer walking toward people, and just hit the flash. Okay. I understand it here, but I think this is going to be a bit of a problem issue. I would prefer you hold roll for defensive ideas than use it to do offensive ideas. Okay. You know any really good Sojourn players I can watch and copy? Not really. Like Kirksu, I would watch Kirksu. If I had to like learn Sojourn, I would be up QRXU. He's like a really good German player. I would just watch him. Yeah, really good crosshair plays, man. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have a Valorant background. This looks good to me. Yeah, you kind of just get gapped. I think this is okay. The other thing here is when this fight is losing, aka now, you need to roll away from damage. This is how you live these fights. You shouldn't be egoing this. Overwatch is not a game where you commit to fights. Overwatch is a game where if it's losing or it feels losing, you should just leave. Don't ego here. Like, the only time you would ego this guy is if he was 1 HP. If he was 1 HP, then sure, I would be okay with this, but not in situations like this. You need to prioritize living, okay? It's an even fight. Living is more important than dying. Okay, so just roll away. I ego those in Val, not gonna lie. Because here's the thing. In Valorant, this would make more sense. Because why? Movement is more expensive in Valorant. Movement is not a luxury. Okay? Like this is an Omen and you're a, I don't know, you're a Brimstone. I don't even know. Like it doesn't even matter. Like the agents literally don't matter. You have to commit to this because your rotation out is you can't make that rotation. But this would look a lot different in Valorant. This gunfight would be, this guy would be here. So the reason you would play tight to cover in Valorant is so you can unswing. The only time you're playing wide is when you're playing an off angle and because you think you're gonna get swung. Like for example, right? And that principle just like kind of doesn't work in Overwatch. Like playing like the idea of the off angle is a lot different in Valorant. Like for example, in Valorant, you would swing the corner like this. This is how you would swing this corner. Because you would swing it with your crosshairs set and then pre-aim where they're going to be. Then this is the on angle. This is the on angle. The off angle is the guy standing here, right? So, but the advantage to playing the off angle is that your crosshair placement is thrown off, right? Because the only way you'd catch the guy is if you slice the pie and then kill them, right? But because that's not really valuable in Overwatch, like you'll play wide to begin with and then just roll away to cover. Yeah, because Overwatch is a game more about space control rather than killing people. Like you don't need to kill people, you just need to get them away. You need to get them to back up and then ultimately you'll capture the objective. So this is not a fight you commit to. I hope that makes sense. Like the fighting in Valorant is just like inherently different. It's not about winning duels like this. There are times where you'll win duels, right? When is a situation where you would actually duel the Cassidy? You would duel the Cassidy in a situation where there's no way to actually get out. So for example, if you were in this room and the Cassidy showed up, then fight him because you can't rotate away from here anyway, right? So you have to commit. Okay. So you don't want to commit to these kind of fights. Like look at it from his POV as well. Yeah, I mean, he just hits a headshot and kills you. Even if you hit a headshot, you don't kill him. He's at 149.
Get off.
Your headshot is 140. I don't like Val because Anchor genuinely feels like torture. Val just works a lot different. Because the time to kill is just way shorter. So it changes like a lot of how the game's mechanics work. And it's more balanced around guns than it is abilities. You can't commit to fights like this in Overwatch unless this guy was 1 HP. It's more important to take space than it is to go for the kill. Okay, going for the kill is only something you do when you're incredibly advantaged or you are in a situation where living, like rolling away, is not an option. Okay, your idea here should be to roll right side to cover to live. Okay. Okay. Bautista Lindo, welcome. Who's the best micro movement for these fights? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't know. And the fact that I don't know is a testament to the fact that it kind of doesn't matter. I'm a Cassidy one trick with 1,000 hours on this hero, and I hit champion one trick again, and I genuinely don't even know what the best approach to this fight is. And it's because it kind of doesn't matter. I can make something up, but it's like, I don't know. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Like, Overwatch is not a micro game. Like, you don't need to know. I mean, you could know. Like, someone could spend the time and figure it out, but it just, like, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, the benefit you get for having better micro there is, like, 5% max. It's not that high. Like, or it's even lower than that, probably. It's probably, like, 3%, if anything. Of course, like, you could have had slightly better crosshair placement. Like, maybe you could have aimed in a better way. But it's, like, it's so micro in the grand scheme of things that it doesn't really matter that much. Oh, why is your team not pushing it? Oh, your Honoron died. How'd your Honoron die? Okay, this is bad pathing from you. Okay, whenever you're walking back from spawn, or just a general idea in Overwatch, is you want to be preferring paths that have cover, because is your Sigma holding shield in main? Yes. Okay. Does this prevent damage from the enemy team? Yes, of course. And is walking down main the shortest path to the fight? Yes. But you have to understand something. Whenever you're walking down main space like this, you incur a risk. And what form do you incur risk? You in taking damage. Are you going to die here? Probably not. I think it's very unlikely unless they played like a Widowmaker or a Hanzo, like these long-range sniper heroes that have high damage. I think it's very unlikely that you're going to die. But what is going to happen? You're going to walk down main and you're going to expend some of your resources, either in the form of your cooldowns like roll or your health. And in both of these situations, you are now adding to your disadvantage, right? You are losing resources. You are spending money is how you can think about it. Instead of pathing down main here, I want you to path to cover. That way you take less damage and you're less likely to have to use cooldowns to live. Okay? So I don't really like this pathing from you. Also, Cassidy doesn't really get any benefit for being in this space anyway. Cassidy is a hero where you have 25 meters range. You need to be playing for that range. This is like 40 meters or something like that. It's too long. You want to be pathing this way anyway, as it sets you up to be in your effective range. Like here to here is like 10 meters. And then here to here is like 10 meters or 15 meters, something like that. Like all of that is in your effective range. So you should be pathing this way. Okay. So you choose the wrong path here. So this is the incorrect idea. You need to be doing this. And you can you should be able to derive this conclusion based on effective range. You just don't do any damage down main, so you're likely to take damage and force resources. Okay. And whenever you're in a situation like this, I call this being negative value, which is you're going to get shot, you're going to take more damage than you will receive, or than you will do, which is negative economically for your team. Okay. Prefer pathing that better allows your hero to get into his effective range. Walking through main space here means that you are likely to take more damage than you will do. Also, I want to point out, if you do take damage, your supports will feel inclined to heal you. And if they're healing you, they aren't healing your tank. Healing your tank or doing their own play. Like, playing optimal Overwatch means you take as little damage as possible so your support players can be more proactive. Makes sense. This is lazy because I would need to spend dash if damage is taken. Yes, basically. Yeah. There's just like no reason to go this way. Like there's no point in forcing. Like, look at this. You not only do you almost die, but look at what's happening as well. This guy's healing you. You don't want to require healing because if you need healing, what does it? That means your tank is not getting healing. So your tank can't hold space. So your team is in a losing situation. A really core idea on DPS is being resource light, which is why flanking is really good in Overwatch. Because if you flank, right, like if for some reason, I'm not saying this is optimal, but I'm just using this to explain the concept. If you had come this way this fight, notice that even if you take damage, you can't get healing. Why? Because there's a wall between you and your supports. So not only can you pull people, but also you're not going to get healing, which means that your tank will have more healing, so he's more likely to be successful in main space. Okay, so like economically it works out better for you as well. I never thought about that. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Overwatch is an economics game. There's a lot of economics happening here. Okay. What is the point? Okay. You lost the point because you walked in main and you staggered. Or you died and then you staggered. We have 2 deaths, right? Yeah. Oh, right on. Sorry, I'm snacking. Thanks to your videos, I got bronze 3. Started in plat 5. Keep it up. Dude, no problem, bro. I got you. Okay. Bad awareness from you. Okay. What do we see? You just died. You're walking back. You need to do FTW. Okay. Feed tab walls. What do we see? Kiriko, Sojourn, not Sojourn, Sigma, dead. These guys are both dead. Okay, how would we know that? You hit tab, it tells you. Boom, bro. Okay, you see the timer on their head? That means they're dead and they respawn in that amount of time. So Sigma respawns in 4 seconds, Kiriko respawns in 5 seconds. Both of them are dead. What do we see on the playing field? Onron is the only person on your team that's doing anything right now. Which means that you're alive and you know the Weaver's alive, so the Weaver has to be behind you. Your process of elimination. Okay? Are you eating something? I was eating an Oreo. I apologize. I'll stop eating now. Sorry if that was in the microphone. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, so I apologize for that. So I need you to understand that you walking forward here is not going to be any good because your team's not back yet. What you should prefer whenever your team is dead is setting up and doing a concept called staging. Because you have to wait for your Sigma to respawn anyway, right? So you should be taking a far angle right now because you have to wait for your team. So let's just say this rotation takes 10 seconds. Well, you have to wait 5 seconds for your Sigma to get back. And then it's going to take Sigma 5 seconds to get to a position where you can actually do something. So even though this rotation is long, you'd be able to complete it by the time your Sigma shows up. So you should be preferring doing this rotation. Also, this position is better anyway because you want to be preferring space that your allied DPS is not playing in. So your ally DPS, Onron, is playing below the point right now. If you come right side, you're not doubling up with her, but you could still be playing this space and be doing something. Okay, so you kind of have two options. You can be coming main just with better timing with your tank, or you can be hard flanking. I think hard flanking is actually probably worse here just because of the Doomfist matchup. But given that you're new to New Junk City, I would be totally open to you trying this and just figuring it out. Okay, so I just keep that in mind. Right, like this as a rotation and then this doing this. And then I'll show you, because you're new to the map as well, as like ideas. These are rotation ideas for you on this map. Also, I want you to think more about your team relative to you. Where is your team? Who is alive? Where are they? Where do I need to be relative to them? Be relative to them. Okay, we need to be thinking like this. Okay, so let me walk over there. Need to think more about staging when team is responding? Yeah, exactly. Use the downtime. Oh, it sounded like you were enjoying it. Well, one thing I really don't like is when I'm watching a streamer and they're eating on stream. I try not to eat on stream as much as I can. I'm just kind of peckish. Is Sig throwing here? By doing what? I don't know. I'll have to look. So your options are you can walk forward and play kind of with your honor, but you'd play passive. Like you're gonna be playing like this. So you don't. I want to see you commit to an angle. Like if you walk all the way up here right now, this would be a mistake because your Sigma's not back yet. So you would have to keep that in mind. And then the alternative is you continue walking this way, which sets you up for a flank on point. This space isn't particularly fantastic for Cassidy, right? This fight can be kind of awkward sometimes depending on the enemy hit scan. And then this fight is kind of awkward too. This is the most awkward point for Cass, for the record. And the reason this is the case is this range is kind of weird and there's not really ways to rotate around this. So it's not really that good. So, but those are kind of your options here. Okay, and then you're missing another concept here, which is after you roll, I need you to understand that you are now missing your cooldown, your get out of jail free card, okay? Whenever you're playing Jet and you use your dash, can you peek wide ever again? No, okay? It's the same idea. Going wide without roll? Yeah, exactly. You can't go wide without roll, okay? Same concept. It's the same concept. It's like just, this is also a Valorant concept, okay? No wide, no roll, okay? Because you're just gonna die. You don't have a way to get back to cover. Okay. I got M3 started gold. Thanks to you. No problem at all, man. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Okay. Don't go wide if you don't have roll. Okay. Play passively without your movement CD until you get it back again. Get it back again. Yeah, prefer. Also, this is... Yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
They're on the objective. Wipe them out.
Okay. Have you flank? Okay. Cast down. Okay, I actually don't mind this that much. I think it's actually kind of okay. It's a bit risky, but I need you to have a different approach to this. You know he's there. This seems like a map knowledge issue to me. You just kind of don't know that how this map geometry works here. But the better approach to this would be, you know he's there, peek and then flash as you're turning the corner. Because you have to understand, you use an animation whenever you're throwing flash, which not only makes it dodgeable, but also it makes the combo slower. It's marginally slower, but it is a small thing. Like, you needed to already be throwing flash. You would have caught him by surprise and be more likely to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. In 1v1s like this, if you know there are people here, throw flash around the corner. This is a really good idea. Is it a good habit to always shoot before throwing the flash? Not in situations like this. It's more important to flash before you turn the corner because you need more time. It gives you more time because you catch him by the element of surprise. It's better to throw flash while shooting in, like, if there's a tank here and you're just blowing him up. Like, sure, you can weave it in. But in situations like this, as you're turning the corner, don't shoot first. Because you're giving this guy more time to react. Like, look at it from his POV. Like, look at how much more time he had there. He had maybe like a quarter second longer to react. Don't give him that time. Hinder as you turn the corner to be more likely to kill this guy, as long as you know he's here. Okay, as long as you know he's here, it's fine. Okay. And you would know he was here based on sound cues. Did I even get the flashbang in the screenshot? I didn't. Okay, whatever. Life goes on. Okay. Flashing this corner as you turn it is better in 1v1s as long as you use sound cues to know that he is here. Also, I keep using the wrong cues. Okay, cues with the C. To know he's here. Because it gives him less time to react to your swing. And it makes it more likely that you convert the kill. You do miss a bit of an animation cancel by you shooting first. But it's generally not worth it IMO as he has more time to react to your hero. Okay, so that's the only thing I'll keep in mind. It's a little bit of a micro thing, but it's important in 1v1s, especially if you're one chicken a hero. For the hinder, does it always remove one of the abilities of the enemies? Because I know, like, Trisha can't recall. You can't use movement abilities is how it works. So you can't, so when someone is hindered, they can't jump, they can't crouch. They can't do any type of movement like this. They can't jump or crouch. And they can only move left and right, and they're slowed. And then they can't use movement cooldown. So they can't use slide. They can't use combat roll. They can't use any kind of dash. They can't recall. They can't blink. They can't do stuff like that. Can't jump? Yeah, you can't jump. Yeah, you can't jump. You can't crouch. Can't do either. Like, they're stuck walking. So that's why it's easier to convert the kill on cast. Use aim head level and die. Yeah, we're dead. Whatever. I don't think the idea was that bad, to be honest. There's risk reward there, and you just died. Whatever. Life goes on. Okay, W staging. Come right side. Doomfist in. Okay, you don't know the matchup. You can't shoot this guy. Whenever you see Doomfist do this animation, that animation... Now, this is Doomfist using block, okay? And I just don't think you know the matchup. Whenever Doomfist uses block, if you continue shooting him, you're going to give him empowered punch. How it works is the more damage he takes in this form, until a threshold, you'll give him empowered. It's kind of hard to explain. You'll have to look up like a guide, basically. But essentially, if you shoot him in this animation, you will make him stronger, which is not good for your team. Don't shoot Doomfist when he is blocking. You can shoot him if he is likely to die even in the block. Okay, people have this misconception, particularly around Zarya, that you should never shoot bubble. That's not really how it works. You should shoot bubble if she is taking space that's a threat to you, kind of like Zarya. Okay, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay, shooting bubble is appropriate if the consequence of not shooting bubble is you're gonna die. Okay, so for example, if I'm holding this space and the Zarya pushes me, I can just run away, so I don't have to shoot bubble. Okay, but if the Zarya is here walking through open space with bubble, just shoot the bubble, just kill the bubble, because if she doesn't have a bubble, she's gonna die. There's no cover here, right? So this is a situation where you would shoot the bubble. Knowing when to and when not to shoot Zarya bubble is a little bit more of an advanced concept. It's kind of hard to explain. But just know that it's okay to shoot bubble. It's okay. Don't buy the propaganda that you should never shoot bubble ever. Okay? Bro, you used that freaking meme you used in my last fight? Yeah, it's the midwit meme. Like, the midwit meme is like the most, like 100 billion % the Zarya thing. Okay, you guys know this meme where it's like low IQ and then there's like high IQ and then midwit? Okay, like high IQ and low IQ are just shoot bub. Okay? And then midwit is don't shoot bub. No shoot. This is literally what it is. You should like like it's of course when you're higher elo you'll understand the nuance to it, like the context, but it's not something that you need to always abide by. Just blow those bubbles. Yeah, low-key shooting the bubbles is good. But yeah, don't shoot Doomfist. Do you shoot bubble if she's killed or she can't capitalize off of her gun? It's more of like if the Zarya is in space where she's either a threat to your team or she has no cover if the bubble breaks. Like that's the idea. It's like those are the times you want to be breaking the bubble. This is a really good off angle for you. I like this a lot. It's not really in your effective range, but you're waiting for an opportunity to walk forward, so it's fine. My hero legit does no damage to bubbles. Yeah, this is true. On run does nothing to bubbles. It's a good idea. You just missed a flash, whatever. You also have bad flash technique. Okay, whenever you're playing Cassidy and you want to flash somebody, don't flash at them. That kind of looked like aimbot, I won't lie. But don't flash at them. You want to flash the floor, okay? So the idea should not be to flash at this guy. Just do this. Why? It's more likely to hit him. And it's faster as well. Yeah. You want to be flashing the floor here to catch him. Use the floor, the hitbox on the floor. So this is just like a rule of thumb. The only time you throw it at them is when you need the range. So you'll get a better feel for this as you get more time on Cassidy. Like if you went for a flash now, you would need to throw it at him to catch him. I think you actually hits him, by the way, from here. Yeah, it does hit him. Keep in mind, flash range is 10 meters and it's like 13 meters ish when you have bang bang. So if you threw it at him here, it actually hit him and that would be appropriate. But when he's close enough to you, like this, he's close enough to you, just throw it at the floor. It's going to be way more consistent. You'll have less problems like this. So just keep that in mind as like an idea. Prefer flashing the floor. This is what's called good. I mean, this is just flash technique. Okay. Okay. Good. Good flash technique is flashing the floor generally as long as you don't need extra distance on the throw. Okay, if you aren't sure what to do, you can ping people if they are closer than 10m, throw it at the floor. Prefer if they are further, throw it at them. Okay, because there will be situations where you just like throw it into the wall or throw past them and stuff like that. I do it against the Genji because deflect, but it's nice to know I should do it for everyone. Yeah, people that are close to you, flash the floor. Yeah, it's really easy to miss if you don't flash the floor. Yeah, and then here, like you keep incurring a risk with no, like you fumble the kill on the cast, which is whatever. Life goes on. But then you roll wide. Like you need to get this out of your head. Rolling wide is not really an idea. It's an idea in 1v1s, but not in neutral. Like situation. This isn't a neutral, but like it's not really an idea in situations like this. Like don't roll wide. Like you need to have the idea that roll is a defensive cooldown. This will lose you games. Like it's a really bad habit. Like you can't, I know you mentioned it in the notes, but you can't roll wide in fights like this with no CDs. You only roll wide in 1v1s. Like it's only in 1v1s where it makes any sense. Because in 1v1s you're playing, it's either you kill them or they kill you. So rolling wide makes sense. Here, you need to be playing for your life. To me, it feels like you're approaching Overwatch more like a I need to kill people always kind of idea, not a I need to deny space kind of idea. Okay, Overwatch is a space first game. And why is Overwatch a space first game? Because there's objectives, okay? Like the player, the team that has space has the objective generally, right? Like if I control all this high ground space, it's likely that I control the objective. But also because the time to kill in this game is longer. So, because the time to kill is so long, you want to prefer controlling space and living and leveraging that fact. If the time to kill was shorter, kind of the plays like you'd be going for probably make more sense. But heroes have cooldowns to let them live and stuff like that. Okay, cast down. Okay. Okay, we get gripped, sure. Okay, you're not team checking at all. So one thing you can tell, you need to use information through negatives. to derive that everyone on your team is dead. If at the very minimum if you weren't watching the kill feed as the fight happened, you should at least be able to think to yourself, wow, it's very quiet right now. Like, no one's shooting their gun, no one's doing anything, no cooldowns are being used. So you can infer that people are probably dead. I need you at this point to turn around, okay? Overwatch does not have a mini map. You need to turn around to determine whether or not people are close to you and how long you need to wait, because you also need to use that information to derive what your best rotation is. You straight up don't have information right now. Okay, at any point here, you're like, wow, I don't hear anything, everyone must be dead. Oh, my team is walking back and my social run is flanking, my on run is flanking. All right, bet I can play main. If you see, oh, my on run's coming main, okay, cool, I'm gonna go flank. Okay, stuff like that. Like, I need you to team check here. We need to be adding team checking. This is an essential skill. Essential skill. This is the most common problem I have in any student at any rank. Yeah, we just don't want team check. Must team check. Must team check. Here you have nothing else to do. Nothing else to do. Need more information as to how/where to rotate. Okay. I don't think his angle is that bad. I think it's okay. But like, look at what happened. This guy's here. Okay. So you needed to be aware of where Onron was playing so you could choose a different angle according to her position. Like, Overwatch is a game where you don't play with your team, you play off your team, right? Yeah, can't roll here. You're probably dead. No, very fortunately you get bailed out because this guy misses the chain. Like, if this guy was a better Mizuki, you're dead. Okay. He just missed the flick and you live. Okay, just keep that in mind. Okay. You can't roll wide. Deadeye here is acceptable because they don't have any cooldowns to kill you anymore, but it's like you shouldn't have been in this situation anyway. Right. Alright, we're done. Team check, tail, where your emotional support takes right now. These are the questions that really need to be asked. Okay, we're done. Whatever. All right, keep going. Do you just get 3-0'd here? No. Your team like reverse sweeps. Okay, we walk back. On his main space. I think coming main because your team is advantage right now is fine. I don't really have an issue with this. Okay. Doomfist down. Cap the point. Okay, honestly, we should be getting off the point right now. Okay. What do we hear? We hear the enemy team is across the map. So we play in this space. Cassidy flanks, we can test the cast. It's fine. Don't have a problem with this. This staging is fine. There's not really a lot of good positions to be in on Cassidy on this map. What you can do is that if you hear that, if you can use your sound cues, if you can hear and the entire enemy team is in this space, you can roll across this gap and open up a flank on their backline. Just make sure you know that this is a play because you'll do it pretty frequently. You do it like once every 3 games. It's pretty common. Let me walk over there. W tech. Yeah, you need to be able to figure this kind of stuff out. Like, you need to be able to kind of have a good idea on how far roll distance is and try these yourself. Like, what you'll do sometimes is you like play here with your tank because they typically play this choke, and then you'll roll across this gap. And then you can, if there's a guy here, you can 1v1 them. You have, if you roll across the gap, you typically have to commit to this fight. But if there's not a guy here, you can either put, like, if the enemy team is pushing into this main space, you can now flank them. Like for this, but it is risky, right? Keep in mind, like, you don't want to flank if there's enemies here. Like, if they're standing here, it's just too likely you die, as once you walk into the hallway, you have no rotations out. Okay, there's like, there's no cover as you rotate here, so it's just risky. Alternatively, you could come this way and open up this flank. Like, a lot of the time what I do is after I cap this point, I stage on this side of the map because there's a lot of options from here, and more importantly, you can do these like really ratty plays on this side, and then you get this LOS, which, especially when you have Deadeye, is really strong, because what ends up happening is a lot of the time the enemy team, they walk out of spawn and they walk this way. If you don't know where the enemy spawn is, it's right here. So they walk out of spawn here and they typically path this way to get to the main choke. And notice that the flank I was talking about is right there. You'd have a really big Deadeye. So it's just some map knowledge stuff that you would get through limit testing. Which is why I'm encouraging you to limit test. Like if I were you, I wouldn't even try to play optimally. I would try to learn. Like, I would not stand here and shoot my con. I would like flank this way and like go figure out why it's good or bad. Like that's the idea I want you to have, because that's the kind of game that Overwatch is. You need to be better you need to better understand what the capacity and the limitations of your heroes are. Thank you very much, Taylor, everyone. I'm going off. See you next time. Lars, thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Okay? So I need you to have these ideas. It's okay to lose. Like, if you don't do these experimentations, you will get stuck in plat forever. Okay, just keep that in mind. Like, I need you to be brave and try these kind of flank rotations to understand if they are good and if they are bad, and then determine why.
We're talking.
Oak.png, thank you for the primary subscription. Be brave. That's what I'm saying. Also good to see you. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been doing well. Okay. Okay, this Deadeye is good usage because he doesn't have punch anymore. Otherwise, it'd get canceled. But whenever you're using Deadeye, do not stand in the open. Your idea with Deadeye should be to Deadeye from cover, okay? So whenever you pop this ult, don't stand here and aura farm. Be here. Pop Deadeye from here and then use this as cover if you need it, right? It just minimizes your hitbox risk. We had a code on this earlier today. But it's like, you should not be Deadeyeing in the open. Like, look at this from the enemy team's POV. I know you killed 2, which is great. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad usage. This is about a hygiene issue. Is anyone looking at you here? This guy. Okay, like, I think it's aura farming. Right, like, this should not be the idea. Okay? You need to be, like, here. Okay, let's take a screenshot. Prefer Deadeye from cover. Yeah. Easiest railgun headshot in my life? Yeah. Like, better players just kill you. Yeah. Because you're too slow when you're moving. When you're in Deadeye. That's the key problem. Okay, anyways, keep going. Okay, so this is gonna be, yeah, do you feel the gap here? I'm not really sure you do. I'm not super convinced. Every time you walk, yes, you are team checking. Okay, good. And then now you come right side and you see the on-run is getting fought, so you help her. Okay, that's fine. Okay, protecting his Kekai. I would walk in there and do something. You gotta get active. The fight's happening right now. No one on the enemy team is fighting you. You have to walk in and incur risk and just do something. Just go walk in and die. Like, you need to go walk in, flash, fan, try to kill somebody, and then, because otherwise you're gonna get zoned out of the fight the whole time. This rotation is too long, so you need to go in. I know it's hard to read, but you have to have this like understanding of Overwatch where it's like, if the fight is happening and they're ignoring you, it's urgent. You need to go contribute to the fight right now. I'm trying to shoot through the ult. Oh, I see. Yeah, you can't shoot. I mean, that's just a map knowledge thing, but, sorry, like a matchup thing. You can't shoot through Mizuki ult. You need to walk in there and throw a flashbang. You are late to this fight. I need you to have a sense of urgency and walk into the Mizuki ult in an attempt to do something. Otherwise, it is very likely you lose this fight. Lose this fight because it's 5v4. Okay, let's see anything. Yeah, like, this is good. Yeah, bad flash technique again. Like, look at, why did we miss this? Or why is his flash more inconsistent? Because you're not aiming at the flash. Or aiming at his feet. Just throw it at his feet and you're more likely to hit him. Make it way easier to kill this guy. Okay, we're dead. Alright, cool. Enemy team gets the flip. We are about to have Deadeye. Go right side. Great awareness from you. Like that a lot. Come right side. Like, whenever this stuff happens, you need to think about, why did this kill happen? Because you off-angled relative to your team. So this Cassidy, could he have used sound cues to know you were there? Yes. Like, look. He hears you now. And he just doesn't react to it fast enough. But, so this guy, a better player would have marked you. Like, A better player wouldn't have died. A better player would have fought you here, but that's still fine because guess what would happen? Even if the Cassidy fought you, he'd fight you on this angle, or he'd have to back up. Like he'd have to play cover like this, which is still good for your team because it means your team has less pressure walking down main. Okay, so this is a good play from you. I actually like this a lot. And you pull too. Look at this. Okay, so you pull the soldier and the Doomfist, which gives your Onron the opportunity to make a play, and now your Sigma is taking space with full HP. Why is the enemy Cassidy in there? I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much. Like, I want to point out, like, this is why flanking is so good in Overwatch. It doesn't really matter what hero you're on. Some heroes flank better than others, but it's like, this is what happens. You just get these, like, really good economic trades for your teams. Should I crouch walk, or is it just good to make them pay attention? Never assume that crouch walking is always bad. It's pretty much never good. There's very, like 1 in 20 games is crouch walking in any way, shape, or form any good. And it's probably even way more infrequent than that. It's probably like 1 in 100 games. Very rare, very rarely good. Okay. Like here, by the way, I don't think you should all in this guy, but all inning this guy is rolling in this fight is appropriate because you're in a 1v1. I don't think you should all in him, but like this is a more appropriate roll forward. Okay. Cool. Wu Young down. Cast touching. Cast down. Back. Next point. Is this a 4-point? Or it might be the whole map. I don't even know. Okay. Go right side. I wouldn't do this because the rotation just takes too long. But it's fine. Here, what I would do here is instead of going for this rotation, also you needed to. I wouldn't go for this rotation because here's the thing. Even if you make the flank, you end up too deep relative to your team. Like your team is playing here. If you were gonna off angle, you needed like to be here basically. Like you're just too far. I was lost on this point. Okay, this seems like a map knowledge thing. Like this is too far. It's just too far. You want to choose off angles that are relatively close to your team, or at least they make you lethal. Like the problem is you make this rotation and it's not even good space for Cass anyway, right? Like if for some reason this flank got you to here, then it'd be more appropriate because it's more likely you kill these people. But because you're still so far, even after you complete the rotation, it's just not really that good. You're more likely to get 1v1 or something and lose. This isn't really that great a space for Cass. So like this is just not really that good. We want more of like this rotation. And this is more of like just a map thing. If you're not familiar with the maps, guys, like especially if you're a newer player, you need to like walk around the maps in a custom game and get more used to where things are. Okay, you need to understand that the flank you take just puts you too far out of the fight relative to your team. And it's not really that good of map space anyway, right? Prefer the green arrow, which is an off angle relative to your team, but is better space for Cassidy. Okay, like this is a situation where it's like you have to play your effective range. You have to play your effective range as Cass. Like it's just an idea. It's not like this is unplayable. It's just not preferred. Right, like look. I mean, this guy gives you a good fight. A better soldier player doesn't give you this fight. Okay, like a better soldier player hears you, and a better soldier player lets you walk out, which seems kind of counterintuitive because it's like, why would you let the Cassidy walk out? Well, because soldier operates better in these long sight lines. So it's actually better for the soldier to not fight you because he wants you to walk into his LOS. I've decided to make my own playbook of Cassidy, and it's helped me understand the map better since I have based on where stage and path. Yeah, that's very helpful. Like having a plan and having experience is really good because it helps inform you on what you can and can't do. A lot of the time people just kind of don't understand what's possible because they've never planned rotations and what could be good and bad. Okay, shoot Doomfist. Cast down. Doomfist out. Okay, he's fine. Kill Moira. Nice use of silver bullet. Yeah, like your roll forward has to stop. You gotta fix it. Yeah, and you're dead. Like, why are we dead here? Look. This is actually fine. I thought it was the roll from last time, but you actually just shouldn't Deadeye here. So Deadeye is not really an ulti you use in front of everybody. Deadeye is of an ulti. You do this occasionally, but it's more of an advanced concept. Like, Deadeye is an ulti you want to be using from an extremity, typically. Like, you choose one of these kind of ideas for Deadeye, like, not on the point. If you are going to do it on the point, like, even then you'd want to use cover, but you're in a matchup where you can actually get your Deadeye canceled. Just have the idea that Deadeyeing on an extremity is better, and I think on average you're going to have higher quality Deadeyes here. Okay. Prefer having Deadeye, or using Deadeye from an extremity. Using Deadeye from an extremity, as it exposes you to less risk. This is the D and the A in bad CC. Bad 3C. Okay. If you are curious about Deadeye hygiene, you can refer it to the notes. I have a page on it, and also you can do X-rays from bad 3C into a shot. By the way, is it possible to cancel it if I don't have dash and can't shoot it? Yes, cancel all bad ultimates. Like, here you should have canceled your ult. You can right click to cancel it. So here you would right click because you're in Doomfist. You should, like, this is a matchup thing you just don't know. In Doomfist ult, he is going to ulti and then drop on top of you. The reason he's going to drop on top of you is because Cassidy is slow. Okay, so here you could right click and yeah, so you actually cancel it, so this is fine. You shouldn't have done this ulti, but after doing the ulti, the best next play is to cancel it, which is exactly what you do. Yeah, I died to that a couple games before this. Yeah, it's just some matchup stuff. Okay, cast down. Okay, so here's this. I actually like this fight from you. Okay, so here you show up on the left angle. This is fine. You're a little bit scared here. But this is okay. Shoot ram, shoot ram. Nice headshots. Like, you keep rolling into wide space. So, like, notice this. I need you to think about this from the lane control perspective. Overwatch is a game about space control. Okay, what are you doing right now? You are stopping the enemy team from using this space. This is perfect. But you have to understand that there's 3 lanes right now. There's this outside lane, the middle lane, which is the point, and then this inside lane. What I need you to understand is that if you win the lane, you are rewarded with the ability to flank into their backline. Okay, so your idea here should be to fight the Cassidy, stop him from taking the space, and if you kill him, now you can go flank. That should be your line of thinking. That should be like kind of your intuition broadly in Overwatch. It's a very common pattern. It happens all the time. So you should kill him, fight him, boom. You also need to understand the map geometry, which is if you're this enemy Cassidy, it's actually really difficult to do anything because the only cover you have is this thing, and it's hard to push this angle because there's no cover at all. So taking this fight's really good from you. I'm commending you greatly for that. But once you kill this guy, your idea should be to continue rotating into backline. Okay. Okay. A general pattern in Overwatch is that if you win your lane, you can continue rotating into the enemy backline to open up a flank. This is, of course, going to be dependent on map geometry. But here we kill Cassidy and are given the opportunity to continue. So do so. Okay. Boy, higher agency. Okay. Here, boom. Like this. Now that he's dead, your idea should not be to back up to help your team. Your idea should actually be to go wider. Go wider, go wider. Because what do I teach you guys? Like, normally I teach you guys to not double up. So you should be able to kind of infer that he was probably alone, or at maximum, he probably had a support with him. And even if there was a support, fighting him is still good. So continue going this way and open up a flank or something. So you miss this rotation. Like, rotating back to your main space is poor because now you're going to be stacking with your Moira and your Mizuki. So it's really easy for all of these guys to zone you, right? Like, notice this soldier is already moving according to where your team is. He's moving to dodge your team right now. Okay. But so is the Moira. The Moira is moving to dodge your team. But if you flank them, they're not moving to dodge you. So you would catch them is kind of the idea. You're missing that component. I understand the fight's happening, but it's like you're walking into people that are already hiding from you. It's kind of the core problem. Yeah, we're dead. Okay, cool. You see my message about Sigma 2? Notes helped and get an easy win from the first game back. There's like I don't know which message you're talking about. This was the worst point by far, IMO. Okay. Shoot these guys. Okay, we're dead. Do you just go the same way 5 times? Okay. You come this way. Yeah, like you need to break this habit, okay? So your Mizuki, you need to recognize that this fight's lost. Is kind of the core idea here. They pop Mizuki, or they pop Wu Young ult. Your Sigma dies and your Mizuki is dead. So you have to understand that this fight is lost. Even with your Honor on ulting, this fight's lost. You should be pissed that your Honor is even ulting here. And how would we derive this? It's because every single time we walk back from spawn, we do FTW, okay? FTW every single time, okay? So you would see here, your Sigma is critical HP. Your Moira is not even in the fight. So there's 3 people on your team in the fight right now, okay? Then you would see Sigma is dead. You literally see his body fall lifeless on the floor from across the map. You see him in the kill feed as well, okay? Then you see your Mizuki is dead here. So your idea should not be to continue going wider. You have to back up. You're not using the awareness. You're not being aware here. This is an awareness issue. Okay, you have to know this. You have to use FTW. This is a must know. This is not negotiable. Must use FTW to know that walking forward here is bad. FTW, by the way, is feed tab walls, if you're not familiar. I think I explained it earlier, but I'll go over it briefly once again. Check the kill feed, hit tab to check the scoreboard, and then you also want to be checking the walls, okay? This is how you get information as to know what to do. Okay? So you would check the kill feed, see that 2 people are dead. You can hit tab to see that 2 people are also dead, and you have ultimates coming into the next fight. Then you can look to the walls to see where your team is positioned. That gives you all the information you need to make the best decision, which is to not go in. Okay, you need to not go in here. Yeah, so you're probably just gonna stack and die. Okay, so this is also a map knowledge thing. You need to stop working this space. Let me just respawn. Cash. That's why I use wall hacks to really emphasize the W part of FTW. This is true. This is true. Honestly, just start hacking. This is the answer. This is how you get better at Overwatch. Okay, so you keep working this main space. It's okay. Also, just keep in mind that this sets you up for... These angles are really good for casts, depending on where the enemy tank is. And as long as you're not getting walked on by the enemy tank, you can work all of this space, which is really strong. Okay. Like, you could be opening up an angle here. Like, and the way you can infer this as being good anyway is because... I mean, it ends up being that you're on flanks, but your on was playing main space before. So you could have done this flank, and it would have put you here right now, which opens up a lot of space for your team. Because either they'd back up to respect you, or they'd fight you, which means walking main is stronger for your team. Okay, we Deadeye. Okay, same problem. Whenever you're using Deadeye, I actually don't even think it's that bad of a Deadeye. I think it's actually a really good idea, but use it from cover. Use it from cover. You have to understand the idea of tucking. Tucking is a very common idea in Overwatch for Cassidy, specifically. Because a lot of your value on Cassidy's Deadeye is not killing people, it's pressure. Okay? You need to be putting these guys under pressure right now. And you can do that with the highest effective value by using cover. Okay, I'll just demonstrate really quickly. It's really easy. I think it's Deadeye is fine. I don't really mind the idea that much. I think it's interesting. I think it's really cool. You'll let your team walk in with less pressure. You're going to zone out the enemy team. You seem to not die as you're doing this. So you come to this pillar. Deadeye wide. Use the pillar as cover. Hide your hitbox. This alone will force the enemy team to back up. They will be scared of you, I promise. They will be scared. It works in champ. It works in all ranks. Like, I promise you guys it will work. if they don't respect you, you'll just kill them. So it's either they respect you and give up space, or they don't respect you, you just kill them. Like both situations are good for you. So you need to be using cover. Make sure to use cover in your Deadeye. Like look at this from these guys' POVs, right? Look how wide you are. You're aura farming 10 years away from cover. Okay, your whole hitbox is showing. This is the mistake. You have to, this is a must fix as well. Also a must fix. Okay, you got a lot of homework. There's a lot to fix here. Always use cover in Deadeye. Exclamation mark. Okay. Bang. Okay. You're too far back. You're way too far back. You don't know. You must not know where their spawn is or something, because this is way too far. You need to see that your team is playing up here. You need to also play up. Match intentions. Okay. Match intentions. Okay. If you're playing, this is like playing. Let me pull up. You know what this is like right now? To be able to have Valo plant. Let me explain this in Valorant terms. I'm bringing up Valorant stuff a lot because Oscar is a Valorant player. Let me do. Oh, I have to log in. Yeah, I get heavily punished for this. Yeah, but I want to show you. I want to make it kind of like explicit to what the problem is here. So I'm gonna express it in Valorant terms. Add strategy. Yeah, okay. Imagine it like this. Your team. Let me get a map that I know. Let's do Ascent. Okay. So imagine your team just use like. They just use like omen smokes. Like they're doing an A execute, and you're like just like, so they're like walking A, like this guy TP'd, like Jet dash into the smoke here, like this guy's TP'd here, like you shut the door, like you're doing everything correct, and you're just like you're like ISO baiting your whole team. Like this is what you're doing. Of course, this is like situationally good. Like maybe it could be good because your team already has plants, so now you're playing this space because you don't have a sentinel. But it's like it's kind of the idea. Like your team is flooding and you're not there, right? This is like the idea of matching intentions, right? Like it's a similar concept. I know this is like not the greatest explanation because I'm not that good at Valorant, but I hope that's a little bit more clear here. Like you're not close enough, so you don't do anything, and now they get to walk in for free. Like you needed to be here earlier. You had to be here earlier. It's too late now. And now you get caught because you get discombobulated because you didn't realize your tank backed up. So you didn't match intentions. Yeah, it's about awareness from you. Yeah, should put top left. Yeah, exactly. So let me just show you this. Okay. Boom. Play here. Or like honestly, like any of this space is probably fine, but you need to be matching intentions here. Boom. Let me do. That's not it. Where's Obsidian? Okay. Must match intentions with our tank or with our tank. He wants to hold up. Hold up. We must hold up to help him to our hero's best ability. Okay. We cannot play so far back here. So scared here. As a result, we end up having bad timing when we do swing. Then we get punished as we become desynced with our team. Okay. Keep going. There you go. All right, cool. Oh yeah, we just lose. Okay. Verdict losing for sure. Okay, let's look at this. This is a pretty easy homework for you. So number one problem is must stop rolling aggressively. If not in a 1v1. Okay. Prefer using roll as a defensive cooldown. You have to fix this. I know you made it your own note, which is good that you recognize that, but it's pretty bad for a Cass. It limits a lot of your playmaking, and it's really easy to get punished, particularly into dive tanks. Like, people like this Doomfist are waiting for you to use combat roll. That's when you will get punished. So please keep that in mind. Secondary issues, must play cover when using Deadeye. Okay. Ensure that you are following the ideas of good Deadeye hygiene, which is going to be bad 3C. So, by the way, on the Obsidian, you can click on this and it tells you what boundary C is, just for the record. So the problem you're having is you're not standing near a cover. You need to stand near the cover whenever you're popping your ultimate to minimize your hitbox. Okay, I guess I'll add that here. Playing cover minimizes your hitbox as Cassidy when you are very slow, which ensures that you are less likely to get punished by the enemy team. Yeah, so let's add that there. So we need to fix that. I need you to limit test more on maps you're not familiar with. This is gonna be a primary issue. Please limit test more with maps you are not familiar with. Okay. Particularly push/flashpoint maps. Experiment with flanking to understand when it would be good and the map geometry. Okay. There should never be a time where you feel uncomfortable on a map. You need to do everything to explore it to ensure that you know what is possible. Okay. It is better to limit test like this now when you're plat rather than when you're GM. Okay. So like I want you to go try stuff. Like I want you to do stuff in their spawn. I want you to do these like really big Deadeye flanks. Like I want these like ideas in your head because it's going to expand what you believe to be possible and impossible. And I need that from you so you can better translate that to other parts of the game. Okay. You must flash the floor. This is a primary issue. You lost a few duels because of this. Ensure that you are flashing the floor when people are close to you. This is an essential idea as Cassidy. You only throw flash at people whenever they are far away / you aren't sure if you are in range. Okay, so the must know idea. Must fix that. Yeah, like the way you're playing around roll is just like kind of not good at all. Like there are also times that we roll then continue to play wide. Okay, keep in mind that roll is your get out I guess I'll get out of jail free card. It's your way to live. Okay, if you don't have it, you will die. You will get punished and die. Okay. Secondary issues also in 1v1s where someone is around a corner. Prefer throwing the flash around the corner before you turn, as you turn, to catch them off guard faster and be more likely to win the duel. Okay. Also prefer pathing that gives you the most cover possible to ensure that you don't get your cooldowns forced and don't need support healing. Do I have permissions to iterate over the notes? Nah, you can't edit the notes. You have to make a copy of it if you want to change anything. There's some matchup stuff you didn't know, like Doomfist. That was kind of a key issue. We also lacking some team checking, which I need from you. Like, team checking is important in Overwatch, especially when you have downtime or when you are in rotations. You need to see where your team is. You need to see where your team is to make the most educated decision possible. Okay, guys, if you guys want to climb fast, just start team checking. I swear no one does it, so like everyone has no information about how to play the game properly. Like this is like, you see this stuff, I need more of this from you. This is like the limit testing I want, because this is how you will learn. Okay, you will learn by doing this. Please, yeah, like I need more of this. Like I love that. It's map specific, but you'll never learn unless you do it. Okay, we missed a lane control principle here, but whatever. And then we have to use FTW to know when to go into the fight. Okay. I'm going to make this a minor issue, not a major issue. And I'm going to add team checking as a major issue and then also add FTW. Okay. use principle, leverage tools like FTW, to better understand what to do and why. Okay. Okay. Oh, let me delete this. Okay, let me reread your notes. Is there anything I'm missing here? Third time playing the map. Some utility I don't understand. Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Still heavy limit testing. Your micro don't also, I need you to just like as a side note, like I'll make this a note, like coach note. Keep in mind that Overwatch is a macro heavy game, not really micro, as TTK is really long. Good micro of course helps, but what matters most is being in positions that are good, as it does more than winning gunfights most of the time. Okay, like pulling multiple people. Okay, there's also like, because of cooldowns, because of CDs, like even if you had perfect micros, you probably can't kill people fast enough before they can use their CDs to live. Okay, I made a note about the cast fight where I should flash the corner quicker. I thought dashing forward might have saved me in the fight, but I guess the flash was the major point. Maybe. I mean, it might have been fine. Rolling like I wouldn't have rolled wide on that fight because you would have just died to their team, and which means you wouldn't have roll to be able to live. It's kind of the core problem. Okay, and then yeah, I need you to limit test with stuff like this more so you can learn the map, and then I think that's kind of it. There's a bunch of like other more nitty-gritty stuff, but I think the pattern issue is more of like we're rolling too aggressively, which causes you to die a lot, and then you need to limit test more on maps you're unfamiliar with, and then you just lack awareness sometimes, which causes you to make bad decisions. Like always be thinking about, where is my tank, where's my DPS. Okay, you don't really need to be thinking about where is your supports, because they play kind of largely independent of you. Not so important to know where your supports are other than if they are alive or dead. Or dead as Cassidy. Okay. It's not as important. It's more important to know where your DPS is and where your tank, because those are the two people that most inform your positioning. I mean, roll down the stairs where you was after killing him to get to cover. Yeah, I see. Strengths, good aim. Loved your aim and crosshair placement. Aim and crosshair placement was great. Deadeye ideas were mostly good. Just lacked hygiene problems with it. What other things did I like? Flank. There are actually some good flank ideas. But missing bigger picture flanks, particularly when it comes to staging. We're not really understanding that we can use downtime to stage sometimes. Close conditions. If you don't flash the floor against someone that is within 10M of you, I am closing the VOD. Okay, and this is going to be 2 strikes. Okay, I don't want to see you throw flashes past people or throw it at them. I want them to be on the floor. Okay, have to be at the floor. Have to be. Okay, you have to have good technique. You got to fix it. Okay, and it's also an easy fix too. Just okay. But that's gonna be it for me. Thank you for the code. Verdict losing. Okay, new Junk City. Hero, Cassidy. Hashtag platinum. Hashtag 5. Was wondering if you gave those aim training codes again? Yes. Okay, Vaxda. Thanks 8. And X7. I'll type in chat. There you go. Boom. Okay, let me publish this. Guys, I'm starting to feel kind of sick. I think we're gonna wrap up the stream. I'm starting to feel kind of nauseous. Bombchu, are you still here? Would you be willing to do the 1v1 on Monday? I totally forgot. Would you be willing to do it on Monday? Because I don't think I can do it. I think I'm literally about to like die. I mean, not literally die. I'm overreacting. But I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling extremely lightheaded. Thanks for the view. Yeah, no problem at all. Let me publish this real quick. Let me just DM bomb you real quick. Would you be willing to? Hope you feel better soon. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I would do one more, but I don't think I can. I'm about to like pass out basically. I need to publish this and I'll send it real quick and then I'll throw it in the Discord and then we're gonna raid somebody. Coaching. Oh, unfortunately we're gonna wrap up coaching for today, Banana. I apologize. This is gonna be the last one. We're ending an hour early. You're all good, big dog. Your health is most important. I think I don't really I can't tell what's happening. I feel it's almost like I'm about to get a migraine, so I might generally just be getting a migraine. Well, please respect your body and chill. I think I'm getting an onset migraine. I haven't gotten aura yet, but typically this is kind of what ends up happening. So we'll see. Let me get this. Oscar Archer. Boom. Okay, here are the notes, and then we're going to do. Let me do. What is this? Yeah. Okay. Let me put it in the Discord as well. Okay, I'm gonna go grind ranked. Wish me luck. I'm wishing you the most of luck. Stream schedule. So today we're ending an hour early, guys. I apologize. We were gonna do the 1v1 with Bomb Chew, but I'm either gonna do it on Monday or on the weekend. So I might do a weekend stream. Probably not a weekend stream actually. It's gonna probably be Monday. So next stream is gonna be Monday at 10 a.m. Just keep that in mind, guys. 10 a.m. CST, 3 p.m. UTC. So we will see you guys then. And then yeah, we'll kind of rock. So sorry to end stream early, guys. I'm going to I'll keep you guys updated over the weekend. I'm gonna be doing some announcements over the weekend, so kind of keep your eyes open for that. But we're gonna go raid Questron. So guys, go say hi to Questron. Enjoy the Sombra stream and go learn things. Go learn a lot of things. But thank you guys for being here, and I hope all of you have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye-bye.